seen it coming. I should have seen it coming. Why was it that everybody else could see you were wrong for me? I should have seen it coming. I should have seen it coming. Why was it that everybody else could see you were wrong for me? I should have seen it coming. I wake up in a cold sweat now. Panic starting instead of losing all control. My world is spinning round and round, yeah. Trapped in my skin and I can't get out now. Being chased by the memory of her wanting me. Tonight she's laying with somebody else. I was a fool, I was too blind to see. I should have seen it coming. I should have seen it coming. Why was it that everybody else can see you were wrong for me? I should have seen it coming. I should have seen it coming. Why was it that everybody else can see you were wrong for me? You were wrong for me. You were wrong for me. I was a fool, I was too blind to see. I should have seen it coming. I should have seen it coming. Why was it that everybody else could see you were wrong for me? I should have seen it coming. I should have seen it coming. Why was it that everybody else could see you were wrong for me? You were wrong for me. You were wrong for me. I was a fool. You were wrong for me. You were wrong for me. I was a fool.
I need you, I want you, I need you, I want you, I need you in this fantasy, I want you in this memory.
Rapi z tą dziką pozycją. Zobacz, co on wyprawia na backlinie. Forsaken.
Storm keeps raging on.
Rivalry. Antonio, on niekryty. Zdoła pierwszą eliminację. I to będzie multi-kill.
Darkness moves Demons bury odds against me. Time to break the chain. Heroes fighting for my destiny. They're gonna all remember me as legends. We will rise.
All right, let's go, everyone. We are live for the first time in the 12th season of Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga. Hello from my side. I missed you a lot, viewers, and I missed you a lot, my fellow colleagues, Solari and Klepsydra.
Hi, it's so good to be back. It feels like it has been ages since the previous season of Ultraliga that brought us so many surprises, but I think this one has a lot more to offer than the previous one.
It's definitely more interesting, and it's good to see you guys as well. I'm super excited for the season because I feel like losing Orbit Anonymo in a way, at least losing the old squad of Orbit Anonymo, makes the whole league even more interesting. Because yes, we are gonna have a clear favorite as always in Zero Tenacity, but the rest of the league is gonna be super close, which means, to me at least, that it's gonna be fighting for the second EMEA Master spot, and yeah, it's gonna be very fun.
Yeah, there's been a lot of changes. I mean, name one season where there wasn't a lot of changes in the Ultraliga, but this time, yeah, a lot of things happened. We all remember this epic fight between Zero Tenacity and Orbit Anonymo in the regular split. You know, going for the perfect split. In the playoffs, mainly in the finals, the epic LAN final hosted by Ultraliga, but. Yeah, we still have Orbit Anonymo, but it's not the same squad. We do not have the stars like Royson or Afroboy. We do have much younger, in some kind unexperienced team, but with a lot of potential. Don't you agree?
Absolutely. I think it's gonna be super exciting to see this season, especially because like so many new players, right? So many new faces. We don't know them all. I mean, we do recognize them in a way, but we don't know them specifically. I think it's gonna be super exciting. I think it's gonna be super good to see them play, and hopefully, I mean, we just made a progress last season in the EMEA Masters because Orbitan Anmo made it to the quarterfinals miraculously. So if we know that we have Orbit Anonymo who made it, maybe now there will be other teams that also will be able to take a step forward and be able to win the game to make it to the quarterfinals, maybe even semifinals. We will see.
I was the one happy guy with an opportunity to cast the 3 games of Orbit
Yeah, I
Anonymo,
know.
winning everything, and oh my god, it was just such an easy job. I just had to shout Polska Górom and everything went okay.
That's what I did when I went to EMEA Masters. That's like 50% of what I said on the broadcast was
Yeah.
Polska Górem. But the games that I witnessed, the one game that I witnessed, unfortunately, they lost at once. So maybe I brought a counter buff or something. I apologize if I did.
No, it's all okay. We made it to the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
It was all good, and yeah, it was super fun. And I'm curious to see. By the way, why am I Solari? Because like it shows that I'm
Oh, that's a
Solari.
good
Okay, I mean
question.
I can be Solari. It's okay. I can be Solari for today at least.
Can you actually?
Or
It's not
I
an
don't know.
easy task.
Maybe it's harder than I thought. It's harder than I thought. I mean,
Yeah.
we will see.
Uh,
We
you just swapped your
okay.
position,
Okay,
so
now we are
that's all
back to
right.
normal. Okay.
Yep. Back to normal, back to the game. Actually, I would love to talk a little bit about them because that's the team that was just this close when it came to making to the final, losing 3-2 against Zero Tenacity. What an epic best of 5. In the end, third place in their debut season right now, the second split in the Ultraliga roster, basically without the changes. One small adjustment, Loten, who's been a substitute in the previous season, right now is taking over. As far as I know, Salami can't play for the first 2 weeks, but I would really like to see a Loten performing well, and maybe those two fighting for the spot in the starting roster.
Quite possibly, honestly. And if you think about it, I think this team still has a very decent chance of getting into the playoffs this season because last split we talked about this team being very new, very fresh with some familiar faces, but mostly pretty much being the debutants on the first division of Ultraliga. But this team has an insanely high ceiling, and if they have prepared enough coming into this split, I think they can really go far.
I think they can, but I truly hope that they won't look back into the previous season that they had, because it's okay to look backwards and see, okay, we made some success, but they cannot live with it. They need to create a new success in this season, and I believe they will be able to do that. They have a good roster, especially with Lotten, like you said. I mean, I don't think Lotten is a downgrade to Salami, seeing how he performed in the previous seasons of Ultraliga in Illuminar Gaming or in other teams in the second Ultraliga even previously. I think he's a really good carry who will be able, hopefully, to carry this team forward.
So as I see, we are starting from the top positions. Orbit Anonymo, Zero Tenacity, back to the game. Let's maybe not make a prediction right now, but the teams fighting for a fourth spot should be, as in the last season, Forsaken and devils.one. We saw this epic battle in the last week for the fourth spot, for the spot into the playoffs. Forsaken, we talked a little bit about them, the squad with 3 Korean players, one actually having an UK passport, so it's all right for them to play in the Ultraliga. But when it comes to devils.one, is it an improve or is it just the same strength of the roster, just with different names?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure
Mhm.
because looking at how they played in EMEA Masters, it looked bad to say the least. They did really good playing in the finals against Orbit Anonymo, but like always, we are gonna be looking at it as 5v3 basically because two of the players stay in Turkey, so you don't play 5v5. This season, it's not gonna be the same issue because obviously we are gonna have the Polish players in the other team unless they face Forsaken, who are not going to be able to somehow come into the LAN. Hopefully, they will be able to do it, and we will have the full-on 5v5. I truly hope for that. But I do think that Zero Tenacity, obviously, not putting them in the first place would be stupid because, they are the strongest team on paper. And they are going to be the strongest team. They are going to be winning majority of the games, like 80% win ratio or something like that. But it's still going to be the same case. Are they going to perform on EMEA Masters? Because they are going to get to EMEA Masters for sure. Are they going to perform there? I have no clue. I was called even by their owner their biggest hater. So I'm trying to be a little more positive towards them. So maybe now they will at least win one game in EMEA Masters. That's what I'm giving them. At like 1-5 is a good score. 2-4 maybe that would be a success in my book.
So now you're not the biggest hater after these words, or
Absolutely.
I hope so at least. But there is one more team actually this split that is kind of, I feel like, aiming to get into the EMEA Masters. When winning Ultraliga or getting into the playoffs Ultraliga is not even a goal because the goal is much further than that. And I feel like Forsaken is one of those teams because if you look at the way that they have rebranded themselves and changed their roster, this is a roster that is screaming to me, hey, we're bringing in the imports because we really want to see how well they're going to perform on the European stage and see if we can help them get pushed a little bit further somewhere here. But at the same time, we bring them in because we want them to compete well. If you think about it, we have 3 Koreans right now in this team, and then we have 2 people, correct me if I'm wrong, from Estonia, was it? On the bot lane. Ooh.
Yeah, but you're talking about the other roster, right? I mean, you're talking about
In
what's the name?
Forsaken, we have 3 Koreans indeed, but
Yes.
Xeoner and Ravbin are Polish, so.
Yes, and Iron Wolves. We also have. It's the non-Polish roster that we
Yes,
have.
they are
We have
Polish. I'm
Ents.
sorry, I looked at the wrong flags. How they're not even similar in any way. And I look at them and I'm like, I'm sorry, I might be
That's
going
correct.
colorblind, but this is still like my point still stands. So we have Koreans and we have 2 more people who are able to communicate in the same language. And when you build a team like that, it means that you want to have as much communication within the team and within these 2 smaller groups in them as possible. And when you have if you have good communication within them and them having good communication with each other, these teams can then go really far. We'll be the judges of that, though.
The communication might be the main factor, at least for the beginning, because this team just didn't have like a month to prepare, just a couple of weeks per usual, as for all these teams. And I wanted to talk about devils.one right now, because it looks like the team that might be fighting for the playoffs, might be, with some luck, fighting for the EMEA Masters with some upgrades here and there. All right, Krisha and Antonio are staying. Krisha was like the main carry in the team. We all remember that. But Matix is coming back to Ultraliga. Ribu is joining the team alongside with a Dancer. So few new names here and there. As far as I know, a bigger coaching staff to that. So let's see how devils.one can perform in this split.
Go ahead. No. Go ahead, Solari. Go ahead. I will let you start first because
Okay,
I have a feeling about this team.
I have just a very quick note about them because to me, this is going to be looking at the bot lane of devils.one because we have there a very interesting bot lane with 2 completely different feelings from me about how they performed recently, especially about Antonio, because I feel like Antonio was a really interesting case in the previous split. I didn't expect much from him, but he outperformed in my eyes. So I really wonder what he can show in this split and whether he can show us that he can actually learn and go any higher than what we saw from him last time.
I think he played really well. I agree with that statement, but I also do think that Trophy made him way better than maybe he looks, because Trophy did cover up a lot of mistakes that were happening on the bot side of the map. But still, with that being said, I still believe that looking at today's game versus Matty Lodis, I still think that with Dancer, it should be an upgrade. Like Dancer over Trophy. So Yeah, I mean it makes sense. It makes sense overall to look for devils.one as to being. I feel like they already had a very good roster previously, but now with Rebo and Dancer, they are like even upgraded it. So yeah, it looks really good. I'm curious to see what the scrim results are for them and everything like that, because I feel like they could be a really solid team in this season.
Agreed on that. I'm just hoping that more teams will be fighting for the top 4 spot, because in the last season we saw Team SK Gaming, which is no longer with us, and GRP Esports kinda struggling throughout weeks and weeks, finding maybe a win here and there against an opponent who just wasn't performing well. But when it comes to fighting against really strong teams, I don't know, and you will probably agree with me that GRP stood any chances at all. With this roster, with Belit, Artoria, Sentu joining GRP, I'm actually thinking, okay, this team will not hold the 7th or the 8th place and pray to just get through the promotion tournament. They have an appetite to go even higher.
They do, though. Yes, this is not the team that you expect to go too low in the final standings in the end of the season for sure. Because I'm looking at Majutek, I'm looking at the bot lane in general. These are the people who have quite some names. I mean, they don't have really flashy titles to bring in, or they're not coming in, from the LCK Academy split or something. But still, we have people coming from, for example, LFL Second Division. We have a Greek League. We have Hitpoint Masters. We have actually some Ultraliga names back here at the home ground as well. So this is a roster that I feel like can grow a lot and can show us a lot if I'm going back to this point again, but if the communication within this team is going to be good enough, because we have seen already rosters with really good names, but that just don't find the same ground on the Summoners route. So for GRP, fingers crossed, this is not going to be the case.
I mean, GRP, I've heard a lot about them, and I've heard that, yes, they are a good team. I also heard their scrims were leaked, apparently, some time ago. And, well, from what I know, they've been practicing hard. I had some contact with the people in this organization, also in the Orbit Anonymo organization. And from what I heard, both of the teams are practicing really hard and trying to focus on the best possible results. So we will see if they are able to do it, because the first test is coming very soon, especially for the second org that I mentioned, because it's going to be Orbit Anonymo versus Forsaken. I would say, like, we don't know yet, but this could be like future match of the week. Like, how depends on how these teams play out, but I think this could be future match of the week, because it's going to be really a close one. For me, it's a 50-50, because I have no clue, absolutely no clue, who is going to be the favorite in this one.
And you probably don't have that much clue about the newest team in the Ultraliga, promoting straight from the second division, the winners of second division, Lodis. Right now, Matty USA LODIS with their new sponsor, team that won the second division, team that didn't make any roster changes, and the team who has the leader of Inca, the guy who just constantly is winning the second division and struggling in the first.
So I wonder if it's going to be the case this time, because we have some familiar faces. We have the Mollis on the mid lane, we have Ketim in the jungle, who have already been performing in the first division of Ultraliga, but the 3 other ones are completely new to us. So I, for example, haven't been following second division at all, so I have no clue what to expect from them. But Majutek, give us your prediction about this team.
All right, so PMK is that kind of top laner who can pretty much go blind Yone on top if he feels like it, and just challenge you to a duel. You either stand your ground or bye-bye to your tier 1. He's going to take it alone. And most of the time, Ketting was just creating space for him. But most of the time, Ketting was just sitting at the bot lane, playing for Xelar, because he feels like the biggest carry on the team. Yes, you have Domoles. Yes, in some scenarios, he could play like AP Kaisa or something like that to just be really strong and really annoying. But Xelar is just so consistent. He was named the best AD carry in the second division in the spring split. And I do feel like he could challenge some carries on the bot lane, for example, like Fetsky from the side of GRP. So I wouldn't say that Lodis as a newcomer, as a new team, should be stuck in the last place. They have some strengths here and there, but let's see how they adapt.
I mean, honestly, I feel like seeing these teams, the reason it's so exciting for me, at least, to looking at these teams right now, it feels like what is the most exciting right now is the unknown. Because, for example, Matty Lodis, like we talked about, we have no clue how they're going to play. It was the case so often for Inka, even though it shouldn't be, because he had really good rosters under his name. He had Polsky, Loten in the team. Previously, he had Harpoon in the team. He had really good rosters, really good players in his team, but he always failed. Always. No matter what the players were, he always failed. There was no playoffs under his name in the first Ultraliga I'm talking about. In the second one, he was always succeeding. So it's such a weird case because it's like he's always winning in the second Ultraliga and he's always losing in the first one. Sorry. So for me, I mean, finally, you have to break the pattern, right? Like, I mean, there has to be the way for him to finally start winning, to maybe, I don't know, go into like maybe try out a different style of coaching and try to maybe do things different way. Because historically looking, what we saw from Inka was they always did play early game to mid game compositions that were scaling pretty poorly but were snowballing really well. So maybe, I don't know, try out a different play style, try to coach them maybe in a different way. I'm not sure, but maybe finally you will say that Matty Lodis made it into the playoffs and they actually succeeded.
Quite possibly. Actually, I like that you're mentioning the coaches because there is one more interesting case in the coaching staff that I would like to briefly mention in for a second. There is also one familiar name that is coming back to Ultraliga. You might remember Ekin, who used to be the coach of Cryptocraft back then when they had Prime, Behave, Shawi Katami on the roster and everybody else. Back when they actually made the playoffs and they had a pretty good run in the playoffs up until they met with Orbit Nonam and went out of it with a 3-1 case. But still, their run through the playoffs back then was good. This was the Grape Checkout that we loved and that we had no issue naming them as one of the contestants for getting into the playoffs. So I'm really excited to see you being back in Ultraliga.
By the way, when it comes to coaches, we do have some head coaches and assistants also coming from the second division right now. As I'm looking at Cryptocraft roster, Steel Strike coming from Insane Gaming, if I recall correctly, from the second division. Shopilty, the new assistant coach from the second division broadcast, actually, because he's a caster. He's coming like the next week to cast some games, but right now he's doing some prep for devils.one. Also, Orbit Anonymo, we've been talking about the squad. It's not the best roster of this organization. It's slightly weaker, actually, when we are looking at the names, comparing to the spring split. But Wielokostek, as a head coach of Midvidron, of the team from second division, getting the promotion, building the team with what he could actually gather. I'm really looking forward to not only the players but actually the coaches. How are they going to adapt to slightly higher stake of the rivalization and also better teams to compete against?
I mean, the difference is going to be huge for him because you just got promoted from the second Ultraliga to possibly the top 3 team in the first Ultraliga. So yeah, I mean, the difference is going to be huge. But the roster that he's having is also not bad. I mean, Uden and Yeti, those are the players that we know from the first Ultraliga. They've been here already. They didn't succeed, but they did leave, I would say, a positive mark on themselves, especially Yeti. I believe the first time he was here, I was super hyped for him. He didn't manage to impress me that much, but when he went to the Portugal League, he really did way better, way better. So I believe he's coming back into the Polish league to be the real top 3 superstar top laner in this league. I do really believe that, and I'm hoping to see him play well.
Also the AD carry and mid laner Kechvo and Pump on the roster of Orbit Anonymo. Those two basically just smurfed the league in Belgium, as I saw on the Leaguepedia. It's been basically just win after win after win, going through regular, going through playoffs without breaking a sweat. So I'm really curious, are those transfers from other regions, from other leagues, going to make Ultraliga stronger in terms of, for example, EMEA Masters, or are we at the same level as different IRLs? Because there's been this rivalry over and over again, each split. Oh, which league is the best? Is it LVP? Is it LVL? Is it the Prime League? We are way past over the golden times of Ultraliga, but I want to see one more run from either of this organization to just make it to the finals of the MIA, to just leave a mark at the European regions, to just stand here and say Ultraliga is not dead, we are still strong, we do have some talents, we do have some really, really strong players, scouts, for example, to just get good players from your leagues, from your teams, and build our own story once again.
That would be great, honestly. Let's make Ultraliga very, very great this split. And I'm looking at the teams mostly because some of them are bringing in really promising rosters. So I am expecting a lot from them. And a very small side note from myself, because you were talking about Orbit Anonymo, you were talking about Pump and Kahvel. Kahvel is from Finland, so I found my personal favorite in this league, and I'm going to be following him. He has been playing in NLC last split, in the spring split of 2023 with Verdant, which was a pretty good roster. So yes, Orbit Anonymo, your roster might have just upgraded in my eyes.
I mean, I will tell you what. I love Finland, and I will tell you why I love Finland.
Yes.
Because every single time I play the game called GeoGuessr, is the only country that I guess. It's literally the only country that I guess.
You
I
always know when it's Finland, right?
Yeah, it's easy. It's easy. Like, it's way easier. Like, when you see Finland, you know it's Finland.
Yes.
But when you see, I don't know, any other country, it could, like, Poland looks like Czech, Ukraine, it's all the same. You cannot guess Poland. You cannot guess Czechoslovakia as well, because it's the same. But when you see Finland, you always see trees. When you see trees, you know it's Finland. It's easy. It's super easy to just
The
guess.
pine
Like,
trees, yes.
yes, exactly. That's why I love Finland. Literally.
I love it.
Right, so I guess we went through every team in this 12th season of Ultraliga, competing once again for the trophy, for the EMEA Masters, for the glory, and for everything. But as I'm just checking the Polish broadcast, the draft is not starting yet, so we have to buy some time and we have to talk a little bit about those teams. We did a predictions. We are doing a predictions basically every split. So maybe you could share with the viewers what did you pick today?
Well, I believe I did go for the Iron Wolves as the surprise pick versus Cryptocraft. That was something I did. I'm not quite sure in this prediction. It's not like I look at this prediction, I'm like, yeah, I mean, this is going to be a good one. No, not at all. But it's just something that stuck with me. I thought that I would feel bad going for something else than that, so I just thought, yeah, let's go, let's try it out. And obviously the other ones are, I would say, quite casual. Like, I mean, not going for Zero Tenacity, I would say would be inting. So yeah, I did go for Zero Tenacity, but you did go for Back to the Game, right?
I did.
Inting.
Yeah, you're inting. Why are you inting, Majutek? Jesus Christ!
It's a second division, obviously.
Couple of reasons. Yeah, that's the team of the second division, which I am hosting for like 4 years now. I have their jersey right behind me.
Oh yeah.
And I just know the guys personally. They invited me to the boot camp. I feel like they are really good, and I feel like if everything works out, they could get the second place in the regular split, and then many things might happen in the playoff stage. Zero Tenacity on paper are looking way better, and I remember the start of the spring split of Back to the Game 0-4, if I recall correctly. So I'm hoping for the reverse start, 4-0, let's go, and then let's think about some stuff.
Okay,
Wait, be careful there with the reverse though, because if they go 4-0 and then it's not really
Just reverse
what
start,
you want.
Okay.
Okay.
so they invited you to their boot camp, and that's why you like them, basically. That's the long story short.
It's easy to buy you Majutek.
You
I
could
also I also got the jersey from them. Not the jersey, but like a hoodie. But I
Yeah,
never,
a very nice hoodie.
I hadn't had a chance to get it. Like, I mean, it's waiting for me. I'll get it tomorrow. But yeah, I need to finally go into our studio and get it. So maybe in the next in the next week you will see me in the Back to the Game jersey or the hoodie in that sense.
All right, bet. I am wearing it also.
Bet?
By the way,
I always do.
I am wearing it also.
I have the old one, the one from the second division, and from the first one, actually, it's waiting in our studio downstairs in the second div studio. We do have a lot of other jerseys, but for today, I only prepared Matty LODIS and Back to the Game because I'm the guy from the second division. I'm just cheering for them. I would love to see some surprises in this season. We have on paper only one like super team, Zero Tenacity without any roster changes. We do have this surprise team Forsaken. Let's see how the Asian Korean players will do in our Polish mostly environment, and we do have some other really interesting teams. So I do believe, comparing it to the spring season, summer should be way more exciting.
Yes, I think it's going to be way more competitive because this time we only have one clear favorite so far and we don't know what to expect from anybody else. It's not going to be like, yes, we know who is most likely going to be a master, so there is no talk about two first places. It's only about the other slots that we have for the playoffs. This time, I feel like it's going to be the question of who is getting into the playoffs. And the first couple of weeks are going to show us a lot about these teams. But I still have to echo Kasper here. It is inting if you vote against Zero Tenacity. This team has grown a lot throughout the previous split. They had a lot of time to get well played together even more between the splits. So I feel like now we're going to see them hopefully peaking in this split. But we'll have to see about that.
I mean, there is one rule in the Polish Ultraliga. You always bet on Zero Tenacity. That's the only rule. And there is only one rule in the EMEA Masters. You always bet against them. And that always works. I mean, I would have been 100% if I did it. I mean, that's just the truth of it. It's nothing personal, but it's just the truth. If you did go against Zero Tenacity for the past year, you probably would have a lot more points in the predictions if we did them for EMEA Masters.
I mean, you are most probably right. Just looking at the results.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I would like to point out actually two things. The first one, I didn't join the predictions to win. I joined to create chaos. So I'm trying to do so just by choosing Back to the Game over Zero Tenacity. And the second one, as I mentioned before, I'm just cheering for the boys. And I would love to see a surprise. Yeah, if we just did the predictions today of at which place each of the teams will end, I would put Zero Tenacity at the first one. I mean, that's natural. But Back to the Game, right below them with the record of 20, 13, 12, 13 wins, something like that. Just hoping for this team to get a lot of wins, to show better results than in the previous season, because only the AD carry has changed, and I do believe this might be an upgrade. The coaching staff remains the same. The organization is getting bigger and bigger. Getting more and more viewers, more and more fans. They had their own stand at the finals of the Ultraliga. So just looking at the organization and at the team, I do believe they are a little bit better than in the spring split. That's why I am just expecting them to go second.
Yes, that's what I can
Yes.
say. I can say yes.
I would like to start an argument just for the sake of starting an argument and creating even more chaos, but honestly, I don't know what to expect from anybody else, so I have to go with what you said.
I would say I have a proposal for you guys, because we are three of us are here. Soon there will be two of us, because obviously Majutek will be leaving the room. Sorry, not this way. So I think we can make a bet between ourselves. Who is gonna the person who's gonna have the most amount of points in the prediction between three of us, so Majutek and Solari and me, can call himself an official expert of Ultraliga.
Fine.
And we will do the crowning on the finals of Ultraliga.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, we have a bet.
All right.
Thank you.
Can I change my predictions for
No.
today?
Yeah, no.
Too late.
We already discussed them. Unfortunately, it's too late, my friend.
All right, so I will most probably be taking an L, but it's just today. I will have a couple more occasions to get my score. All right, I mean, most definitely. I'm getting a signals from our producer that the draft is about to start right now. So maybe for the first time in the summer season, I will be sending you two guys straight to draft. Have fun and see you tomorrow.
Match Majutek. Let's go, Kasper. We already have some
go.
first bounce coming in for second, playing versus Orbit Anonymo as the first match today with Forsaken on the blue side, starting off with banning out LeBlanc and Talia. Orbit Anonymo are banning out Tristana. Nothing to be surprised about so far. We're playing on patch 14.10, so there are some staples that you're still going to see today and tomorrow in the bans, including Korotkiy, for example. Polsky Korotkiy has been reworked, is really strong right now. Ban him out, sleep well.
I mean, yeah, he is really strong, and that's why I believe Forsaken are banning out the mid-game champions, most of them. LeBlanc, Talia, Vi as well. Those are the champs that could be really problematic, especially if you combine Vi with Ahri, for example, or something like that. What is going to be the first pick? It's going to be Skarner. In exchange, it's going to be okay. It's going to be Jinx, Sejuani. I like that. It's simple.
Yes.
It's straight to the point. Orbit and Anonymo are not doing anything complicated. I love it.
Yeah. I like that they're not cooking just yet. Forsaken are not really cooking yet, but a little bit, because Skarner can be a flex pick. We have seen some Skarner jungles, but Moses kind of prefers to go to the top lane because that is where he feels most comfortable. But right now, with this Rumble pick for Forsaken as the second pick, it opens up even more questions. Where is this Rumble gonna go? Is it top lane Rumble? Is it Rumble in the jungle? Is it Rumble for the support, for Parasite? We have no idea just yet.
I mean, that's why it's gonna be super interesting to see. But this Rumble, yeah, he could be a problem for the enemy team comp. It's gonna be also X Xin Zhao. So okay, now it's getting interesting. Now, now is it maybe Rumble support? It could be Rumble support, because
Or
why
mid
not?
lane.
And
He can go anywhere.
or mid lane, yeah, he could go anywhere. And Thresh is open for Uden if he wants to play it. But knowing Uden, he would probably go for something like Rakan if he wants to, or just Nautilus straight up. Yeah, I mean, it's way simpler. It's just you just go for Nautilus, and I like this comp from Orbit Anonymo. It's very, very simple, but also gives you a lot of room, a lot of engage. Especially you have Nautilus, you have Sejuani, so there's a lot of room for Jinx to get a reset, for Jinx to move around in a team fight, and that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, it's a very front-to-back reset-oriented team already, because I love how much of a strong front line they have already, including a lot of crowd control on their hands as well, but also just the synergy between Sejuani and Nautilus Engage is going to be insane. Thanks to the passive from Sejuani, it's going to get stacked super quickly if they go into the enemies together with Nautilus. And as you said, Jinx is going to have all the time in the world to just pew-pew the enemies from afar. And so far, it's not really going to be too easy for Forsaken to try to get to that Jinx, especially since the other ones have banned out the Vi, the other ones banning out Camille right now. So their options of getting to the back end of Orbit Anonymo are becoming smaller and smaller.
That's true. They are becoming smaller and smaller. And now, what are we gonna see in the second rotation? Because it's mainly ADC bans from Orbit Anonymo, but what are we gonna see being picked by them? I believe the melee champ could be good. Ahri in the mid lane, I would say it's a casual one. We know that, I mean, it's basically the most casual champion you can go for. And in the top lane, I would love to see Camille, but she is banned, unfortunately. So what is there for a top lane? I mean, it has to be melee, right? If you want Sejuani to be kinda useful. And for Forsaken, I mean, Jhin would be a bit weird. I believe if you pick Jhin, you won't have that much damage if you really want to fight for that.
I wouldn't like Jhin in this comp for Forsaken. The only thing he could bring into the comp is going to be the range that he possesses, but they are going to go with Azure for the mid lane answering into the Ahri. I quite like this. He has the possibility to shuffle in, he has the possibility to have some really good team fights, but Kalista, so this is going to be Kalista Rumble or Kalista Skarner in the worst case, but I believe it's going to be Kalista Rumble on the bot lane. This is a very tough bot lane. I would not be surprised if, yes, Orbit Anonymo are going to lane swap, my brother. Look at this last pick from them.
I mean, it's just
Welcome
gonna
back, lane swaps.
Yeah, welcome back, lane swaps. But it doesn't necessarily even have to be a lane swap. I mean, they could, yes, obviously, but from what they are having right now, I believe it's such a simple draft. I mean, it's going to be so easy for them to play it. It's going to be Rumble on support, Kalista on AD carry, other mid lane, and Xinzao with Skarner. I like this draft from Orbit Anonymo, I'm not going to lie. It's straight up front to back. You have such a big amount of tanks. Jinx, Ahri being the main damage dealers, and Sejuani with Sion and Nautilus obviously being the main amount of meat in front of you that you have to get through to get to Jinx. So this Jinx is going to be crucial so they can try to stay in the backline, try to chill out and, play safely, I would say.
That's why this Jinx absolutely has to survive through the laning phase. She is going to get completely unleashed on the second item. I am assuming, this is just a wild prediction right now, that we could see something like IE happening very early for this Jinx, just to make sure that she's completely unleashed and spiking, and to make this spike come to her as early as possible. But that means that in the laning phase, she's going to be weak. This bot lane on Orbit Anonymous side is much weaker than the bot lane that Forsaken are bringing in. So I would love to see Orbit Anonymous sending Carnival and Odin on the other side of the Summoner's Rift, trying to keep this Jinx as safe as possible throughout the laning phase.
Yes, I think that's a very good idea, just so Jinx can, buy cool, stack up to the later stages of the game. But we need to remember, this bot lane with Kalista and with Rumble also could be very, very problematic for the enemy team, especially looking at how aggressive they can actually play.
But, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in the summer split of Ultraliga, welcome to Summoner's Rift. Let's see what both of these teams are bringing to the table. A renewed Orbit Anonymous squad versus a renewed Forsaken squad. I am personally extremely excited to see how it's going to play out. But looking at the map, so far nobody's really swapping any lanes whatsoever, but we'll see about that.
Yeah, that's why I said that maybe, just maybe, there won't be a swap, but we need to remember, look at that. Yeti will be helping Sejuani most likely, so we could we could see some swaps. There is a possibility of that.
There is always the possibility of just showing up the lanes in their respective places and swapping right after that, so the enemy cannot react immediately to you swapping the lanes.
Yeah, but look at that. It's basically an invade straight up. Parasite is going back because he knows if he is gonna die, that would be an absolutely. I mean, if this hook hit, actually, that could be a huge problem. But now, I mean, they have to be careful because like this little damage that is being done to the blue side and the red side as well, it's always problematic. But look at that small poke. That's what I like from the blue team. Like they can always try to poke this way, and it's always gonna work out.
Yes, they have insane amount of poke. Mostly, as long as they don't bring Azure in, this is going to be a rather short range poke, unless they go, for example, with the ultimate from Parasite from the Rumble. But yes, we are seeing so far that the right side of Orbit Norma are going with the two-man cleaning of the enemy jungle, which is a little bit scary when you leave Skarner on the top lane alone, because this guy, after the rework, can push through the top lane rather quickly, and he is power farming so far. But Cyan is not really the champion who cares about the enemy out farming him.
Okay, but they're gonna go for a dive. Straight up level 2 dive.
Yes.
Oh my god, Solari, that's gonna be interesting. TP instantly to make sure that's not gonna happen. But now, what Yeti can do, he can TP towards topside if he wants to, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. He's gonna TP instantly, and what Skarner is gonna do, he's gonna have to walk through the map, lose time, lose XP, and yes, they were able to counter that play, but they are wasting a lot of time right now.
They are, and I'm not sure if I like this play, but so far at least nobody dies. There is the possibility for Yeti to finally start farming up and getting at least some of the money in. I like Forbit Norma that so far their bot lane is safe and sound and hasn't died yet. I feel like this is the most important goal for them to get out of this early game, to get into the mid game, where they will be much stronger in the team fights than Forsaken if they don't give any advantages to them.
I love how basically the only positive that you gave was that, yeah, but at least no one died. Yeah, that's good.
That's also something.
Yeah, that could change now, because look at Iron Cores and look at Uden. They are literally going into Parasite trying to get the first kill, but it's not gonna happen, at least for now. They baited out some summoner spells, no barrier and no ignite and flash for Uden. So, round 2, maybe.
Maybe. Anchored. He's going in. Yes, he's going in.
Oh, and no flash for Parasite, but look at that, the AD carry tried to save his support, but he was able to go 1-for-1. He's trying to play it out. That's looking really well, and this Kalista is doing a lot of work right now. The first kill for her, and we know how important it is for Kalista to get kills.
An amazing step up from Tongi just to make sure he is going to cover for that hook coming in from Odin to make sure that this is not going to be an immediate death from Parasite. Look right here, this little step right there, this little flash right there. Yes, Parasite is still going to die, but that means that this exchange is going to be 1-to-1. And I have to echo you here, for Kalista, she doesn't care if her support dies. She only cares about her getting in the kills and the money, so now she's pretty happy.
I mean, she is really happy, especially Sejuani who got a kill, so it's not big deal for the blue team, and they are ahead in gold right now at least. So that's something that they should look up to because it's very, very good. And now look at Kalista, like you said, Solari, already tier 2 boost right now. She is getting stronger, and Xelner also didn't waste any time. He was always farming, always being able to do something. So yeah, did look really good.
But so far, Einkarts managed to have a pretty decent recall going in for the Bami Syndra as the first component. Still a pretty good component considering all the changes, considering that it gives less HP now than before, but in exchange, it does give you some ability haste. So it's really nice to have on Sejuani because as somebody who used to play a lot of Sejuani and suffered a lot on Sejuani, her cooldown times really make you cry sometimes. So it's good timing to have it, especially since the first Drake of the game is already up and running. Doesn't look like anybody's too interested in it, even though we see Xeoner around the bot lane right now, but this is merely the shot of them to make sure that they can also find a safe recall for themselves.
Yeah, and let's see right now what is gonna happen, because they are trying to freeze this wave, and it will be a success. This wave is frozen, Forsaken. They are trying to invade the enemy jungle, I guess. They did put some wards, but look at the top lane. Oh, Topegi is gonna be under a lot of pressure. Is he gonna be able to run away? Oh, that's so nice, by the way. That's such a smart move. And now, even though he's stunned, he was able to run back into safety. And in the meantime, blue team is not wasting any time. They are going for the first Drake, and they are gonna be able to get it.
Topegi is sitting on the top lane right now, still under a lot of pressure because look at how many people from Anonymo are surrounding him right now. He has to give up these turret plates for Careful, which is a good pick up for Anonymo. Switching their AD carry to go to the top lane to get in the gold from the gold plates and to make sure that this way they are securing the void grabs on top of that. Oh, brother!
But he should be safe. At least the ultimate will be able to save Ravbin's life. But yes, that was a really nice hook with the really nice charm. Nicely done, but it's still Forsaken being in the lead right now and playing for a long game. They do not care about going for the Void Grabs. They say, okay, you want to go for the Void Grabs? Go for the Void Grabs. We are gonna go for the Drakes because we do have Kalista. We want to stack those Drakes up. And yes, Karner is gonna be a little bit behind, but I still do think that they don't have damage to kill Topegi here. If they are gonna go for him, I feel like they could regret it.
Do they have damage to kill Yeti?
Yeah, I think they do. They definitely do. Look at that. Ooh. This Kalista is going for the second kill, and she will get it. In the meantime, Skarner is just playing around on the top side. What is happening there? Can we see what is happening to Sejuani? He's just winning versus her. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's why I said, you're gonna regret it. You don't want to go versus Skarner when he does have his flash up.
The ultimate is gone, unfortunately, but it doesn't matter. He's still going to be alive. Einkarts is in no way to keep fighting right now. The problem is Anonymo are still getting in the turret place, and they are going to get this turret into their hands. Topegi, are you sure about that? He is sure about that. The thing about Skarner on the top lane is, yes, he is in a losing position right now, but first of all, he's not really losing compared to Yeti, because as you can see on this replay, Yeti is having his own demons to fight on the bot lane currently. And second of all, Skarner will be getting really tanky later on in the game, regardless really of how good or bad the early game went for him.
Yeah, and Kalista getting this kill is even more important, because this Kalista is going to be crucial for Forsaken to be able to get some kills. Right now, the first Drake obviously being a Chemtech one, but the second one is going to be Infernal. So all of the souls that are going to be available are going to be very interesting to see how they play around them, because if they take Chemtech and Infernal as the first two Drake, and they most likely they are going to do it, a bit of a late TP, but okay.
Yeah.
I still feel like it could be really good for Forsaken.
Yes, either way, just stacking up the dragons is really nice for them, considering how ahead Kalista is already. They want to keep this momentum going for her. They want to make sure that she is the one absorbing in as much gold as possible on the map. So far, Kafu has also done a pretty good job trying to get as much gold as possible, but with the 2 kills on the side of Tongi, I would really love to see the gold difference between the AD carries, but I feel like Kalista is still in the leading.
Oh yeah, she definitely is. If she hits any spell on the enemies, that could be a problem. And Xehanort is playing really well for his bot side. It's a very similar playstyle that he was playing in SK, just playing for the stronger side and just playing for his strongest side. That is bot lane in this example. So I love it. They do a really good job right now, and it's 1500 advantage of gold for Forsaken right now, and looks like they could even go for more.
They could. Look at the damage. Look at the damage. Parasite is not even level 6. When he hits level 6, those smaller skirmishes are going to be really hard for Orbit9 to do anything about. Those fights around the upcoming Drakes are going to be really hard for Orbit9 to find good positioning around. But even without that, Parasite is bringing in so much AP damage for the early and the mid game for Forsaken. I really like the draft that they decided to go with. It's still a question whether or not Orbit9 will be able to find their footing later in the game, because scaling, I would say, is still on their side if you respectfully close your eyes and don't look at DrBrilmann and Azir on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think the scaling is definitely on Orbit Anonymo's side, but the question is, are they gonna get into like 30-35 minutes, right? To get into there and to be able to scale up to the 3-4 items and then carry the game out. If they do, yeah, sure. They will definitely be in a good spot. But if they don't, yeah, that's the issue that I'm having. Because right now, you do not only play against the your opponents, you're playing against time, and this time right now is definitely on Forsaken side. Look at that, 1 Drake already up. In 40 seconds they are gonna have another Drake, and from what I'm seeing right now, the reverse on the downside is full blue. So I do not think that red team is gonna get there. Definitely not.
No, Orbit9 have to give this Drake up. That's why you see them already gathering up on the top side of the map, because they want to go for the Void Grabs. They want to get all 6 of them. That is going to be a really nice addition, considering that the bot lane, if you rotate them around the map, they're able to push the turrets really quickly, but they need to get those grabs first.
Yeah, and they're not gonna do anything. It's 2v3, by the way, but now Rumble shows up. It's gonna be a 3v3 TP as well, and looks like it's gonna be a good play for Orbit Anonymo. Nice ultimate from Rumble, a lot of damage into them, and now a lot of damage happening on Skarner's face as well. Pump is going further, Pump is gonna get a kill, but it's gonna be a 2-4-1 for Forsaken right now. The shuffle is there, but it's gonna be a flash from Jinx to save her life. But what kind of life is that? What the hell is going on? This Kalista is absolutely on another level. This was such a weird place, but I guess it just works.
The fate has been called and the fate has been sealed, and the beautiful ultimate from Kalista is there to seal the deal for Forsaken. 5-2, they're going already with a 3-0-0 Kalista as a result of this exchange. On top of that, they are getting in all the 3 Void Grabs thanks to Xehanort, who is still staying in the speed, and nobody's there from Orbit Anonymous side to stop them, getting in the turret blades as well for Kalista, and on top of that, they still can go for this Drake. This fight was a little bit chaotic. I gotta echo you here. The teleport could have been a little bit earlier, to be fair. Ironcut is dancing around, being extremely low. He has to stay low. He has to stay around because he tries to provide as much protection to Pump as possible. But Pump, even though he gets the kill, dies right immediately afterwards when you know already that for Forsaken, the fight has been won.
Yeah, and I mean, this was just an individual diff in that matter, and they were able to play it really, really well. 3k gold advantage right now for Forsaken. It's exactly what you are looking for with this sort of composition that they are having right now. And look at that, Rumble with Kalista. Oh my god. I mean, it's not Orbit Anonymo that are doing it, but they are used to be doing it, like hiding in the bush, Chips and Neramin, we do remember that. And yeah, I mean, I love the fact that we are seeing some sort of this gameplay still. But yeah, Forsaken decided to go for the Void Grabs. They took 3 of them because of obviously they won the team fight. But unfortunately for them, they lost a Drake, which is going to be a little bit unlucky, I would say, because they are going to be losing a lot of time in that matter.
Yes, but they have decided because of that to switch their attention fully to the top side of the map, trying to get in as much gold there as possible, trying to find the gold there for Tongi, for the Kalista, for Parasite and Rumble as well. But Ironcards, are you sure about that? He is.
Apparently he was, yeah. And the first items are starting to show, not only for Forsaken side, but also for Orbit Anonymo in that matter. It's Sunfire on Ironcards. Maybe that's why he was so sure of going forward, because he is a bit tanky right now. And Kalista being 3-0 up, she's the only champion right now that basically doesn't have the item from her team, like from the most important champions, like mid lane and jungle. So slowly she's gonna be building up towards the first item with a lot of components as well. So that's okay. And yeah, now she needs to be careful. It's 1v3. I do not like this for Kalista to be able to stay under the tower just by herself, but apparently it just works. Look at that, 2v3, they're trying to outplay it. Rumble is coming, but he's far away, but apparently they don't need Rumble's help. They're just gonna deal with it by themselves. They lose the tower, but they keep their lives.
Anonymo decided not to overcommit. They still lost the flash on Sejuani as a result of this, and they got the turret, so it's something for something, and they got all the summoner spells out of Tongi. I feel like this is the most important outcome for them out of this exchange. But finally, this was the breathing room for Tongi to recall. Kalista is back finally. The bot track is there in the inventory of that Kalista. So we're talking about the first items being hit on pretty much everybody who is important on this map, including some people from Orbit Anonymo. The Malignance on Ari is there, and the IE. God damn it, the days when people built IE as the first item are finally back, and I'm not sure if I'm happy about it. I think I am.
I mean, I feel like what Forsaken are trying to do right now is trying to speed up the game, right? So they need they need the game to be in their hands to be able to move around objectives freely. And I like the play of taking the Herald because they are always going to be in the strong points when it comes down to the playing around objectives right now. And look at that, Skarner is already so damn tanky and he's only on one item. How broken is this champ, by the way? I mean, literally one item for Skarner and he's already like 2.5k health. Like, he's gonna be looking to get into 8k, 9k easily. And, I mean, it's just so broken to play with this sort of champion in your team. And look at that, they are not even waiting to use Herald potentially for the Drake. They are going straight up for a tier 2 right now with Azir, because obviously Azir is one of the best champions to try to go for, to take the towers, to take the strong points. And look at that, tier 2 is being obliterated right now.
Oh yes, it's going down. It's going to go down. God damn it, it's 2 turrets gone on the top lane for Orbit Anonymo. Here's a TP. Oh, we might see
they have their own tower. They have their own tower right now. And look at that, Skarner versus Ari. Apparently, it's not Ari winning this exchange. It's definitely Skarner. And she has to run away. She used the flash, but now she needs to try to run for her life. She won't be able to do that. This Skarner is absolutely broken. Even Sejuani can't feel safe. It's a double kill for Forsaken because they do feel quite strong right now. They could even try to go for the Nash if it was up, but we are only 16 minutes into the game.
We're only 16 minutes into the game, and already we have a 7-2 situation between the teams, with Forsaken having around no more than a 4k gold lead in their hands and a lot of damage in those team fights. They are fully in their comfort zone right now. You can see it with the way how they're moving through the enemy's jungle. There is some vision for Orbit Anonymo, so they know which terrain they are retreating through, but it doesn't help them whatsoever because there is always this Fate shield or Fate, oh, I don't remember, the Fate from Kalista coming in that throws in Parasite right into the midst of the action, and then he can reposition himself to throw in the ultimate or just to throw in the damage, and there is a lot of damage on this Rumble at the moment.
Oh, it definitely is. It definitely is. But right now, I mean, it's not only on Rumble, it's also on the other teams as well. But this Harry is starting to a little bit come online, but yeah, Forsaken, they understand we don't need to fight right now. We just need to go for the Drake. That's our only goal right now. If you want to fight, yeah, come in and fight, but we do have Kalista that is 4-0-1, so we are the A side in this one.
Yeah, and we have 2 smites thanks to Kalista. We can throw you out of the pit thanks to Azir, thanks to Rapin, so we really don't care about anything. This is the second Drake for Forsaken, starting to stack up the Mountain Drakes, a pretty nice soul to have later in the game, even though I don't think Forsaken are going to suffer from the lack of armor or magic or haste or anything, considering that they have to Peggy, who is already sitting on the Fimble Winter. I believe the icon is very small, but I think it's Fimble Winter. God damn it, Pump! You're gone just like that!
That's unlucky. That's truly unlucky,
yes.
But that's very lucky for Forsaken, or maybe it's not luck, it's just skill apparently, because look at that, they are going further, they are going for the first win in this Ultraliga season, and it's looking quite good right now. Xelner being the front line. Oh, this corner is not looking for 1 kill or 2 kills, he's looking for a triple kill, and now apparently it's nothing else that Orbit Anonymo can do in this fight. This is not Orbit Anonymo from the last season. It's a completely new roster, but apparently it's not online just yet.
It's not online yet, but you cannot say the same about Forsaken. This was a very well-coordinated fight from them, going in, throwing in a lot of things. First of all, yes, the way Pump died. This is straight on unfortunate, just being caught in absolutely no way of getting out of it anymore. But right after that, they know that they want to re-engage because they have all the ultimates available to them. And if they press them all together, it's really hard for Anonymo to do anything, especially considering that they're not really doing much. They're just trying to retreat. They're trying to get away of this unfortunate situation with Uden and Yeti trying to act as the front lane, but it doesn't matter because there is no front lane or back lane when this Khan is coming in and pressing the R button. You're not getting out of it anymore.
No, absolutely not. This team comp was taken to dominate the early game, transition into the mid game, and be able to win. We are 19 minutes into the game, and we can already say that this goal definitely was fulfilled. 8k advantage for Forsaken right now. 3 most important people in their team deathless right now. 3-0 and Freak Selner, 1-0 and fight for Ravbin. And maybe it might just change. Oh no, Caster Curse. Apparently it's Caster Curse. It's only gonna be Parasite who died. But
It
yeah.
doesn't matter, it's fine.
Okay, yeah. It's only support, right? It's only support.
Ooh, that is a support who has dealt a lot of damage, by the way. With the Zagzag completed, with the Hackstick Rocket Bolt already completed, you can see just how much EP damage he provides. But yes, it's just the second death of this support. He didn't really use anything, so it's more or less fine, especially considering the Forsaken still have the control over the map. Orbit Anonymo cannot really find much after this one kill that they find on the map. They cannot really push into the mid lane because it is pushed too much into their side, and they cannot really commit it into going onto the turret. Plus, on top of that, they have to rotate Yeti to the top lane to deep push there. They need to keep Pump on the bot lane just to try to keep at least some pressure somewhere on the map, especially on the other side from the Baron Nashor. But it's really rough for Anonymo to find anything. One good fight could be the back ticket for them because they have the objective bounties up and running, but are they finding it?
I mean, Forsaken are fighting what they want to fight right now. They can find anything they want. And that's the beautiful thing about that. They are dominating the enemy team, and yeah, it's quite good to look at this way. And yeah, they are making a really good job of that. To make sure that they do win.
Look at that.
And well, they are going for the Baron Nashor because why not? You have Kalista, right? So you basically have 2 smites. Okay, the Jinx Rocket is gonna make it a little bit closer, but Azir is not there. That could be quite risky, but this Nash is going exceptionally low. The engage from Sion is gonna miss, but look at that. The fight is happening on 2 fronts right now. This Karner is going through the wall. He's looking for Pump. He's looking for the engage, and he is gonna find it, but he's gonna miss the engage tool as well. Xelner is gonna die. It's gonna be the first death of this season for him, but at least he's trying to outplay the enemies. Double kill for Tong, and he is going further. He is looking for a triple, because why not? He's just dominating on Summoner's Rift, and he's gonna find it as well. Maybe not a triple for him. Yeah, maybe not, because Azir is gonna steal it. But who cares who get the kills? It's Forsaken that is dominating on the Rift.
It is Forsaken who found their way back in this fight because it was the positioning was a little bit risky to begin with. They only had 3 members, I believe, for their team starting the Baron, but one of them was Kalista, so it's, you know, the creme de la creme of the team pretty much in terms of the damage. But Yeti wants to stop the Baron. The health bars are really low.
I mean, they can just do it instantly. You have Kalista, you can always do it. You can always do it. I mean, there's always the possibility of trying to play around that, and Topegi, he is just too smart for that.
Yes.
He's too smart.
Very smooth Skarner right there from the top lane. Very smooth Tong E as well. Is it going to hit? Ah, it does hit, but where's the damage? Excuse me, Kasper, 2 items. I mean, the second one is renowned, but...
I mean, there's no damage. There's no damage at all.
Solari.
And as much as I said, Solari, that I love Orbit Anonymo's team comp, I love how Forsaken are playing. Like, it's not about the team comps right now. It's about how are you playing, and they are playing damn well. And 12k lead in 22 minutes. It's been a while since we've seen such a stomp. It's been a while since we've seen Orbit Anonymo as the organization be in this sort of situation. That's the image that I'm not quite used to yet. And this Garner, I mean, such a funny champion that he's just running for the wall, just straight up, literally going into the enemies. I love it.
He has built Unending Despair as the second item. This guy just wants to go all in into the enemies, just like Forsaken are doing right now into the poor Sejuani. Goodbye, was nice knowing you.
Oh my. Oh my, that's not looking good. And this Kalista is doing the damage, but it looks like Parasite is gonna fall. And yeah, that's basically how it's gonna look like. 12k advantage, 1-for-1, but still support for the jungler. So in a simple theory, is the advantage that was going towards Forsaken in this scenario. They're going even for the inhibitor. They could honestly just go for a double inhib at that point. I mean, you're 13k up. You can literally brute force your way through it.
Yeah, who's going to stop them? Who's going to stop them? Okay, they will try to stop them.
Okay, Ravbin had Zonia's, he's still alive, he's gonna flash through that, so he's not gonna be getting knocked up. Xeoner still able, still charmed, still doing the work. Look at that! He tanked so much damage and he's still 75% of his health. That's so insane.
I know, right? I know, right? But some things are not really too insane right now for Forsaken because they cannot really commit to ending the game right now. Oh, Topegi, brother!
Yeah, he's gonna die right now.
Yes.
And Kalista, she's gonna be getting knocked up. That's a lot of damage. Okay, Kalista is dead. Maybe that's the way to come back. Jinx is on the reset, but yeah, what with the resets if you're not able to go further, if you're not able to find anything else? It's gonna be a 2-for-2, but you are 2 inhibs down. Your base is in shambles right now. And you can try to maybe try to stall it to the late game, but, well, there's no late game in this game.
No.
It's only Forsaken's game in this game.
Unfortunately, no late game, it looks like indeed, because Pam just got a really nice shutdown from that Kalista, but as you can see from the inventory, couldn't really transfer it into anything else. He had just bought the Leash Bane before that fight even happened, so now it's only the needlessly large road, and that's pretty much it for Ahri. Can't really find anything else, but at least the base for Orbit Anonymo is still standing. They managed to get some really good picks from the Forsaken side. They have some breathing room right now. Question is, what can they really do with this breathing room? Because there is no objectives on the map to fight for. They are not really being allowed to get to any of the turrets to get the objective bounties off of them. So it's just about trying to get more gold somehow.
And I mean, they were able to get some more gold. Look at that, Kalista being caught off guard.
Yes.
No summoner spells for her, but let's be honest. How much does it change when you're so far down? I mean, this Jinx is on 2.5 item, but unfortunately, having Last Whisper, it's not gonna give you a lot. It's only Last Whisper. So yeah, right now, Forsaken, they are gonna be in a prime spot to take game 1 of the season, to be the first winners of this Ultraliga season. Look at how cautious they are. Even though they know they are in the lead, they are just so chill. They are just, you know, they do understand how well they are playing, and you just love to see it. You just love to see it. They play so safely. They understand how they should play the game, and yeah, just going for the strongest possible spots for themselves. Look at that ultimate. Oh my god. Even though it's not doing that much damage, just to make sure that you put the pressure on the enemies, that's just so smart.
Yes, and now they can rotate from the top lane because look at the bot lane where the big minions are going through. On the top lane, however, there is still the turret, there is still the inhibitor, the last inhibitor on the base of Orbit Anonymo. It's still standing, and after that, you can start to think about objectives. If the game is not going to be over yet, you can think about the Baron that is coming up or Dragon, but you can fight, for example.
Yeah, you can absolutely fight if you want to go for that, and well, right now, look at this Skarner. He's just looking for something for himself. But yeah, he is just gonna go backwards. He understands that, well, there's no need to go for anything else right now. It's just okay to stay as it is because, well, they are in the soul point. Just reset. You have 45 seconds till the Drake. Kalista is on 4 items. Meanwhile, Jinx is on 2.
And even with all the wave clear that is available to Orbit Anonymo and to Jinx more specifically, it's going to take quite some time for Orbit Anonymo that they will have to spend on their base because look at the waves that are still coming their way. They have to keep it on the bot lane right now. They have to rotate to the top lane and to the bot lane, especially where they need to deal with the mega minions, which means they cannot position around the Drake, which means most likely Forsaken are getting the soul. And after that, what, rotating towards the Baron? Quite possibly.
Right now, I mean, the rotation towards the Baron could be nice, but there is no Baron yet. It's still 15 seconds left, and that's a smart thing what they are doing. Look at that. Azir just staying in the Nash pit, just making sure that he will be able to get the mountain souls for themselves. Meanwhile, what the rest of the team is doing, they are fighting for the mid lane prio. So they want to push the mid lane towards the enemies, so to make sure that they are the first to go towards the Nash. And when they take the Mountain Soul, this Skarner is gonna be even more tankier than he was before. He is gonna be a real force to be reckoned with. So yeah, this Mountain Soul is a confirmation. It's already done. They do have it. Now Ravbin, he can TP towards the Nash if he wants to. They can start off the Nash pretty much instantly because they are just so damn strong right now.
Orbit Normal are around the pit already. They are going to lose all their vision in that very pit. The top lane is still being pushed into them, so they need to answer that as well. But right now, what they need to answer, what they must answer, is the second Baron. They cannot allow for it to fall into the hands of Forsaken.
They need to steal. They need to steal in this one. I mean, if Forsaken understand, they should be smart enough to not let Anchor steal it. And, well, yeah, they are smart enough. This Skarner is gonna do a massive work, just making sure that they are gonna be taking the Baron. And, well, they do. And there's no reset for this Jinx. There's no way for her to do any damage. But, as I said, she is actually doing quite a lot of damage. There's double kill for her. But it's a little bit too late. A little bit too late to be able to do anything else. It's a full ace and double kill for this Azir. Ace overall. They are going for the end. 30 minutes into the game, and a massive work done by Forsaken.
20 seconds on Sejuani, 30 seconds on pretty much everybody else in the team. Yes, this has to be game over for Orbit Normal. This has to be Forsaken winning the first game of this summer split of Ultraliga. What a nice victory it's going to be for them. 23-9, a massive gold lead, a massive Drake lead, a massive objective lead overall. This is a beautiful victory for them, and we didn't really know what to expect from either of these teams from their new rosters going into this split, but now we have some taste, some first impressions from them from this game number one. And Kasper, I want to hear yours.
Well, I think Forsaken playing really well. We saw we said, oh, they have Koreans and so on and so on. It's, we don't know much about how they play, but we know that they are Korean, so they must be good. Well, they are good, and they are quite good. You saw the difference in the bot lane. They're able how to play towards, from what I can see, a player is good. I can see when he's playing towards his limit. He understands what's the limit of the champion, and we saw it today. Kalista flashing towards a hook from Nautilus because she wants to make sure that she gets a hook because she's gonna be still able to outplay it. That's a type of player I'm looking forward to see playing in this league. And, well, for me, a very well-deserved win for Naturally Forsaken. They were just a better team overall.
Yeah, they were. For Orbit Normal, we expected some things, but didn't expect too much because, yes, the name is the same. The name still bears the memories and the trophies that they have managed to accumulate for themselves in Ultra League in the previous seasons, but the roster is completely different. And unfortunately, you could see it in this game today. They were not playing on par with the game that Forsaken were throwing at them, and Forsaken were just obviously the stronger team on the Rift. Of course, things can change a lot throughout the split, but so far we can say yes, Forsaken, with their first game in the split, are bringing in a really nice performance, both micro and macro-wise, because their movements on the map were really nice to look at, and they were much quicker with their rotations on the map compared to Orbit Anonymo. So on all of the levels, they were simply a stronger team.
Oh yes, they definitely were, and they were just a better team overall. They looked really good as the I would say, it's not even about the composition that they played, because obviously yes, they did play really well, but it's more about how they managed to play together and sync together as a team from early to mid game, because we see a lot of teams usually go for, I would say, early to mid game compositions, but they are never even able to be close to getting a success that they would love to play, that they would love to have. But here they did play towards the early game activities, and they definitely did manage to play as I think they should.
Yes. I would love to see more from this new roster of Forsaken. I would love to see what other strategies they can bring on the Summoners Rift, because this one was an easy one ever since Kalista started getting the prio on the bot lane. Ever since those kills started to accumulate on Kalista, you pretty much knew that they should be able to close the game rather quickly, and that's exactly what they did. I want to see them playing from the other perspectives. I want to see them playing more from the more aggression in the early game, or rather going into the very late game and scaling, as we see the Polish teams doing very often. But so far, I am pretty satisfied with what I saw today from Forsaken. And when it comes to Orbit Normal, a lot of things to work on, a lot of misplays, I would say, generally, when you look at their map plays, a lot still to be desired. If we're talking about them as potential playoffs team, it's just not there yet.
Yeah, it's just not there yet, but I still think they need a little bit more time to be able to
Yes,
get
for
into
sure.
it. And yeah, I think if they do get it, I mean, if they are able to master it towards playing into the scaling leagues, they do have a very I would say a very promising roster with a lot of
Yes.
promising players, but yeah, they definitely need to like build it up and be able to like find themselves a more like, I would say, a play style, find their
Mhm.
style. Maybe that's what I would say.
Yeah, I think this is a roster that can really grow up a lot throughout the split. I agree with you in the terms that they need time for sure. They need to work on some mistakes that they are making, but overall, I can see this team going far because individually, I was quite satisfied with what some of these players were doing on the map. Pam was trying really hard, and that Ari, Kahwa, and Uden had really satisfying performance as well. So I like it, but I don't think we're there yet. I think this team really needs to grow up, and what is good is that they can.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I would say. It looks like, but yeah, they played it really well. They played it really well, and I'm excited to see how are they gonna play
Yeah.
in the next few games because yeah, it looked like it was supposed to look.
Yeah, I mean, it's just week one, right? It's week one, day one, game one. There is quite some time still to wake up a little bit. The first game is not always the indicator of how the rest of the split is going to go. Like, not imagine, but remember back to the game with the previous split who went 0-4 in the first 2 weeks and were slightly disappointed, but in the end, they managed to find their footing. Maybe it's the same thing that is going to happen to Orbit Anonymo. But so far, let's talk about for a second because we have the pleasure to have Xioner on the first interview of this split with us. Hello, Xioner. Congratulations with the first victory in this split. Tell me, please, how is the new team feeling right now? This new roster, how does it feel to you?
Hello guys. So I mean it's kinda surprising that there are new Koreans in Ultraliga, right? I'm feeling like roster is quite good, obviously. Like we obviously like very good individual players. The only thing that we have to work on is team play, right? That we've been working on for like past 3 weeks when we've been scrimming. So yeah, overall I'm kinda happy with the team and obviously with the victory from today.
And how would you rate Topegi's playstyle today? How would you say he managed to play on the top side? Because I believe this corner was actually a crucial part of your team's win.
Yeah, I mean, I really like his corner because, first of all, he's very good on it, and obviously he's very broken champion. Yeah, I think he did his job very well, I would say, because he was like he didn't need any resources. We could just play bot side and win the game through bot side, and he was just doing perfect job on the weak side.
Now, the usual question that comes whenever we see a roster with mixed nationalities, how is the communication going within the team?
Yeah, so like usually I'm kind of making the plans for every game, and Rabin is more of a like shot call later on, and that's how like communication is going on. Like Koreans also speak English. It's not like they don't speak. Like Tongi and Parasite are pretty familiar with English. I wouldn't say they're fluent, but they for sure can communicate with us. So they also give what they want to do in the game, and they also give like good information to us.
And do you think with this sort of roster that you're having right now, are you gonna be able to go into EMEA Masters? Is there any doubts in your head, or do you feel like it's a confirmation right now?
It's kind of only one game, right? So it could be overreaction, but I was confident that we will make you Masters when I got an offer from Ekin. So, like, I believe we'll make it. I think it just a matter if we got enough for it.
Honestly, that's exactly what we expected to hear from you, Xiona. Thank you very much for the interview with us. And as you might know, we have this tradition on the interviews here that in the end, the floor is yours. You can give a greeting or a shout out to anybody you want, including in your native language. So do so right now.
I don't have much to say. I can give shout out to everyone that supports me and to my fans if there's like maybe one, you know. So yeah, and maybe shout out to my cat. I really like him.
That's the best shout out that we all deserve. Thank you very much, Xiona, for joining us on this first interview of the split today, and good luck in the upcoming games.
Thank you as well, and see you guys next time.
See you.
See you. Okay, that was Xiona, and it was really good to hear his thoughts on how this game was played, and good to hear his thoughts on how the season is going to go in his opinion. But yeah, it was just the first game of the evening, and it was already super exciting to see.
Yeah, I mean, let's get excited, but let's not get overexcited and over our heads, because we never know what exactly to expect from any of the teams, even though we can see a tiny snippet of what we could expect from them in this split. Everything can change in any possible second. Maybe a little bit Notobo are going to become a super team. Maybe Forsaken are going to stumble upon another team and not find their footing back into the split. We have no idea, but this was the first game of this split, of the summer split of Ultraliga. And Kasper, can you remind, please, what is awaiting us in the next game of today?
I mean, the next game is. I don't think it's on the paper. It looks as good as the other one, but obviously we are gonna have Zero Tenacity and Back to the Game, Matty LODIS and devils.one, which already are two super exciting teams, and Gripchocraft obviously playing against Iron Wolves as the game number 2 of today. So it is gonna be super exciting to see. We are gonna look at this game straight up after a short break. So stay with us, and we are gonna be right back.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad.
Content.
I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
Fighting for my destiny, they're gonna all remember me as legends. We will rise. It seems so far away that we need to surrender away. Got on a ground to LA. feel so lost, I hope that you can save me. Can you still save me? Thunder breaks, it shakes my skin. This plane is coming down, but you can save me. Only you can save me. Rain on me, and over my head a million feelings rushing over me. Rain on me, it's something you said keeps coming back and washing over me. Oh, rain on me. I messed things up, what might have been. Still I could make things right if you forgave me. If you forgave me. But your taillights are growing dim. My world is crashing down, but you can change me. Only you can change me. Rain on me, and over my head a million feelings rushing over me. Rain on me, it's something you said keeps coming back and washing over me. Oh, rain on me. Fighting for my destiny, they're gonna all remember me as legends. We will rise.
And welcome back, everybody, to Summer at Ultraliga. We are very happy to have you back. My name is Solari. I'm here with Kasper, and we are jumping almost right into the second game of the day. We're going to have GRP Esports versus Iron Wolves. We are talking a lot about the roster changes today because obviously it's just the first day of the split. But Kasper, considering everything we've touched upon so far for both of these teams, what do we expect from this game, and what did you predict?
Well, I did predict for the second game that it's gonna be Iron Wolves with the win, but the reason I went for it is mainly because from what I hear from the from behind the scenes and from how Iron Wolves, like the names that we have currently there. Obviously, Domas in the mid lane. When he was in the Ultraliga previously, he used to play really, really well. I understand that he took a break, but still, even though he took a break, he's still a really good mid laner. The break that he took, it's also not like it was like super short, so I do understand why people would be saying, "Oh, he's definitely not playing as good as it was before," because he took 2 years off. 2 years off from professional gameplay, not from the solo queue. Solo queue, he was still playing, he was still pretty high, but yeah, from what I know right now, he's top 3 in Lithuania when it comes to straight up ranks. So it's not like it's very bad or anything like that, but it's also not very, very good. So we will see how Thomas does. But I feel like there could be a lot of promise for himself.
I went with Greater in the predictions for today, bless you.
Thank
Not because I am fully convinced that they're going to win. In fact, I have absolutely no clue about how this game is going to look like. But there are some names that are quite promising because, yet again, we have some familiar faces in the side of Greater Esports. In this split, for example, we have Majutek, we have Fetsky playing for Greater Craft this time. But we also have, again, some names that are coming from other leagues, either from the second or the first divisions in them, that have had a rather nice splits in them. So I do imagine that if for Greater Craft the time between the previous split and this split was enough for everybody to get familiar with each other and to find the common footing as a team, this should be a rather strong team. But again, I have no idea. I guess after the first game, the one that we're going to see today, I will have my mind made, but I don't know.
I mean, we'll see. This team that we'll right now watch, obviously being Iron Wolves and Group Craft as well, is gonna be, I would say, a little bit weird because this is a team that we need to remember they are playing. All of them are playing after a huge breaks, basically. Ents and Roof being the only ones that played without a break, basically. So, for example, Arnox that is playing on the top lane. Last time he played was in October 2021. It's basically 2.5. I mean, it's not basically, it is 2.5 year layoff that he did in a team. Not only that, he is going to be playing with Yanksas right now, who, as we know, also took a break after he was playing in Gentleman's Gaming. It was a short break, but he did took a break, and then he was playing in Method to Madness. And then he came back into Iron Wolves also after 1.5 year layoff. So they are all pretty rusty, I would say. I mean, maybe rusty is not the correct word, but I mean, if you take such a long layoff, it looks pretty bad, I would say.
There is another question to me that arises when I look at Iron Wolves, and I'm looking at the bot lane because we have the Roof and Ends duo there on the bot lane, and it might sound a little bit confusing, but this is because Ends has role swapped from AD carry that he was previously playing to support that he's going to be right now, and there is always a very big question mark. We have the history of very successful role swaps in Ultraliga. Remember Ariana, for example, who went from the mid lane to the top lane and was very happy about the whole change. By the way, Ariana is still in Ultraliga in this split. He's not playing actively, but he is a sub 4-0 Tenacity. But for Ends, right now, this is a question to us. How is this role swap going to look like for him? Whether he's going to feel more comfortable playing as a support compared to being an AD carry before?
That's a very good question. And I think it's gonna be super interesting to see how they play, because we need to remember that right now, from what we are seeing, this is gonna be the first game of the split, and it's gonna be super stressful for both of the teams. Like the first games of the split are usually the most stressful ones for the team, especially if you're a rookie. So for me, looking at Cryptocraft right now, in my opinion at least, it feels like it feels like they just need to play it cool, play it calm, and they will definitely be able to come out on top.
Hopefully. But I feel like this could be said for either of these two teams. Just play it cool, be calm and collected, do your job, don't overcook in the draft, and you're going to be fine. But yeah, the first game at the same time is going to give us a little taste of both these teams, but at the same time, it's not really going to tell us much about what we should be expecting from them going further into the split. So I would rather be waiting till, you know, the end of the next week maybe to finally shape out an opinion for either of them, and that's what I would recommend to anybody who is watching and who is not sure what to think about both of these rosters. Just give them both some time to start shining and to tell us what exactly they're made of.
Exactly, that's what I would say. And we need to remember that like it's gonna be, I mean, it's gonna take some time, obviously, for both of the team to accustom to the new league, basically, for themselves. But my eyes are gonna be set up for Iron Wolves. How are they gonna play out? Because it's another time in the season, like not in this season, but in the past season of Ultraliga, that they come out with their roster basically being very, very late. And this time they took 3 people after such a long playoff. It's going to be a little bit crazy, at least for me, but we will see how they do. Maybe they will play it in a way that we won't think is crazy.
Maybe. But right now, my eyes are going to be set on the draft because we are starting with the second draft of today. Group G draft are going to be on the blue side and Wolves are playing on the red side. This time starting off with some really strong bounce looking at the jungle for both of the sides with Group G banning out Karthus and Zinjao. Wolves are banning out Viego and looking at Xante. Finally, the boy is going to be banned. If we have the full day today without seeing Xante, that is going to be considered a really good and lucky day in League of Legends, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, the most, like, if we ever made a list of broken champions in League of Legends, I would say Xante is on top of that.
Yeah.
Definitely.
2 buffs, by the way, in the last 2 patches. Absolutely needed. Very
Yeah, I
very
mean,
nice.
I mean, that's it. I mean, he was so weak before, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
I know,
you
right?
have to buff him right now. Surely. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. But yeah, we will talk about Xante for sure. But now let's talk about this draft. And well, looking at this draft, 3 bans, Xante, Viego, and obviously Talia from Iron Wolves. But yeah, first picks Karner. I believe it's gonna be something that we will see quite often in
Yeah.
Ultraliga right now.
Quite possibly, and most likely in 90% of the cases, at least, he's going to go to the top lane because he really feels much more confident as a top laner right now. Even though in 14.10 there was an attempt to buff him up a little bit, including his Skarner jungle situation, but on the top lane he just feels so much better. But still, there is the possibility of flex, and Rumble is being a follow-up immediately from the side of Wolves. Another pick that I believe we're going to see a lot of, considering that right now I feel like the general idea for the teams, just looking globally at what is happening on teams play on 14.10, people are trying to go to the mid lane fight and end the game there. Rumble is perfect for that, same as Korotkiy, the first game with the reward Korotkiy that we're going to see today. Is it going to be Roof? Is it going to be
Korotkiy.
Dermats? I don't know.
Yeah, no more package for Korotkiy. By the way,
Yeah.
how do you like that change?
I like it quite a lot. I think the package was limiting Korotkiy a lot to the pro play only because it's almost impossible to communicate the package timings in the usual game, in the normal game.
Okay, that's interesting. But do you feel like he's stronger right now than he was before?
I don't think if he's stronger necessarily. I think he is just strong in general because of more flexibility, because of the more builds he can go into. Like Korotkiy with 2 items, the moment he finishes IE, he has an insane power spike in the game. And I quite like when it happens because his damage output is really nice. But it's going to be tough for him still to find a footing in this game because we are having some picks coming in from Creaturecraft's side, way on the mid lane, and Nautilus for the support role.
I mean, yeah. This is gonna be super interesting to see how it plays out. But so far, the draft from Creaturecraft, I believe, something that we expected that is gonna happen. But what are we gonna see from Iron Wolves? Something that is very important that we already see is that they have no coach. So basically, they're drafting for themselves, which is, I would say, never a good thing. But well, let's see if they win. It doesn't matter that much. So far, a lot of damage from their side, a lot of CC and a lot of magic damage as well. Rumble plus Leona, so we already know that Mercury threats could be definitely a solution for Creaturecraft if they want to go for them.
I mean, those are going to be insanely valuable for Creaturecraft, to be honest, because the engage from Wolves followed up by a good ultimate and a good engage overall from Rumble is going to be rather deadly. The good news for Creaturecraft is so far their main damage is considered in the hands of Hui, who has a lot of range on his hands and who is able to start dealing a lot of damage rather early in the game. So we can see a lot of fights happening, especially around the mid lane, around the bigger objectives like the first Drake, the first Grubs, that are going to be going rather well for Gripture because they're going to have this additional burst of damage coming from the early game wave. But more bans are coming in so far. Both the teams haven't showed us their AD carries yet, so naturally this is something that Wolves are going to consider right now, with Varus being banned by them. The rest of the bans are just the jungle bans: Lilia, Vi, and J4 from both the sides.
Yeah, J4 is a interesting ban, but we know that the youngsters likes to play those sort of champions, so it's okay. But what is gonna be the rest of the team comp for Iron Wolves? They need a carry right now, unless it's gonna be Korotkiy for the bot lane. I mean, there is a possibility of Korotkiy in the bot lane, obviously, as we know. It's gonna be a Trundle right now, so it's a pick for Janxas. And Craft will have to show their hand right now because they cannot stay hidden for the rest of the draft. They will need to show us what they play in what lane, and that's gonna be a little bit of a risk, as always in the draft.
Yeah, I would still assume though that Korotkiy is going to go into the bot lane just because of how comfortable he feels on the bot lane, and with Leona it is a really good pairing because in the early game Korotkiy doesn't really have too much damage and he feels a little bit squishy right now. As you know, as before, he needs a little bit of time in the early game to just start accelerating. But Leona can provide a lot of safety, and she can provide engage should Korotkiy decide to go for something like that. But we have Lee Sin locked in for the side of Group Checkout, so we know they're jungler. And now the question is who's going to be the AD carry. I quite like this idea of Kalista that they're having right now for Fetsky, and if they go for it with Nautilus, it's already a really good pairing and a lot of damage as well on their side, and that's what they decide to lock in.
Yeah, that's looking interesting because Hui is gonna be the only champion that's scaling massively into the late game. Obviously, the rest are gonna be like, I mean, okay, Skarner being the only tank that is scaling well into the late game, so that's okay. But what is gonna be the last pick for Iron Wolves? Is it gonna be Jhin or is it gonna be Draven? It's gonna be Jhin. So now that's interesting. They are cooking.
They are cooking indeed. So Jhin is going to the bot lane with Leona. I gotta say, now that we have Jhin locked in, I like Jhin much more with Leona compared to Korotkiy with Leona because of what I just said a little bit earlier. Korotkiy needs some time to get accelerated. He's not a power scaling champion like he used to be, but still he needs his first 2 items to get going. Leona wants to go in. Leona wants some action. Jhin is much better in the early game compared to Korotkiy. He has a lot of damage. He has some of his own control to pair up with Leona's control. So in theory, for Wolves, I can see really strong potential for the bot lane, especially if you think about not the 2v2s on the bot lane, but 3v3s, because both teams also possess really proactive early game junglers, and if we have 3v3s in the bot lane, that is going to be really spicy.
I mean, I think it is going to be really spicy, and we will see how strong Iron Wolves actually played in the offseason. I truly hope they win, because I want to ask them how much did they really practice during the offseason to make sure that they get into the season in shape. Because if they really did a lot, I mean, that would be interesting to see how it pans out. And obviously, Craft having the younger team overall, also experienced team, maybe not that much, but there is some experience in this team. It's gonna be very, very interesting.
I have no idea who to predict. Just you see the predictions right next to our names down there, but if I were to just judge strictly by the draft, I have no idea who I would have predicted. I have a feeling that whenever you see a Skarner, you kind of automatically want to predict for that team that has a Skarner because of how insanely tanky he is. You saw in the previous game, all it took him was just to build Fimbulwinter, and already that was more than enough tankiness and survivability for him, plus the mana, because the new Skarner does suffer with mana issues a little bit. This item is perfect for him because it solves pretty much everything that the early game Skarner wants. But we're going to have to see how exactly it's going to look like. GRP Esports versus Iron Wolves. Blue side for GRP, red side for Iron Wolves. Interesting drops from both of the side, expecting to have a really spicy bot lane, maybe with the addition of a little bit action on the top lane. But let's see how it's going to look like in reality.
I mean, let's see how they are gonna play, because it's gonna be very, very interesting. This Leona looks like Rel at the start of the game.
Yes,
always.
I was confused for a second.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Yes.
but I think it's good. I think it's very good.
Yes, it's a lovely skin either way, and she looks good. And everybody deserves a little pony to ride into the Summoner's Rift. I would like to have a pony. Regardless, no lane swaps just yet, and frankly, no reason to lane swap. We see less lane swap these days, and that's something I personally am really happy about. I feel like the majority of the viewers are also really happy about it as well, because it was getting a little bit too tiring and too old too quickly. So everybody's staying on their lanes. Maybe we're going to see a little bit of double jungling, rather not jumping but jungling. But what is important to us is to remember that Kalista on the bot lane wants to have kills. At the same time, Jhin on the other side of the same bot lane wants to have a really good lane for him as well. He wants to farm up, ideally to get in some kills as well. Both of the supports want to do pretty much the very same thing. So that is where our eyes should be for the whole game.
Yeah, I think it definitely is. And let's see how they play it out. So far, I would say everything is pretty casual. No swaps. That's a good information, actually, because I hate swaps. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see this Korotkiy. And yeah, Korotkiy is back. He is back, basically.
Yes, he is back with some really interesting changes, but I don't think this lane is going to be easy for him because Valtteri, there is so much range. Speaking of range, look at this engage coming in. A lot of damage already.
Oh yeah, Fesky is going for an all-in, but it looks like Iron Wolves are winning this one. Look at that. That's the first blood. Fetsky is dead, and well, Santu could be right after him if there is a cooldown, but yeah, there was no cooldown on E. Obviously, he had no Q because he was not level 2. He is only now. If he had Q, there was obviously a possibility of going for that, but that's a Jhin that is already very strong. And maybe a stopped recall. Yeah, I mean, they did manage to push the wave so far that the recall was kind of stopped.
Yes, and now Fetsky, whenever he's going to come back out of the turret, is going to be in a tricky situation because the wave is going to be pushed in. It's 2 waves, if I see it correctly. So for Wolves, if they want to recall right now, it is a very safe and very nice recall to have. And I don't know if we're going to have the replay of this fight or not, but it was such a bad timing for Group Jacob's bot lane to be fighting because the shots were there on the roof side. The moment this 4th shot lands, the crit on that, the damage on that, there was no way Fetsky was going to be able to match it up with anything on his side.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Not absolutely. Absolutely in Polish. Absolutely true. And yeah, this Jhin, I mean, we haven't talked about it that much, but I would say that Jhin right now, even though he's not in the meta, he's still such a strong champion. And that's why I love this draft from Iron Wolves, because it gives you a lot of CC with Jhin W, and we obviously can...
3rd shot,
once again,
now it's going to be a 4th shot, and look at the damage. Pew! Immediate 1-shot, 1 kill.
Yeah, that's just... I mean, that's the beauty of Jhin, right? That's the beauty of Jhin. He can one-shot the... also the objective, so yeah, that's a similarity towards Kalista. But what I wanted to say is that you have a lot of AD damage, Trundle, Korotkiy, and Jhin, and a lot of AP with Leona. I mean, Leona is not a damage, but she's a CC dealer, which is very important. So that already makes the, like, going, for example, for Plated Steel Cups being a bad thing in that case. And look at that, Iron Wolves, Jesus Christ. Arnax, actually, not Iron Wolves, going for the fight pretty much instantly. And, well, those are the trades that he is going to be winning if he's going to be getting overburned.
He just needs to not overstep, but since there is this very nice little ward in the enemy jungle, he knows exactly where the Lee Sin is, so there is no way for Arnax is going to overstay there. You can see he is already recalling, and the bot lane is already fighting. This is something we're going to keep seeing over and over on this lane. But yeah, I gotta echo you a little bit on the Jhin side, because he is a little bit of meta pick, but we see him getting more and more attention this time. Like, the split has only just begun, but for example, in the Brazilian league, we already saw some Jhin performances in the previous weekend, and he was finding quite some success because he's able to outrange with his ultimate, of course, some other champions that are really annoying with their range. Speaking of that, Wave, for example, is going to be one of those champions who is not really going to be able to outbully the enemy just because he's outranging everybody.
Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be a lot of outranging in this specific scenario. In this specific team from both of the sides, pretty much. Gripchocraft, especially Artoria, I mean, having elite in the range. I mean, the Hui and range is probably the most broken combo that we can see in modern League of Legends right now. And Jhin and Korotkiy being the same thing. So yeah, it's gonna be super interesting to see how they manage to play, because we know that seeing already Hui being played out in the pro play, that he could be a champion that wins you games, but when you miss the ultimate, he could lose you a game pretty much as well.
Yes, and you need to keep him safe, and you need to find a good window to use him, because he doesn't really scale all that well, but his early to mid-game fighting potential is absolutely insane. And that is what Gripchocraft are utilizing right now. The first trick of this game is also going to be the Chemtech trick, and Gripcho are already taking it because they have Kalista, because they can rotate Hui really safely from the mid lane as well. And they are just taking 8, and for Wolves, what is there but to answer it with 3 Grubbies from the top lane?
Absolutely, and well, we are gonna have a fight maybe. Majutek is trying to walk up through it. I mean, he's level 6, so there is a possibility to try to fight for it. And well, there is the engage. There is also the ultimate being played out. Yangsus is in a lot of trouble, and he is gonna fall. Hui with the first kill, and that was very, very easy.
And a very nice kill distribution as well, because for Gripchukov, giving more gold to Artoria right now is going to be rather important. They also have managed to stop the Grubbies, so right now they are taking at least one. Yes, it's only one that was alive, so it ain't much, but it's still something. Very nice engage right there from Majutek. Really nice impale, really nice ultimate. No way was going to be stopped by absolutely anything. Just good performance from Gripchuk there.
Yeah, but giving a kill like that to Hui could be a massive trouble for Iron Wolves later on. I
Yes.
mean, we know that this is a champ that can do a lot of good things for himself. I mean, with this sort of build that he probably is going to go for, which is Archangel, into later some magic penetration as well, he's going to be a lot of trouble. Look at that already right now, only on tier 2 boost, but he's going to be having no trouble pushing this wave, as Arnax is also be having no trouble trying to win this fight versus Majutek.
This is Rumble for you. He doesn't really need any items. Speaking of boots, he has the completed boots, but it is not what he's after. He's after more damage. Already has a lot of it, already able to withstand really good fights with Majutek, but can he withstand 2 enemies?
And he forced the flash belly, that is, of course. And yeah, Rumble is going to be able to flash away just straight into safety and just play it out a little bit wiser, I would say. And just, just stay cool, be cautious about it, and that's good, because if Rumble dies, a lot of your magic damage is done, basically, because Rumble is going to be far away, and now they go on Hui. Is that a good idea? I mean, it could be, but you're not going to be able to get him when he has his flash up. At least they were able to burn the flash.
Yes, and it's good news for them already, because now they can try to rotate to the mid lane again. They can try to punish him for being flashless, because there is not really much we can do in terms of disengaging from a fight he doesn't want to be taking when he doesn't have the flash available to him. That's why Wolves are feeling a little bit more confident around the mid lane in general, but can't really do too much because Bellet is around.
Yeah, Bellet is around, and Bellet would love to go for any sort of fight. I mean, he is leasing right now, so as we know, he's gonna be looking for a lot of possibilities for himself. And now is the engage coming in. Oh my god, they are just going for this way. No way he survives that. And Truth is gonna be getting a kill. That's some really nice team play from Iron Wolves.
That's quite some serious commitment if I've ever seen one. They really wanted to get Artoria down. They really wanted to get this kill for Roof, and all of these things worked out. They had to burn 2 ultimates for that, but is it worth it in the end? One could say yes, because it's putting Jin into a 2-0-0 situation. He's farming up rather nicely, having in the kills, having the prio for the bot lane, which is going to be rather important in less than 2 minutes when the second Drake is going to come up.
Exactly, and the second Drake is gonna be there soon. 1600 advantage for Iron Wolves. That's a really good early game from their side, but as we know, they're gonna need to scale into the mid game very well as well to keep up the pressure. And it's Jin that the advantage is on mainly. 2 kills for himself, already plated steel cap, so he is gonna be having no issue fighting on the bot side. He's gonna be really tanky with this plated steel caps, and that's something that every single Jin that is being played wants. But also we need to remember that Iron Wolves is gonna be the one that is gonna be playing towards the objectives, and right now they don't have the objectives. They don't have the Drakes. The next one is in 60 seconds, so he's gonna be he and the team is gonna be looking towards the Drake to be able to get it, because when you have Jin, I mean, you can try to combo. Oh my god. I mean, does Thomas? No, Thomas does not die here, but it's gonna be no ultimate for Artoria. But the range, Jesus Christ, this champ is so broken.
Yeah, it absolutely is. We have some rotation from the top lane. We had some rotation from the top lane, but just to secure some vision around the Grubbies, because speaking of the objectives, at least the Grubbies are coming up very soon. The second batch of them for Wolves is going to be rather nice. If they can manage to secure all 3 of them, it's going to put them onto the 5 Grubbies situation with already quite some true damage against the turret. And you can see already that Jinxas is there at the Grubbies. Well, there is no interest from the side of Grape to do anything about the top part of the map. They want to secure the Drake, as you said.
Exactly, and now Gripchukov, the engage is on. They are fighting 3v2 basically, and he does have a flash, so he should be relatively safety, right? Oh my god, he won't be even able to use it. He saved his flash, but he didn't save his life. That's a kill for Kalista.
And that's always a question, should you have saved the flash or should you have sacrificed it in order to get away from Kalista, because Kalista is 1-1 as a result, and of course it is going to be a Drake as the second result of this fight. A second Drake from Cryptograph, so they are working towards stocking up 4 Drakes as quickly as possible. As in the previous game, that is what they want to be doing with Kalista. It didn't really work out that well with the second Drake in the previous game, but this time it might just.
Okay, and let's see what is gonna happen in the jungle, because it's the level advantage for Majutek right now, and Majutek, he is winning this one. Yangsas, is he gonna again fall into the enemy jungler and the mid laner? It looks like he is, because he's slowed down, he's poked a lot in this specific fight, but Majutek is gonna be able to get a finished blow, and now that was straight up a kill, and wow, Artoria was able to get a kill. I don't even know how, but well, let's see what is gonna happen right now. No, Artoria was able to die before he got a kill, so it's a 2v1 in the end. 2 kills for Gripchacraft, looking for the third one, but yeah, he's basically full health.
But Domus has gotten a kill in the process as well, so the Korotkiy is finally sitting on a kill and an assist, so it ain't much, but something. Had to use the flash in the process, so could have been better. Korotkiy does have the dash that he used to have before, so this is something that is almost unchanged from his previous kill, but he had to make sure that he's trying to survive. It didn't really work out with surviving, unfortunately. Has the kill, however. That is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at Korotkiy. I'm looking at whether or not the second item is going to happen soon for Domas, because after that, I feel like this is going to be the trigger point for Wolfsman. They will want to have more fights with Gripchacraft, and not the weird jungle skirmishes like that. They will want to have the proper fights, because in this one, Majutek was definitely having the upper hand all of the time with the little dash in, with the move speed, with everything.
Yeah, and I mean, it was just so weird, and Artoria getting caught off guard as well, but that's actually good for Domas, because if he is gonna be able to get the kills as Korotkiy, as you can see, already the first item is gonna do a lot. The second item is gonna get him basically online, and the third, the fourth, the fifth, maybe in the future, it's gonna get him into the spots that Korotkiy is basically gonna be a solo carry in this specific scenario. So, to me at least, it's a very good start for Iron Wolves right now. They are looking really solid, but obviously, as we know, they are gonna need to make sure that they get the win and they get the Drakes. And as we see right now, as we talk right now, they are 2 Drakes down versus Gripchacraft, which is never good.
But at least they're able to have the pressure on the lane. So you can see they're moving Onyx a lot around the map. Right now, he was on the bot lane to make sure that he can push in a little bit there. They have pushed in the top lane. Oh, that's a nice hook again from Sentu. But why?
Oh, yeah, it is. But the engage is coming in from Iron Wolves right now. They are trying to go into that. Yanksas, he's tanking a lot of damage, but it's Hui that is going to be doing a lot of damage. That's the ultimate that basically made everything possible, and now Roof a little bit caught off guard, but maybe they are gonna try to outplay it. Last shot and last death for Roof. Was able to get a kill, but it's still 4v2, and it's definitely a team fight towards Gripchacraft, especially that we need to consider that it was 4v5 basically all game long.
Yes, Majutek doesn't have much interest in joining the team fights. He either has his own fights or he just goes and sees what he can do on the side lanes, which is something that Skarner is pretty capable of doing. The fact is, however, that Fadesky did overstep in that fight. You can see there is a lot of damage on him. Double kill, I believe, by the time he decided to go onto Roof, but it is really hard for Kalista to be fighting with Jhin in the close grounds like that, especially since Onyx was around, since Rumble was around, so that is the additional damage that Kalista was not really able to do anything about. In the end, however, it is 85. It is the Herald for the blue side, so for the Gripchacraft, they will be able to finally remove at least one turret, because this is 15 minutes in the games, and we still have all the turrets standing on both sides.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, what we are seeing is basically Iron Wolves trying to make sure that they don't fight over nothing, that they did like they did previously, because they did it. Like the last fight was basically over nothing. They felt pretty confident about this fight, and well, it didn't pan out like they wanted to. And Domas right now getting into the stronger point, getting into the second item, and that would be an online point. Like I said previously, Arnox still being consistently good. Oh my god, that's not gonna work out. Arnox is dead.
Yes, he just went to ward this bush, but this is the tri-bush of death. You go to ward it, quite possibly you are going to die. That is exactly what happened to him. He almost had the right idea, but the idea came to him a little bit too late. Dermis is pushing on the top lane, but it looks like GRP are looking for a possibility to push through the mid lane. They still have the Herald sitting very nicely in Belit's pockets. Would be really good for them to unlock this road on the mid lane, but I'm worried about the fact there is nothing GRP are doing about the top lane right now. Wolves are pushing in really nicely and quickly there.
Oh yes, they definitely are. They are going for a mid lane tower, and with the Void Grubs that they taken previously, it's gonna be an easy work right now. And Iron Wolves, 300 gold advantage still, but definitely momentum swung into Cryptocraft's favor.
However, I still quite like what Wolves did on the top lane. They most likely realized that they were losing the mid lane either way with the Herald in the hands of Belly. There is really hard to do anything about it, but they managed to push in 2 turrets on the top lane, and we are approaching the 20th minute mark in the game where the Baron is going to spawn. This is a really good time for them to have more control and more pressure towards this part of the map.
Absolutely, and now Roof still 3-1-1, still far away from IE, but he will be getting there. Infinity's Edge definitely gonna be a stronger point for him, but yeah, no breathing room for Iron Wolves right now. 3 Drakes down and it's a Hextech Soul. The most broken soul that you can possibly imagine with Hui on the team. I mean, that's basically GG. If you lose it, there is no coming back to that.
With the ability haste, with the additional lightning damage, this is going to be insanely hard for Bulls to withstand any team fights from GRP, especially because, as you said, Hui is going to be insane with this whole Sento. Are you sure about that, brother?
Well, I don't think he is, and Sento, he's gonna die. He is gonna die, and that's gonna be a very cruel death, and that's important for Iron Wolves to get kills on the champions like Rumble, obviously. And maybe it's not a lot. Maybe it's only few hundred gold, but you need it to be able to get into the stronger point, to be able to fight for exactly the things like the Drake.
Yes, they would love to fight for it. It's a little bit too early to speak about it just yet. 3.5 minutes. Oh my goodness, this damage! Arnax!
I mean, it's just Hui. I mean, do we really need to say anything else? Just Hui, he's just so broken now. I mean, they are looking for Yangzas. Yangzas is basically doing the same thing over and over again. It's the 3rd time that he's been caught in the enemy jungle. The 3rd time in 18 minutes. I mean, you would believe after the 1st or the 2nd time that, yeah, maybe I did a mistake, maybe I shouldn't do it again. Well, no. Let's do it again. And, well, we see the results.
Unfortunately for Wolves, yes, we are seeing some mistakes getting repeated by them throughout the course of this one game. Of course, again, one game is not really much to talk about, but the fact that Arnax, for example, is getting caught on the side lanes, or as you said, Jangsas is getting caught in the enemy jungle, it is a little bit worrisome. They are in a dire situation right now. 11-6 might not seem like too much of a difference, but if you look at the state of the objectives, at the state of the map, everywhere except for the top lane, they really need to get as much pride on the map as possible, and giving away death for free just like that is not helping them whatsoever.
Especially that Cryptocraft are just about to hit their strongest point, and in the exact moment that they want them. 2.5 minutes, and Skarner is gonna be having stocked up item that is gonna help him to get even tankier than he was before. They are going on Hui one more time. They are really trying to get him, and they will. But the question is what the cost is gonna be, and it looks like the cost is gonna be massive. One more time is gonna be 1-4-2. So yes, you kill Hui. Congrats on that, but yeah, you lose 2 of your members.
It's still a good kill, one can say. However, yes, having a 1v2 exchange like that, it's still not the time for the Drake, of course, but the fact that the Baron is up and Grapeshot have Kalista and they're moving towards it is very worrisome.
It is very worrisome, and Cryptocraft are not wasting any time right now. They are going straight into Nashor's Pit, and well, it looks like there is some clue from Iron Wolves what is going on. Domas is going to be having a TP, so they know what is going on, and they will have to quit doing this. Or are they really going to flip it? Oh, they are going to flip it. Oh, they are going to flip it. Oh my goodness, it's going to be close. Who is going to get it? It's going to be Cryptocraft. But the question is, who is going to be able to survive that? They are going for all of them. They are going to try to find all of them, but they are not going to be able to do it. They are chasing them, but Hui is here, and he should be able to clean the house right now, but he's not doing that much damage. So, as it looks like right now, it's going to be Nashor on 3 people. So I would say it's a fair win for Cryptocraft. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's still a win for them. It's still, for example, Fetsky is sitting on the Baron buff, so it is still a really good one to have for them. For Wolves, however, they're going in with a vision in the pit, so they know exactly what they're getting in. They're getting one out. They know one is not in the fight whatsoever until the TP is coming in from Hui. So that is a good attempt. And that is the right time for them to try to do something. However, it is the fact that they were not able to clean the house quickly enough, or just to clean the house in general. It again speaks to you that Wolves are having some really good ideas, but they're not able to execute them.
Yeah, and Roof was able to get some more kills. He is on IE point right now, so he is really strong, but he needs to deal with a lot of tanky members. Bellet, a lot of poke done his way, so he maybe should recall right now. Make sure that, yeah, they stay on the river, take control, but 3 wards on the 1 bash. Jesus Christ, how often do you see that? And, well,
now it's 4.
Yeah, 4 wards in 1 bash. Well, at least it works, right? It gives vision,
Yeah.
so I guess there's no problem about that. But look at that page that they are looking for, and this is a perfect spot for Hui. This is exactly what he wants. This is the type of fight that he needs, and he will be able to get it, because why not clean ace? And they can go for the inhib right now.
So this is the soul for them. This is the clean ace for them. Everybody is there for 20, 30 more seconds on the side of Wolves. This is going to be a really nice sweep for GRP right now. They will be able to take the inner turrets. They will most likely be able to get to the inhibitors as well, considering the timing. The death time is on everybody on the side of Animals. That was a good fight from GRP. Majutek did a really nice job. He died in the end, by the way, so no, that is not really a clean ace. It is almost a clean ace. But he died gracefully, because if you could see the impale that he managed to find onto the enemies, what was it, 2 at the same time, if not 3? That bought so much time for Artoria and for Fetsky to fire in, and they have more than enough damage with 2.5 and 3 items in their hands respectively. They deal a lot, and they were not afraid to use it all in that fight.
Yeah, unfortunately for themselves, but it doesn't matter if it's a clean ace or not. They are definitely on the highway of getting a win, and that's what I said. I mean, GRP Iron Wolves started the game strong. They looked really good, but now, I mean, there is no denying that it's definitely, it should be a win for GRP. With that being said, I mean, they are so strong right now, and look at that, Ants caught off guard again. They are going on Ants, and how is he even able to survive that? I mean, he was, but now he's going in. They are trying to look for the kills, and it looks like they will be able to get it. The fight is happening right now. Oh my god, they are just killing all of them, and it could be the end right now. 3 kills.
It could. Yes, it absolutely could. You gotta admit that Roof is dealing a lot of damage, and he's staying really far away from the enemy, so nobody's able to get to him and punish him. Problem is, damage from Jin is strong but slow. At the same time, GRP are able to do so much in the up-close brawl in a team fight that they're forcing with the enemies. Look at that, getting the inhibitor on the top lane right now as the result of this fight, and immediately retreating, because there is not much they want to be doing on the enemy's base anymore.
Exactly, and that's gonna be looking really, really good right now, at least for GRP. They are so strong, and I believe we just saw a glimpse of the future by mistake.
I blinked, so I didn't see it, so no spoilers for me. I'm quite happy.
Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna be spoiling.
I mean, you can kind of imagine how the future can
I
look
mean,
like.
yeah. I think we know how the future is gonna be looking like. We have the
state of
clue,
the
right?
game. Yeah,
Yeah, we have
exactly. So I have 3 items on Hui, including the Black Torch, the new item with a slightly confusing image on it. But it's a nice one. It provides him with a lot of additional mana and quite some damage as well. So Kalista is sitting on 3.5 items at this point. So pretty much the power spike for everybody on the side of GRP. 5-3 on Hui, 8-2 on Kalista, and 8-0 on Lee Sin. Somehow we've been sleeping on the fact that he's still unkilled throughout the course of the whole game, sitting on 3 items already, so has a lot of damage, has quite some survivability as well. That is making things so complicated for Wolves, because that is something that you spoke about in the very beginning of this game. Yes, there is a lot of damage on Jin on the side of Wolves, and a lot of range to execute this damage. How is he cutting through the front line of GRP when they're all grouped together? It is impossible for him to fish out for just Fetsky or Artoria.
I mean, yeah, it is gonna be really, really risky for sure. And well, right now 8k advantage 8K, 7K for Gripchocraft right now at 8-0 Bellet is. Jesus Christ, this Lee Sin is super strong right now, and he's doing the work. It's a specific build. Randuin's Omen, some lethality as well, but it's definitely doing the work.
Yeah, it is, because he has the damage, he has the survivability, and he has the tankiness as well. And that is again the problem for Roof, because usually Bellet is the one who is getting in front of everybody. He is the one that is absorbing the shots in from Jhin, but he doesn't really care too much about these shots because he has a lot of survivability on his hands. But right now, the second Baron is up and running on the map. Gripchocraft are starting it already. A lot of really nice vision from them. Majutek to make sure nobody is getting to the beat from that side of the map. Ariana doing pretty much the same thing. No way Wolves are getting anywhere close to it. They're trying to find some things on the bot lane where Domas is still split pushing like a madman, but is it really gonna help you that much?
Well, I mean, they do have Korotkiy, but he was not even able to get a glimpse of that third item. He's still far away. He needs more, and he's not even able to farm the camps easily, because look at that, Skarner is already there. So yeah, I mean, this Korotkiy needs the third item. He needs the package. Give him the package. Come on, give him the package. Maybe that's the way they can win this game.
Yeah, this Korotkiy would really benefit from a package, but alas, it's not really coming your way. There is no patch come out on this side of Summoner's Rift. It's not coming your way. The only thing coming their way is Gripchocraft, who want to take the victory in their hands.
Absolutely, but he does have a third item. The question is it gonna change anything? I mean, I don't think it is.
It is a really strong item. With all regards, this is the glimpse of the old IE we used to have long ago in League of Legends. But I'm not sure if it's going to be enough, frankly speaking. But let's see, because right now we might see a fight. Bellet is fishing for something. Sentry is doing the same thing, and Majutek is on the side lane, pretty much doing the same.
I mean, yeah, that's why we missed Ultraliga, I guess. That's why we missed Ultraliga. I mean, Roof right now being able to just poke away, trying to do as much as he can, but as we see right now, it's not gonna be easy. The engage is in, the ultimate is in, but the question is the win gonna be in? Because oh my god, right now it's Artoria getting 1 kill, 2 kills, and it's a double kill, pretty easy, and the range is absolutely disgusting as well. The inhibitor is gonna be only a matter of time. This Quay is super strong, and Domas is nowhere to be found. He got his third item, but he got his 5th death as well, and that's gonna be it.
That is gonna be it, ladies and gentlemen. 25-10, and let's go into change right now while everybody's still brawling, looking at the nexus of Wolves' side going down slowly but surely. This is Gripchocraft in their first game of the split, securing their first victory of this summer split of Ultraliga, while Wolves are looking at the result of this game and realizing that it is not the worst beginning that we've seen in Ultraliga, but there is yet a lot for them to work on.
I mean, yeah, absolutely, and well, it looked it looks so funny, by the way. It looks so funny, and the advantage that they had previously, like the advantage that they had, like being so strong, obviously in the early game with Jhin being so much up, but they still weren't able to get a win nonetheless. So yeah, I still think that it was a good early game from Iron Wolves, but unfortunately, I must say here, Yanksas did not perform well. He got caught 3 times trying to sweep the enemy wards. I mean, it was disgusting to see. Honestly, it was just disgusting to see.
You know what was not disgusting? The gameplay from Gripchocraft. And what is even less disgusting, what is even more beautiful, is the fact that we have Franjo, the assistant coach of Gripchocraft, on the interview with us. Hello and congratulations with the first victory of this split of Ultraliga for you and your team. And the first question that I have to throw at you immediately is that we see a pretty big roster change for Gripchocraft going into this split. What is the prediction with this new roster?
First, thank you for congratulations. And answering your question, I don't really think we have like any expectation at this moment. We kind of want to perform like the best as we can. We want to show the best league. We want to like show that org that is kind of on the bottom of most tier lists can be actually like having a really good performances and scores, and just playing the best league possible.
And I mean, so far you're doing a pretty good job because this game definitely looked like it was in your favor and you played really well. What did you think of the enemies draft? And did you feel like it should be pretty easy to get yourselves a win? Because you definitely got some gifts during the early game.
I think we were prepared for a little bit different like ban phase mostly. But then we kind of made like another scenario in case that they don't ban things that we think are strong. And overall, we were, I think, very happy with the draft. We got champs that we wanted to play. The draft went kind of the way we wanted it to go. And maybe early game, there were some situations that we were like not necessarily happy with, or some things were looking like shaky and not as good as they should. But overall, I think it was pretty decent.
Now, pivoting away from the team just for a second, there were a lot of changes to pretty much every aspect of the game in 14.10, and we're going to see the continuation of this trend in 14.11. Can we have a very brief overview of yours on these changes? Do you think... No, you know what? Do you like the changes that we're having in these two patches?
I mean, generally, I'm kind of the person that likes when games, like the game changes, because it brings like any type of evolve with this. So you can just like play the same stuff, same champs, same like play styles, objectives, or whatever all the time. You need to kind of adapt. And I kind of also like the fact that if you're better at like reading meta, reading game, reading new patch and stuff, you can be like pretty much ahead of like enemy teams if you figure out things faster. So you can like take advantages of that.
And I think you absolutely did. Thank you for this interview, Franjo. It was a pleasure to listen to you. And, well, obviously we have the same always thing that we had in the previous season, and we do have it in this season as well. You can shout out anyone you want, even in your native language, so feel free.
I wanted to give shout out to the team, of course, to players, to coaching staff, to everyone who helped, to the boys from my and girls, to Kala from my previous team in second Ultraliga, to Maestro. And to all the viewers, thank you for watching, and I hope you will cheer for us in the future.
Thank you very much for the interview, Franjo. We were very happy to have you here. All the best to you and good luck to your team in the upcoming games.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Well, well-deserved win, honestly, and
Yes.
poorly prediction made by me, unfortunately, as well. But, well, it is what it is, as we say. But don't worry, it's only the second game of the evening. We do have the third one going in soon, and it's going to be a banger as well. Zero Tenacity versus Back to the Game, which is, from what I believe, a match of the week that we are going to be having. So we are going straight into the most important one. Even my camera just froze. So, yeah, we definitely need to get a break, and we are going to be getting right back into the Summoner's Rift.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Okay, bro, you know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
Fighting for my destiny, they're gonna all remember me
seen it coming. I should have seen it coming. Why was it that everybody else could see you were wrong for me? I should have seen it coming. I should have seen it coming. Why was it that everybody else could see you were wrong for me? I should have seen it coming. I wake up in a cold sweat now. Panic starting instead of losing all control. My world is spinning round and round, yeah. Trapped in my skin and I can't get out now. Being chased from the memory of her wanting me. Tonight she's laying with somebody else. I was a fool, I was too blind to see. I should have seen it coming. I should have seen it coming. Why was it that everybody else could see you were wrong for me? I should have seen it coming. I should have seen it coming. Why was it that everybody else could see you were wrong for me? You were wrong for me. You were wrong for me. I was a fool, I was too blind to see. I should have seen it coming. I should have seen it coming. Why was it that everybody else could see you were wrong for me? I should have seen it coming. I should have seen it coming. Why was it that everybody else could see you were wrong for me? You were wrong for me. You were wrong for me. I was a fool. You were wrong for me. You were wrong for me. I was a fool. I'm trying not to care, just giving in to the numbness. But I just sit and stare and cry. This can't happen to me. Never believed in the oneness. Now every sentence ends in why. And now she's really gone. The city lights are lonely. Indelible lines were drawn. Life will never be the same without her. I keep falling faster. I can't get past her. I keep falling faster. I can't believe she's gone. It's really cold tonight. I see my breath on the window. Give me a shot to numb the pain. How did this happen to me? Feel like I'm floating in limbo. Start spinning round and round again. I can't believe she's gone. The city lights are lonely. Indelible lines were drawn. Life will never be the same without her.
She makes her eyelids glisten, 'cause she wants them all to turn around. She loves when people listen, and she loves when they don't make a sound. Starlights and pop machines, always in the perfect light. The way she pretends to be indifferent. The way she pretends to be indifferent. She always times her entrance, and she never looks into the crowd. She craves the raw attention. She'll do anything but not out loud. Pastels and cherry gloss, she wants to rule the night. The way she pretends to be indifferent. The way she pretends to be indifferent. She always times her entrance. Fighting for my destiny, they're gonna all remember me as legends. We will rise.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the first day of the summer here at Ultraliga. The weather is good and the forecast for today is great because we just had 2 amazing games to kick off the day. But the fun is only just beginning because the match of the week is right ahead of us. Zero Tenacity versus Back to the Game. Kasper, brief us in.
I mean, it is gonna be the game. Basically, top 1 team of the last season versus top 3 team of the last season, because Orbit Anonymo obviously was a second team of the last season in the long run, even though they finished regular season being the first one. But this team played a full-on best of 5 last season that almost ended in the back to the game win, and we need to remember that was almost also the same team that just played. And I would love to see Zero Tenacity start of the season strong and start of the season like they want to play, which is exactly like they used to play, which is through the bot lane, which is through Harpoon, through Korotkiy. Maybe they will do it. We will see.
Maybe. To me personally, I will have a close look at Melonic because in the previous split, in the beginning of the previous split, I was very harsh to him, and I hope I wasn't too harsh, but he grew up so much throughout the previous split that when we got to the finals and he got his finals MVP, it was very well deserved. And then in the performance throughout the EMEA Masters in the previous split, he was also having really decent plays there on the top lane, especially considering the fact that EMEA Masters happened in the meta of the constant lane swaps and overall the craziness of the Summoners Rift. Melonic really did find his footing closer to the end of the season on Summoners Rift, and I can't wait to see if he's able to show us even more coming into this split.
I mean, he definitely can, but we will see if he will be able to do it, because the battle of the top laners is gonna be really, really interesting in this one. Polsky versus Melonic. I mean, Polsky is the guy that can solo kill you in the lane, and Melonic last season was the guy who could definitely dine in a 1v1 in lane. So we will see who's gonna be able to come out on top. What's your prediction, Soli, for this one?
I have to echo you from the beginning of the day today, from the pre-show today. It is inting if you're not voting, if you're not predicting for Zero Tenacity to win. And I did predict, I believe, Zero Tenacity to win, but I gotta give it to Majutek, who predicted Back to the Game, because I think they do have decent chances. I'm just worried about the fact that this is the same roster of Zero Tenacity from the previous split, and you could see how much they have grown as a team together throughout just one split. Imagine what could have happened in between with them both camping, with them preparing for this split extensively, and now coming into the first game. It can go extremely well, or it can go in the shambles, because we have no idea what is happening within the team as always.
I mean, like you said, it can go in the shambles, but it already did in the first part of the
Yeah.
season, right? So maybe now is the time to focus on getting the positives out
Yeah.
of them. That's exactly what I'm looking forward to. We will see it in the draft already, and we will see how they play. Hopefully, we will see some positives.
I think we will see some positives, but I want to see positives from both of these teams. I think if we just put Zero Tenacity versus Back to the Game, both of the teams being at their peak, this is a really, I mean, what am I talking about? We already had the case of both the teams being at their peak in the playoffs of the previous split that you just mentioned before. The fact that Back to the Game almost got it from Zero Tenacity, almost got into the finals themselves. It was insane. It had been really hard to predict something like that going into the beginning of the split, but it did happen in the playoffs. So I really wonder this time, maybe we're going to see some craziness from both of them.
I mean, we will see. We will see how they go, how they do actually. Because right now, in my opinion, at least, the draft is gonna be super important for
Yes.
Back to the Game if they want to give us the upset. We do remember that overall, looking at how this best of 5 went, it was basically Salami trying to go crazy and trying to find himself something, playing obviously the most broken champion in the wild that was there. We know who it was. We don't need that champ back. We don't need it back. But yeah, right now they will need to win this game without Smolder. They will need to win this game with Jinx most likely. So we will see if they will be able to do it. Hopefully they will.
Hopefully. But no idea again, because Zero Tenacity are not a team to be taken lightly. They are the team that have been preparing a lot, and their goal, I believe, in this split is going to be the same as in the previous one: not to win Ultraliga, but to get Team A Masters and show everything that they can right there. But let's see what they can show us to this first game of this split, with Back to the Game being on the blue side, Zero Tenacity on the red side, starting off with banning Skana. So this is going to be the first game of the day where we are not seeing Skana first pick on the blue side.
I mean, that's a good information, I would say,
Yes.
honestly, finally, because it took us a while to see it, but I think the game is going to be better without Skarner overall. So yeah, let's see what the games are going to look like, because so far, Skarner banned Xin Zhao and Caitlyn. What Zero Tenacity are going to cook? That's the question that I'm having. So far, they focus on top lane. Camille banned as well.
It is not a surprise to me, honestly. Do you see who is on the top lane of Back to the Game? This is Cozy. This is the Polsky. Because if there is ever a really strong Polish duelist that you should be scared of on the top lane, this is for sure Cozy. I would not be surprised if they also decide to ban out something like Fior or just anything from the top lane as well as the first ban. But no, actually Korotkiy, yes, is not going to be present in this game.
I mean, that's interesting. And now, maybe, who knows, maybe it's going to be Hui. That would be interesting to see. Hui first pick, that's something that we haven't seen in a while, but now we will. Okay, so it's a Hui first pick. Now Z10 will have to answer. Are they gonna go with the old good strat, just going straight into like weak side top and strong side bot? I mean, that's definitely a possibility.
It worked in the previous split for them. Why shouldn't it work right now when everything allows you to do so? You're just working around Harpoon or around Kofti, depending on how exactly the game goes, putting Melonic on the weak side. But they are starting interestingly, because you can remember one of the bans from Back to the Game right here was Xin Zhao, which Blurzer really loves playing. But Ivern, you pick Ivern when you really want to be dancing around one hypercarry in your team, providing all the peeling and all the production possible for them. And Ivern really doesn't suit Blurzer's playstyle that we're used to, but I am excited to see how he's going to work out.
I mean, yeah, now it's gonna be interesting. Tristana as well. So it's Tristana for the mid lane, I suppose, and Vi being picked as well. This Vi is gonna be putting some pressure. Jinx would be nice. Yeah, Jinx is nice. This is the first rotation that I wanted to see from Back to the Game. This is a good start. We will see if they will be able to finish it up as well.
We have almost the full Arcane roster in this game, by the way, with Jinx Vi picked and with Caitlyn banned. We only need to see Echo somewhere, but unfortunately, I doubt that is going to happen. But this is a strong pick for them already. With Jinx Vi in one team, you take really strong champions for yourselves, and at the same time, you make sure that there are not really many options for the enemy to get to your Jinx, who wants to be staying as safe as possible. Same goes for Hui. So I really love it from all sides for Back to the Game. For Zero Tenacity, they have already two really strong AD carry AD carries, yeah, basically on their team with Ivern to support them, which means first of all they need some really strong AP damage on their side. Second of all, they don't really need a appealing protective support anymore because they have Ivern. They can go with a lot of damage on the bot lane to pair it up with Aphelios.
I mean, yeah, this Aphelios could do a lot of things, especially if he is paired up with Thresh, for example, and Thresh is still open all the time. And top lane is still open, so... I mean, it's gonna be very interesting, but still not a lot of AP power on the Z10 side. Look at that. I mean, that opens up a possibility of going for Gwen, if they want to. But we will see if they do it. I mean, I would ban Gwen if I was back to the game.
Yeah, it sounds like a good ban, honestly, because she would be really scary going into the team fights with back to the game. Could be a little bit hard for her to get to Hui and to Jinx, but overall she would still be a menace to deal with, especially Gwen is immune. She doesn't really care that somebody's trying to pew-pew her from afar. But the bans are coming in.
Pew-pew her, yeah. Try to pew-pew her and she's immune to everything.
Exactly. Unpew-pewable. But the support bans are coming in from the side of Zero. Tenacity, back to the game, don't want to see some more things on the top lane or support, depending on how you look at the things. Zac and Ornn are removed, Rel and Noodles are removed. Guess who is not removed? Leona is not, and she's getting picked by Zero Tenacity. So a lot of engage, a lot of control. AP damage, please.
I mean, yeah, AP damage would be needed on Z10 side. I mean, still, Gwen is open. If I'm Z10, I'm just going for Gwen because she's gonna single-handedly win you the game. If you don't want to play her, that's okay, but then the enemies are gonna go... Or Rumble, but Rumble could still be stolen, right? I mean, they can still go for Rumble themselves, but it's gonna be Sion. Okay, oh no, we are going straight back to the swaps. I hate it. I hate it.
It's not necessarily a swap just yet, because in theory, Jinx shouldn't really suffer too much on the lane with Aphelios. It is Leona that I'm really worried about. They need some really good protective support for Jinx. Braum will actually do the trick. However, with Braum, Jinx can as well just go into the lane swaps as well. So I'm not entirely sure what to expect from back to the game in this game. I wouldn't want them to lane swap, but maybe it's the idea just to try to funnel as much gold as possible into Jinx as early as possible and then see where the game goes.
I mean, from what we can see right now, the game is gonna go like back to the game want to play it. A lot of tanky champs for themselves. Braum, Sion, and Vi. We already saw this sort of comp today, and it did not work out well for the first team that played today. Cassante is gonna be the last champ, the most broken out of all of them.
Yeah, now I'm
What do you
worried
think,
because
Sully?
Melonic on Xante is really scary. Melonic really knows how to pivot the champion really well. It still leaves an open slot for the AP damage in Zero Tenacity. So far, it's only Ivern who is stealing any. And frankly, you can build Ivern into a full-on damage dealer. It is not too much of a problem for him. He just ditches the Moonstone, he ditches Redemption, and he goes into full-on damage. And he's going to deal a lot of damage while still maintaining the crowd control. I'm not sure if that is the plan for Zero Tenacity, but I imagine that's something they should be forced to go into.
I mean, in my opinion right now, I mean, it's definitely not gonna be the, I would say, the Ivern damage dealer in this game. Is gonna be the support one, but well, we will see. We will see. I mean, hopefully Ivern is gonna do the work. I like the comp from Z10. I'm not gonna lie. I like the second one as well, but not a lot AP damage on the side of Zero Tenacity. But it's not gonna be the problem if you are able to snowball the game fast enough.
Yeah. If you have so much AD damage that the enemy is not even having the time to itemize against you, apart from the play the steel caps and maybe something for a sign, yeah, it's going to be the ideal case for them. But back to the game, I really love what they're bringing in. They have to engage, to disengage, they have a little bit of everything. Question is, of course, if a little bit of everything is going to be better than just pivoting into one specific strategy. We're going to see that. We have the match of the week, we have the matchup of the week. Of course, it's going to be, I mean, honestly, Kasper, pick any matchup on this map and it's going to be the match of the week. But welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Summoners Rift, and let's see what both of these teams are bringing in for the first match of the split.
I mean, yeah, it's their first match of the split, but we've seen some games already today, and so far it's Harpoon versus 5 players of Back to the Game. He needs to play it safe because that could, yeah, this small one Harpoon. You need to play it safe.
Yeah, stay safe. Just play safe under the turret and everything, and it's going to be fine, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, back to the game, they are going crazy. Look at that. I mean, they are just traveling across the jungle of the enemies.
Just casually walking through the enemy jungle, putting in some wards here and there. They know where Korotkiy is. Do they want to collapse on the Korotkiy? Oh, they do.
Oh yeah, they definitely do. And Korotkiy had to jump back, but he didn't have to use the flash, and now that's the most important thing. Harpoon and their Dota, they do have the idea of what's happening there, but they don't want to face check it.
Who would want to face check in their
Yeah.
in their place? Nobody. They just know that this part of the jungle has to be given away. They still want to see what exactly is going on.
I mean, yes, they do, but that's not a good idea, especially versus 4 of the opponents. I mean, Cozy can always TP back towards the top side, so it's okay. But yeah, they need to play it safe on the side of Zero Tenacity, because if you give the advantage early on, you could lose it very well.
Honestly, this could be an early tower dive coming in from back to the game, because there are 4 members still on the bot side of the map, and Blizzard was forced to start from the enemy's jungle, from the blue side of the enemy's jungle, from the blue buff side of the enemy jungle. So he is nowhere to be found anywhere soon. Back to the game. What do you want to do? Because right now they're at the Gromp. Where will they rotate afterwards?
And I mean, there's no rotation, Sully. They are going straight for the dive. Oh, Jesus
Let's go!
Christ. No TP coming in from Kasante. They are going straight for the dive. They are going straight on Harpoon, and Harpoon is basically dead. Straight up. And a quarter, you need to be safe. But, well, he is safe, and Lotan is in the double kill mode. 2 kills for back to the game, and that's exactly what we wanted to see. Jesus, that was a fast one.
Yes, and that is a great beginning of the game, because look, right now Cozy is TPing back. Oh, he's even stopping the recall of Melonic. Beautiful. But the thing is, they gave away the first blood, but that was something they had planned to do all along, because they sent Cozy as the first one under the turret. He's taking in the aggro from the turret. And he doesn't care if he dies, because even if he dies, he still has the zombie mode, and he's going to be useful in this fight. And in the meantime, Lothar is the one getting the double kill. He's the one getting in the gold. Now he's going to be the one getting in even more gold on the bot lane, because there is the lane swap coming in from Zero Tenacity's side. Everything is working out perfectly for back to the game, especially for their bot lane.
I mean, so far, back to the game should be very happy, especially with Jinx getting a double kill. That's a difference maker right now. And like I said, we are going to get a lot of swaps, and it's Kasante already on the bottom lane. He's not going to be happy with that one, especially with Jinx pushing into him right now. But, well, that was a very fast first blood. We didn't expect that.
Oh, look, Lothar is going in. And look at the same time at Cozy, who is already rotating towards the bot lane. They want to swap the lanes back. I would imagine back to the game just pushing in and seeing what else they can do. But Shasky is on the bot lane as well. They want to kill Melonic.
I mean, they want to try to kill Melonic, but it's not going to be easy. You know, Melonic is super tanky already. I mean, he does have a potion, Doran shield. He is tanky. That's going to be a mistake. If they want to really dive him, I feel that's gonna be a huge mistake, especially with Leona coming in and Blizzard. Oh my god, that's gonna end. That could be a massive mistake in back to the game's game plan. They want to go for it. They are going for it, but I don't personally like this Solari. They are tanking the tower. They are doing what they can, but so far they can't do a thing. I mean, we saw it already. If you see Blizzard being close, don't do it. What's the point of that?
The point is that Lothar is 3-0. Despite of how it went, despite of the fact that Cozy died and it wasn't the cleanest tower dive we have ever seen, it is a 3-0 Jinx by 5th minute in the game. So it is something.
I mean, yeah, but still. I mean, it's a 1-for-1 in the end. Plus, I still think like the display wasn't worth it. Yes, you get another kill on Jinx. Fantastic. But look at that. That could... Okay, that's the first one. That was a clean play. Because overall, you know that Cozy is gonna die either way.
Yeah.
It's a shame that Harpoon got a kill, obviously. But, I mean, he had to in this sort of situation. It would be better if Ardota got it, but it was kind of impossible. But if you give a kill to Kasante, most of the people would be like, oh, it's not a big deal. It is a big deal. Because he's gonna get super tanky and Jinx is not gonna get resets later on. I mean, yes, sure, you got a kill on Melonic. Fantastic work. Great, but still, he is gonna get to the 2-item power spike, and later on, Jinx is not gonna be able to get resets. Not at all, and that's gonna be a huge issue.
That is true. I still think if the fights are happening around the mid game, Sisyph is going to be able to help the team deal with Melonic, to deal with the tankiness of Xante, because he's going to go into the Liandry build for Hui, and that should, in theory, be enough damage to try to do something about him. But yeah, I can see your point. I still think, however, that this is a good beginning for back to the game with the 3 kills for Lothan. Question is, of course, whether they will be able to do anything with it afterwards, if they can rotate it into anything else, because the lane swaps have ended. The both laners are yet again facing each other. The top laners are happily chilling on their top lane. But the first Drake is up and running already on the map. The grubbies are up for the grubs as well. So back to the game of rotating towards the Drake.
Exactly, they are doing that because they understand, well, if we rotate towards the Drake, maybe we will be able to do something about it. Jesus Christ, the language is tough. Quite tough.
It
but
is.
Yeah,
It is.
it's okay. It's okay. So overall, right now, I think that, yeah, Z10 very happy with what is happening because even though, yes, they are behind, look at that, K'Sante already super strong. He's just going for an all-out instantly because he understands, well, I can try to go for it. Is he gonna win this one? Let's see. It's a level disadvantage for himself because it is level 6 versus level 5. If only Melonic hit that Q, that could have been massive, but it's not gonna happen right now. Melonic trying to look for something else. These 2 tower shots really got him low, but Blurzor is quite... I mean, he is there, so if there's always a possibility of Blurzor joining in, he should be safe.
However, if Shaska was to join the fight around the grubs right now, it would have been a massive advantage for back to the game with Melonic being solo, but not anymore. He just had the fruit, and Shaska is not really joining, so Zero Tenacity are just getting the grubbies, getting out of the question and out of the picture, but they might have a fight right here. No, not really. It's just the fight for the evasion. It is a fight, though. It is still a very important fight, but I would rather see the fight for a Drake somewhere soon, because the first one, the Cloud Drake, is still waiting for somebody to go and get it.
Oh yes, and let's see what is gonna happen on the bot side. As we can see, not enough damage for Lotten. He is 3-0, but we are only 8 minutes into the game, and so far, Lotten with Accorder working together, making sure that yes, every single time they are pushing the wave, they will be able to get some advantages for themselves. And so far, it's looking good. 20 CS advantage. Obviously the same being lost on top lane, but I think you prefer to have CS advantage being 2 Jinx done on K'Sante.
Yeah, of course. It's fine if your Sion is losing on the top lane in terms of the level and in terms of the CS, because that's what you usually take Sion for. He is a really solid weak lane because you know that he's still going to be extremely useful and strong later on as a split pusher, as an engager, as a front lane, as whatever you want him to be. So yeah, it's still totally fine for back to the game. I am surprised with not seeing them doing anything around this Drake, considering just how much prior they have been having around this bot lane and bot side of the map in general. Not transitioning it into anything is a sin.
It is exactly like you said, and well, Melonic right now slowly getting towards the first item. That's important. The moment he hits the first item, he is gonna be super tanky. Like, it is gonna be legitimately the issue of getting him out. They will need Sisyph to be their own way to be able to get him out, because he is the only AP source of the team's damage, and he is building plated steel caps. Obviously, Melonic is. So yeah, they will need some AP damage in there for sure.
They will. Will they get it? Well, they will eventually. Question is whether it's going to be enough. One of my questions, however, it just has been answered. Finally, the Drake is dead. The dragon has been slain, and the Dragon Slayer is the back to the game, sitting with 1 dragon in their pockets, waiting for the second one. Back to the game, still pushing in on the bot lane, but the game has really slowed down from that moment on. We can expect really explosive fights to start the moment everybody starts hitting their first items. Jinx is obviously the closest one out of everybody pretty much on the Summoner's Route to get it there, but I'm looking at mid laners because they are going to be massive enablers for both of the teams to go into big fights. Woo! Melonic?
And yeah, that's the level advantage for you, ladies and gentlemen, and Melonic. He needs to be careful because he was doing everything he can to try to get a win, but look at that now. Oh my. It's the rotation coming in from Braum. If they are able to flash, maybe, yes, they can try to catch Melonic. Yeah, Accorder flashes, ultimate, instantly. There's also Lotten, and that's the kill for you, ladies and gentlemen. 4-0 for Lotten, and that's the mistake for Melonic. He overstayed his welcome, and he paid the price for it.
Yes, with the ultimate flying in from Jinx, it was the warning. He didn't really take the warning seriously, and he had to pay the price. Wanted to use like Sante. However, both the AD carries right now are getting in quite some gold into their pockets. Oh, speaking of gold.
Yeah, they're going straight on Sion, but he does have a flash. It will or will not save his life. He will be able to get most of the minions, obviously, thanks to his passive. But still, apart from that, it's a good play for Z10 right now. They were able to get a lot of gold on Harpoon, and they need it, especially with what Loten is doing on the other side of the map.
And he's just getting the gold. He is a money-making machine at this point. He's getting the turret plates. He has all the kills in his pocket so far. Out of his whole team, he might be getting this turret down, but Tenacity are going to be faster in that sense. On the bot lane, really good guns were there for Aphelios, making sure that he could cut through this turret rather quickly.
Oh yeah, he definitely can. And let's see what will happen right now, because back to the game, it looks like they could try to go for something else. I mean, they still have 1k disadvantage, but it's not that big of a deal when you hit power spikes, like Sisyph, for example, right now. They still have a lot of gold on Jinx right now, but they still need to pay it out because they have no items. And yeah, the tower will fall right here, right now. Loten will get the reset, but he will not be able to do anything with it, just farm a lot more. And I'm surprised with how well Loten is playing. We need to remember, this is the guy that just took one split off, and maybe we could be, you know, hypothetically speaking about him having some rust on him, but he's definitely playing fresh right now.
Yes, he is feeling fresh. He is playing fresh as well, taking the grubbies into the pockets of back to the game as well. It's going to be, yes, it's going to be 3 Krabbies only, but it's still something. 3-on-3 is the exchange between the teams. And you were speaking about the items. Finally, this Jinx is recalling. So I'm hoping to see the first item completed. And whether was going to be, oh no, not like that. Has to use the cleanse to get away. No recall for us just yet on Lothon's side.
I mean, it's only a cleanse, fortunately, but yes, look at the tempo advantage right now for Zero Tenacity getting the mid lane plates. Yeah, Kozi will be able to get something on top lane as well, but he's 0-3-3. Kozi is not having a good game right now. He's definitely not enjoying life.
The fate of a Sion player in the current meta, you're doomed. You're not allowed to have a good play whatsoever. You know who is allowed to have a good play? Sisyph, apparently, because this way he's feeling rather comfortable farming up. Already has the first item. I'm slightly surprised to see it's a Blackfire Torch, the new item added with his patch 14.10. It gives a lot of mana and ability haste and AP, so it's everything that Hui wants. And it also gives you additional AP burn onto the enemies, but these burns scales with AP, so that's why I'm surprised to see it as the first item. I would rather see it after there is already some AP accumulated, but at least now there is quite some scaling available for this wave.
I mean, yeah, definitely there is scaling available, but this game is even so far in 15 minutes. And would you say, Solari, you're more disappointed in Z10 or rather happy with what Back to the Game are showing us right now?
I am not disappointed with Zero Tenacity. The game is pretty much going into the direction they want it to go. They don't have anything for an explosive early game, so it's fine for them to wait it out and see what the payoff is going to be later in the game. I am a bit surprised with the loss of tempo from Back to the Game on several occasions, but it's still a 4-0-0 Jinx with an IE completed as the first item, so we might see something interesting here.
I mean, there will be a lot of interesting things happening, especially without Melonic in this case. Melonic is just straight up dead. I mean, this Kazante is tanky, sure, he is tanky, but he's not gonna be as tanky as he would like to if the redemption is not used by Blizzard. This is gonna be the most important part of the teamfight, because Jinx would love to get a reset in the teamfight, but when the redemption is used, she will not be able to do it. So we haven't seen that yet. It's not the issue yet, but it will become soon.
And I can imagine there is going to be even more armor stacked for Melonic, because already starting up with the Frostfire Gauntlet, already going into the Thorn Mail, most likely. Yes, maybe the second or the third item, we'll see about that. But yeah, for Jinx, it's going to be a really hard time to do anything with this Xante. But is it going to be hard time to do anything about this Herald? Because Zero Tenacity out there and taking it rather quickly.
Oh yes, and they are going straight on Harpoon. The redemption is missed, but it's a straight up 1v1 versus Shasky. It's literally a 1v2 right now. And Melonic trying to survive, trying to do something around the teamfight, but he's not able to do it. Melonic, 1v3, change it to 1v4, because it's a kill towards Sisyph. 2-0-0. This way is literally playing like he's on fire. And I don't want to be the first one to say it, but apparently maybe betting on Zero Tenacity isn't. I don't know.
Maybe Majutek knows something better than we do. Maybe believing in your boys till the end is actually much more beneficial than trying to win the points and predictions game and everything. But Zero Tenacity are not really looking the freshest in this game. There was a very dangerous engage coming in from Shasky with the ultimate from Vi with the Cease and Desist onto Harpoon's Aphelios, going really far into the enemy's territory with no follow-up available immediately from back to game. Look at how far he is from the team with the flash from Aphelios. This is flying really far from everybody else, but to Shasky's point, he stayed alive for a really long time there. Didn't get the kill, but his team got the kill in the meantime, and he didn't die. So somehow it all worked out for back to the game.
He was able to hold Harpoon playing 1v5.
Yes.
1v1, sorry, and it worked out.
It did.
And we will see if the rest of the game will work out for back to the game. Infinity's Edge for Lotten, and not only that, going for the second item as well, and that's gonna be a huge power spike right now for Z10 and for back to the game as well, because look at the items, 2 items on Kofte. We don't speak a lot of Kofte in this game because he is 0-0-0. He haven't been a part of the action a lot. But definitely he will slowly build up to becoming a very important member of the team, especially with this Kraken Slayer and soon to be Infinity's Edge, and what I reckon at least is gonna be. So yeah, we will see if this is gonna work out, because so far it's the engage on the mid lane. Blues is gonna be super tanky, but back to the game are not scared. They want to go for this team fight. They want to fight. They try to engage on Melonic. I'm not surprised about that, but let's remember, Melonic is gonna be super tanky, but he's not gonna be able to survive this team fight. It's 1-5 for him. But Lotten, he's still not able to do anything more. I mean, now he will. He got the second kill. Maybe he will be able to get the reset. Maybe the third kill. Oh my god, Lotten is amazing. So is Hui. Z10 out of position, out of everything, and 0 tenacity. Not in this game. Maybe call Heavy Hime. He needs to step in on the mid lane and do some damage because it's not working out.
No. Let's not go into this direction, okay? Back to the game. Let's get back into the game and let's look at back to the game, because 10-3 they are at this moment, and everybody is insane. You were talking about how Melonic is going to become a problem for back to the game, and it does take quite some time for back to the game to kill him, but they do kill him regardless, especially because I feel like this Black Fire Torch as the first item is really paying off for Sisyph. Look at the damage he's going to throw at this Xante, especially with the ultimate is going to hit. That is going to be an insane amount of boom right onto Melonic, and this is a reset for Lothar for you. And after that, Jinx pretty much becomes not just excited but also unstoppable, because look at her HP bar. Nobody's doing anything about Lothar running around and free firing at the enemies.
Yeah, I mean, it is looking quite well right now for back to the game. They are definitely closer to the win than they were before, and back to the game, they can feel it. They can definitely feel it. They know how strong they are right now. They know that this Jinx is absolutely on fire, and if they are able to get this win, that would be already a shocker of the season in the first, literally the first game of the season for these teams.
Hey, this is what Majutek wanted for back to the game. He said he wants to see the beginning of the split being reversed compared to the previous split, because back to the game, if you remember, 1-0-4 in the first 2 weeks of the winter split of Ultraliga this year. But this time, maybe it is going to be dreams coming true for Majutek, and it's going to be a 4-0 for back to the game, because they're looking really strong. I really love some of their decisions here in the mid game. I love the fact that they are ahead of 0 tenacity, not by far, but they are not afraid to show them this difference. Right now, however, it is going to be all about that tempo, because Kofte is getting to a 2-item power spike, same is coming for Harpoon, and when this hits, we are not sure, we cannot be sure if back to the game will be able to withstand the damage and the fire coming their way.
I mean, they are going for the Drake. I would say that the Drake for tier 2 is good for them right now. It's still gonna be an issue in the team fight because you're gonna be playing against Ivern, so it's not gonna be easy, but still, I mean, you got the Drake, you got yourself on the soul point pre-20 minutes. So I would say that's success.
I would say so too. Especially since we saw that already in the previous game, for example, when the top lane is destroyed for the blue side, but they still push in because top side is not the end all be all. They are still keeping some sort of pressure on everywhere else on the map. Would love to see them pushing in a little bit more, because you can see Cozy is just being constantly sent on the side lanes, and frankly, that's exactly what he should be doing with having so many death already on his poor side ahead, having so little CS. The best he can do right now is just to keep maintaining this pressure on the side lanes, especially on the bot lane. But after that, What do we want to see from back to the game? Because we have 4 minutes until the potential soul for them. The Baron is already up and running, and it does feel like all eyes are set on this top part of the map now.
And let's see what is gonna happen in the next part of the map. In the next 5-10 minutes, that's gonna be game changing. Possibly on back to the game side, or obviously on Z10 side, because they are the ones that are behind right now. They are still very strong. Like I said, this Tristana is definitely doing the work, but still, Sion, I mean, yes, he is 0-3. He is 0-3. He is only on level 12, but so is K'Sante. It's not like we can see like there's a huge difference between themselves. They both give some utility to the team, but still, it's all gonna be on Hui and Jinx, and those abilities are super easy to use. Hui ultimate is easy. If he just lands it, it's pretty much game over.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, they are gonna have redemption to save them in a way, but redemption is not gonna heal you all. It's gonna give you a little bit more of survivability, but that's about it.
Thing for Melonic is that he indeed went into Thornmail as the second item, which is really good against Lothan. But it's not helping him whatsoever against Sisyph, and Sisyph is dealing a lot of ticking AP damage onto him, which is deadly for a tanky champion like Sante when he doesn't have any AP resistance whatsoever. He needs more money, he needs to get into the third item territory, and then we can be talking about a potential back to the game ticket for Zero Tenacity, but not just yet. He's already going in with a cloak, with a little anti-magic cloak, but it's not nearly enough against Sisyph, who is sitting on 2 items right now. He is feeling extremely comfortable.
I mean, yes, as he should. As he
Yeah.
should. That's the most important part. I mean, yes, K'Sante is right now strong, no doubt about it, but he is not feeling that confident like, for example, Sisyph is or Loten. Loten right now is on another level, getting close to the third item, plus having Executioner's Calling. That's absolutely insane.
That is. Is it gonna help in the long run, though? Because 2 items, power spikes, hit for... I'm looking across the map. It's hit for, yes, everybody. So right now it means we are going into the territory of the bigger fights. I will be looking at Harpoon and Kofti in the upcoming fights, and that is what I would recommend for everybody to do, because first of all, as you said a little bit earlier, we haven't really seen much from Kofti in this game, unfortunately, but that's not because he hasn't really been playing great. It's because the situation hasn't been really dancing around him whatsoever. But secondly, because Kofti and Harpoon are going to be really big damage dealers in the upcoming fights. They are on power spikes, and I can't wait to see what they bring in.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And 24 minutes in right now. The advantage still on back to the game side, but as the game goes longer, the gap is getting closer and closer between these teams. It's not getting wider. So we will see if back to the game will be able to scale up into the late game, especially looking at the items on Sisyph's side. It's a bit of a weird, I would say, build, because he does have a Zonias. He does have some APs. He is looking towards another item, but the issue is Archangel stuff, I guess. I don't know.
Crypt Bloom. He doesn't need Archangel stuff. With the Black 5 Torch, he should be having enough mana for the time being. He just needs more AP, because his Black 5 Torch is going to scale with AP, and he needs more survivability and more resets for the team, which is why I really think Crypt Bloom is going to be the third item for him.
I mean, when he gets it...
Oh, when he gets it, it's a completely different story, my friend. That is going to be explosive for Zero Tenacity.
I mean, right now, even Accorder is on 2 items. That's insane. I mean, Accorder is going to be so tanky. It's going to be legitimately the issue for Z10 to get rid of him. Unless they catch him off guard, right? But so far, they haven't been able to do it. 0-0-10.
And he's running with a Knight's Vow. I really love the change that has been introduced to Knight's Vow in this patch, by the way, because now all the damage that the Knight, so the one who has the item, is having, is being further reduced. So, you know, it is going to be so hard to kill both Lothan and Accorder in this scenario. Oh, a nice cheeky teleport just to get out of this situation ship on the top lane of the enemies. But back to the game, are looking for another situation, and that is on the Baron that they're starting to take right now.
I mean, that's a good find, but I don't think they will be able to do anything less with that, anything more with that. Hui is coming. Oh, the ultimate from Harpoon is absolutely big, absolutely big, and Melonic also was able to chime in and get something done from his side. And look at that. I mean, now we need our ultimate from Sisyph to spice things up, and this is gonna happen. Ultimate from Sisyph straight on Melonic. A lot of damage, but they still have redemption, so that's very good for them. And look at that, Z10 coming back alive, coming back straight into this game. And look at that, now the issues on back to the game side. They were ahead, and now they are not. Even Brown will fall for the first time.
No, now they are the ones running away as quickly as possible. Hopefully for them running towards the Drake, but I don't think Zertnast are going to allow them to take the Drake. They have the Daisy, they still have some ultimates available, they have a health bar, they have Shasku.
I mean, they do have Shasku, but Shasku is no longer in this world. Basically, he is dead. Harpoon was able to take care of him, and now back to the game. They need to really be back in this game, because right now it's looking like they are gonna fall. And look at Melonic, he doesn't care about what do you have on the other team. He is getting closer and closer to the third item. He is super tanky, like I said he will be. That's the issue when you get to the third item. You're just a one-man army. Even though you don't do as much damage as you would like as Cassante, you are still doing enough.
Ooh, the Jack show the Prothean is the third item for him. Now he's ready to face anybody from the side of Back to the Game. And now, yes, already even in the previous fight, you could see it was a problem for Back to the Game to cut through this Xante, because even the ultimate from Hui didn't do anything. Speaking of ultimates, though, the Moonlight Vigil that we don't see on this replay that happened a little bit earlier got so many health bars of Back to the Game to such a low point that they are not even able to fight here. Look at Jinx on the minimap. She's just running from the base because she had to recall after her health bar almost went completely missing in action. This was a good catch from Zero Tenacity, and it happened because they knew that this is the power spike where they need to go and find something, but they need to stop this Baron from happening for Back to the Game. They did it, they stopped the Baron, they stopped the Soul, and now they can keep pushing in.
Oh, they definitely can. They can try to go for it, because why not? Why not right now? Back to the game. Oh, they will be looking for a kill, but are they going to be able to get it? Blurzor is close by. He is giving some shields, but look at Melonic. Melonic is on the flank. Melonic is on the flank. He is looking for the perfect flank. He's looking for the possibility of trying to get at least one kill, and he is going to be able to get it all out into the team. But oh my god, Melonic, that was just a huge blunder. You're going to be the first one to fall, and it looks like the reset for Jinx are huge, but oh, Harpoon! Triple kill! Going for the quadrant. No way, he's gonna just penta just like that in the middle of the team fight. It's impossible, right? It shouldn't be possible, but he's feeling it. He wants to go for it. He is low on health, but he does have a red weapon that will be able to heal him up. He wants to go for it. I can feel it in my bones, but he's almost full health.
He was almost dead just a little bit earlier, but the red guns, yes, baby, here you go. The lifesteal is crazy. Now he's full health with a shield on top of that. It's like a free bloodthirsty for you just with the red guns. But yes, this fight, I want to keep the eyes on Melonic because it is really interesting. It is a good angle. However, I believe he gets spotted by Daisy rather early on there. So it's almost impossible for him to find a good angle anymore after that happens. He still tries to go in. The rest of Zero Tenacity are relatively close and they are able to catch up with him, but not quickly enough. And look at that, he gets caught in the midst of the action. Unstoppable he is, but killable very much he is as well. That is nice pick up for Back to the Game, but yeah, Harpoon just single-handedly takes things under his control, and there is not much you can say to this guy when he does it.
I mean, when he just kills a lot and there is no chance in hell for Back to the Game to come back into this game. But now 5k lead for Zero Tenacity, and it reminds me of the first game of the last season. It's the same story. It was Back to the Game versus Z10. It was Back to the Game that we were winning, but then they unfortunately lost a game, and now it is looking definitely familiar. But they do have some possibilities for themselves to get a W, especially when we look at the Drakes. 3-1 to them, and they will be able to get a soul if they take the next Drake in 90 seconds.
Yes, and it's a really good soul. It's a very nice tanky soul that is going to help them survive in the bigger team fights that are still coming their way. For Zero Tenacity, it would have been a nice soul as well, especially for Melonic, who could become pretty much unkillable as we have prophesied for Xante to be in this game. But let's see, because we still have a minute and a half, a little bit less than that, before the next Drake is going to spawn. And Zero Tenacity are pushing in. The momentum is 100% in their hands, and they're pushing in through all of the 3 lanes. Back to the Game have only one thing at their backs, and this is their base. They need to keep defending it until the time comes to go and fight for the last Drake.
Exactly, they need something to go their way, and so far it's not going their way. Loten almost on 4 items. This Jinx is super strong, but she's not able to find her place in the team fights, and that's the issue. The real hero here is Harpoon. Look at that, 4 items on him, and he's just able to one-shot anyone he wants.
And he wants to one-shot pretty much everybody, I would say, in this game. 6-1, 6-7-2-1. This game is the battle of the AD carries and Sisyph on top of that. Korotkiy, unfortunately, still hasn't really been noticed much yet. 0-1-2 he goes, having 3 items in his pockets and a lot of farm. That is supposed to be a really strong Tristana. And when the next fight comes, I really want to see a lot from Korotkiy.
That's true. We do want to see a lot from Korotkiy. He is on 0-1-2, so that Tristana maybe is not on the strongest point ever, but she is definitely doing a lot, but maybe not from Korotkiy. But if Back to the Game want to win, we want to see Sisyph doing the work. We need to see Sisyph do the work, and now is going to be the first opportunity of that. He is super strong. Look at that range, look at the damage, and now the engage is coming in from Cozy. He's the first one to be in the front line, but the Drake is already taken by Zero Tenacity. Back to the Game want to fight. They still want to try to look for Loten, and Loten, he is doing the work. Nice ultimate from Sisyph, is doing the more work, I would even say. And Melonic, yes, he is on the front line. Yes, he is able to tank a lot of damage, but he will be the sacrificial lamb, and looks like Back to the Game, they have a clear route towards the Baron Nashor. Yes, there is a TP on Koftei's side, but still, apart from that, it's all Back to the Game.
How long was Melonic surviving amongst 5 enemy members? It is insane that he was alive for so long, but Back to the Game finally got the reset they wanted for Loten, got everything they wanted. Now they're taking the Barry, but Koftei's doing Korotkiy things on the wood, and he's opening up the turret right there, and knows as if you won't be able to stop Korotkiy. Oh, it's rather the other way around.
Oh my god, it's not looking good, but definitely Back to the Game, they need to take this. Now, if they don't, this Moonlight Vigil was so damn close, almost a success, but Back to the Game, they are really back in this game. Slowed up is her daughter. The ultimate is not doing the work that it's supposed to. It's supposed to stop him, but it's only making him stronger. Harpoon, 1v3 towards the victory, but it's just not meant to be. Triple kill for Loten. 10, 1, and 6, and apparently Back to the Game, they are looking in to lock in this W.
Staying true to their name, aren't they? Oh, Melonic, yet again, one-man army versus the entire world, but this time he's going down rather quicker than before, taking out a quarter in the 1v1 fight, but now it's not going to be a fight because Back to the Game are not really wasting their time chasing anybody. They want to be pushing in. Korotkiy did really nasty job to their base a little bit earlier. He didn't just get the turret, he also got the inhibitor on the bot lane. So right now it is crucial that Back to the Game answer with the same. They need to open up the lanes as much as possible. Inhibitors are their target right now.
They definitely are, and the quick replay of what happened, Solari, is absolutely an insane game, and definitely it's living up to the match of the week expectations. That's something that we wanted to see, and Harpoon falling, he's not able to carry them as much as he would like to. He's doing his best job, but it's just not meant to be.
It's just not meant to be. You make it sound so sad, but the reality is rather sad as well. Oh my god, they're going on to Melonic again. He's just gonna flash over the wall. He doesn't want to waste any time dealing with that business. He is busy surviving. And so Back to the Game, but they're not busy surviving. They're busy pushing into the enemy's base over and over. Going through the mid lane. The turret is still standing there, but the inhibitor is what they really want. This is going to be the real prize for them.
Oh yeah, it definitely is gonna be the real prize. Melonic is super tanky, like we said already, but when the teamfight is on, when the ultimates are in, he is falling like a fly, and so far Back to the Game are doing the work. The TP is coming. Oh my god, the ultimate from Harpoon is definitely doing the work, but now, oh, Sisyph almost got off guard, almost fall, but not yet. Erdota, he's still alive, he's still doing the work, but Melonic is looking for something else, and Back to the Game will be able to get out of danger.
They need to retreat, they need to go to the base as quickly as possible. Right now, there is no objective on the map just yet, but they need to reset with their health bars, and they need to keep protecting their side lanes, because Korotkiy has yet again been doing the Korotkiy things. Whenever things go south for Zero Tenacity, what Korotkiy does, regardless of what champion he plays, he goes to the side lanes and he split pushes like a madman. exactly what he has been doing here. And look at the bot lane. Look at the bot lane, Kasper. Look at the wave that is coming the way of the base of back to the game. It is not necessary to address it right now, but they will need to do something about it very soon.
I mean, they will have to. They will absolutely have to. But, I mean, if you have Jinx with the items that she's having right now, it's not going to be a big issue. She can just walk up. She will literally clean this wave in a matter of 10 seconds or something like that, and this wave is just gone. With the help of Sisyph, she will be able to even do it sooner, so that's just okay. And yeah, she's almost full build. The last item being that GA, I suppose, is going to give her a huge amount of survivability because she's going to have Immortal Shield Bow, she's going to have Phantom Dancer, she is going to have a Flash, the Cleanse, and the GA if she's ever caught off guard.
If she's ever caught off guard. It's rather hard to catch Lothian off guard. One time did work for Zero Tenacity, but it does feel like this is still the battle of Harpoon versus Sisyph and Lothian, because their ultimates are such game changers. Harpoon has his ultimate, by the way, up and running already for him 14 seconds before the Drake is going to spawn. Still the sole point for back to the game. They really want to have this Drake. It's going to be a big power spike for them, but Zero Tenacity are controlling the river already.
And somehow, even though this game is 37 minutes long, it's still deathless game for Sisyph. He's still alive, not dead once. But back to the game cannot go for this fight. They cannot try to go into it. They need to play it calm, they need to play it cool, they need to fix the wave, especially on the bottom lane, and that is something that Sisyph will do.
And that is thanks to Kofte. Kofte is really making things hard for back to the game in this game. He is split pushing constantly, and he's making sure that back to the game can never commit to a single objective anymore. They always need to split, and they always need to answer the waves on pretty much all of the lanes at the same time. You can see even during this Drake, the top lane and the bot lane were on fire, and back to the game had to rotate away from the Drake, choosing to sacrifice the sole point for Zero Tenacity.
Now it's 2k gold for Z10. 2k gold lead, but the gold, it's not even about the gold right now. It's not even about the gold. It's just about who is gonna have a better execution, who's gonna have a better team fight. And so far, or maybe I'm not gonna make a statement. I'm gonna ask you that, Solari. Who do you think is gonna have the better execution in the most pivotal moments of this game?
Zero Tenacity, Harpoon. I feel like Harpoon yet again is going to carry everybody on his shoulders if he stays alive and if his front lane is able to survive for long enough for him. His front lane being mostly Melonic, sitting on 4 items already, by the way, the Rundin's purchase. And honestly, we yet again have to give kudos to Kofte because he has been doing insane macro things in this game.
Oh yes, absolutely he did. And now, I mean, we are gonna have to see an insane thing happening from back to the game if they want to win this one. Absolutely. And Sisyph right now, I mean, he's fighting in base, but he's been deathless the whole game. But now Kofte is gonna take it away from him somehow. A miraculous way to run away, and now he's gonna be even able to run back. The TP is happening, the TP towards topside, and they will be even able to get the Nash. That's such a big win. They may lose Melonic, but they won't even need to do it. Melonic is...
Melonic is alive somehow, but he doesn't really care about anything right now. What Zero Tenacity care about is the fact that their macro is so on point in this game. And yet again, this is huge thanks to Kofte. He has been carrying the game in the way that he has opened so many possibilities for Zero Tenacity. He has been slowing down back to the game a lot. Even now, again, a big objective is happening on the map. What do back to the game do? They rotate away from it because something yet again is on fire for them.
They are definitely on fire, and who is gonna win the last team fight of this game? That's the real question, because, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be last. It could be one of the last, but this game so far is looking absolutely crazy, and we are literally one team fight for each team to get a win. But even though Sisyph died, he was able to at least get a large rot for himself.
Yes, it's something. He's getting close to the full build, so it's a lot of damage. And his damage is still scaling up really nicely because of the Black Fly torch that he bought as the first item. But how much of a help is it going to be right now when they will most likely have to fight for their base and have, as you said, the last team fight of the game?
I mean, yeah, it could be the last team fight of this game, especially with how things are going right now. Shastu is dead pretty much instantly. Cozy Has to run back. Nice ultimate from Syzyf, but it's not enough to kill Blurzor, at least not for now. He does have a lot of shields. He does have a lot of health regen, and now Harpoon does as well. Syzyf is doing the best he can. He's trying to make a miracle happen, but he's just not able to do with Kozi knocking Erdote up, but it just does not matter. They do not have the damage to try to kill them. Harpoon sidestepping every single skill. But back to the game, they want to try to go for it. Jinx is ready, GA ready, everything ready for her. She just needs a 1 reset and she could be able to carry 1v9.
But finding resets right now is going to be really hard. Look at the side lanes, look at the bot lane. They need to keep answering those constantly. This gives enough time for Zero Tenacity to try to go for this inhibitor almost unpunished. Here comes Cozy.
I mean, here comes Kozi, and here comes Erdote to almost fall, and he will! Nearly a double kill for Lot, and it's definitely a reset. It's enough to take Melonic down as well. His 8th death, and maybe a Drake on top of that, because it's a double kill. It should be a soul. But in this game, we never know.
Just 20 seconds before it's going to spawn this soul point for both of the teams. And I kept saying that it's a mountain soul because I keep getting bamboozled by the little timer in the left upper corner of my screen. But no, of course, it is a Chemtech soul. Still a very nice one with so much tenacity that is going to be beneficial for either of the teams. But back to the game. They're not even looking at the pit. They are looking at the fact that there is still 10 seconds for Adore and still 30 seconds for Melonic. They want to push in on the enemy base themselves now.
I mean, they want to try to go for it. They will be able to get a tower. They could even be able to get even inhibitor, but they do prefer a tempo advantage over that. So
Yes.
it will be finally, after 43 minutes, it will be an advantage towards back to the game. They will be able to get a soul. We will see. We will see if it will be enough to take themselves a W, but this
I
game
don't
is
know.
absolutely crazy.
I don't know. I look at Kofte. He's getting his TP reset very, very soon. And when it's off cooldown, you know what this crazy guy is going to do. He's going to go and try to finish the game by himself. He's actually pretty much trying to do it right now. Look at him, just pew, pew, pew. Oh, the inhibitor you had here. But down your base, I'm afraid it's gone, so what you going to do about it?
Yeah, I mean, they are 2 inhibitors down, nearly a 3, but now Kofte,
Oh, yeah,
he is gonna be in trouble. He's on the CC lock, not a lot of damage, but definitely
Oh.
enough to take him down. It's only one poor Tristana. She's not gonna be able to do anything else than that.
Nope.
And now the question is, what does back to the game do?
They need to keep pushing right now. They have Syzyf constantly on the DDs of deep pushing the base right now because the big minions are still going their way. Back to the game, have to find something else. Or Dottie maybe is going to be the answer.
I mean, they are looking for Harpoon. They want to engage on Harpoon,
Yes.
but they don't have the ultimate to go on. And a Harpoon is just dead! Triple
Yeah.
kill! And that could be it, Solari. 30 seconds to Kofte, 60 to Harpoon. Melonic is trying to make a miracle happen, but it looks to me like it's gonna be the end of that. Chasq, I mean, he is pushing with the rest of the team. They are going for it, and oh my god, Melonic is looking for
They're
the
going
rest
for a base run.
Yes, Melonic is looking for the end
Base race.
himself, but it's only Kasante. Kofte will have the TP! Kofte will have the TP in 10 seconds! It could work out, Solari! If he is able to do
Oh
to
my
TP
God.
instantly, it could be close. 5 seconds
They
to
can't
Kofte.
do it quick
the
enough.
TP have to come... Maybe. I think back to the game can. Back to the game can. The TP towards base race. Who's gonna win this one? It's gonna be back to the game because they came back in this game, baby! It's their game! 1-0 for themselves, and apparently going for Zero Tenacity to win the first game of the season is straight up inting.
A base race in the third game of the split is not something I was asking for, and it's not something we even deserve. But it's definitely so worth it. I'm so happy that we saw this game because it was absolutely insane. Great performance from both of the teams. A lot of mistakes and questionable plays from both of the teams as well, unfortunately. But again, the first game of the split, a lot of things to work at. But we gotta give it to our pre-show host, Majutek. He was right all along. He believed in the boys. And even though the boys were really close to losing it all a couple of times, especially in the very end of it, they still managed to get the first W of the split in their pockets.
I mean, that was an insane game. Probably
Yes.
the most emotional game for the staff, for everyone, but Jesus Christ, what a banger it was. And hopefully this game, I mean, now that's spicing everything up for the season, because we just said Zero Tenacity, clear favorite to take #1. Well, apparently not. Maybe, like I said, call Happy Hima. Maybe he is able to pick some Zilean up and scale into the late game. This game was 45 minutes long. Zilean would be a perfect pick. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. I'm serious.
I'm not even gonna comment anything on that, okay? I'm just gonna say that we have Chris Solari on the interview with us, so can we please jump into it immediately? Thank you very much. And hello, welcome, huge congratulations with the first victory of the split. And I gotta throw in a hard question right away because previous split, the beginning for back to the game was really rough, but you managed to find your way pretty much back to the game. How do you predict it's going to look like for you in this split?
Well, we didn't expect to look that bad as we did last split. So yeah, we just want to continue our winning, let's say, session. And I think today's game was a pretty cool to watch, but there was some mistakes, of course, when the solo spawning and Baron and the Baron start. I mean, that was pretty hard to watch at that point, but I think that we are aiming to go at least top 2 and maybe win against Z10 this time.
Well, I did it already once, so kind of
Yeah,
counts.
because last time we didn't win a single BO1 against them.
See, so it's already something. You have already achieved some of your goals, and the split has just begun.
I mean, yeah, it's the first game of the split, and you played absolutely great. I mean, looking at how you played, just take us through this game. What did you think during the early game, mid game, and the late game? Because for us, it was just a roller coaster of emotions. Everything was different. How did it look from your perspective?
I mean, it was pretty same for me. I have to admit, but at some point, I have to admit that Z10 was answering pretty good against what we have prepared, and that was pretty shocking because most teams were not answering that good.
Okay. And in the late game, what did you think after the last team fight happened?
Oh, I mean, I was kind of shouting.
Okay.
Pretty
Makes
much
sense.
same as us. Yeah. Now I want to hear it from you. Judging from how the teams are looking so far, judging by the rosters that we have, the teams, how do you think back to the game compares to everybody in this split? And do you think that first place this time might be possible?
So yeah, I think that first place this time will be possible.
Okay.
And the second part of the question, I mean, I think it will be similar to the last split, that like Z10 and Anonymo was like top. This time Anonymo will be not, and that there will be a difference between us and the rest of the teams.
And well, it looks like definitely a difference was made. So far, it looked absolutely big, and I'm just happy that it happened for you. And obviously, Chris Solari, you have the chance to shout out anyone you want, even in your native language. So feel free.
Oh, so of course, my whole team, organization back to the game, my family, friends, and you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is really appreciated. Congratulations once again with your victory, and good luck in the upcoming games.
Thank you, guys. Bye and good luck.
Thank you. So this was the match of the week. This was the matchup of the week. This was a really damn close game, and I feel like before we even start talking about the last game, we would need some break. But let's just quickly notice that it's going to be devils.one, who we know, versus Lodis, who we don't know anything about at all because we don't have Majutek with us, and this is a second division team, so it's kind of a dark horse.
It definitely is, and well, it looked absolutely great to see this game, and we are still not done today. We are still going for more, so yeah. Last game of the evening is going to be a new team, so you absolutely need to stay tuned for this game. We are going straight into the short break, and we will be right back.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. I can get bro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job. Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
Fighting for my destiny, they're gonna all remember me as legends. We will rise. Somebody help me, tell me where to go. Somebody help me, I'm so far from home. I'm so far from home. Somebody help me, tell me where to go. Somebody help me, I'm so far from home. So far from home. She let me in and I felt so fast, yeah. Just a taste of her skin and I lost all control. My mind was spinning round and round, yeah. I couldn't win, I was made of glass, yeah. She was laced with a drug that seeped inside my soul. But I came back for more and more, yeah. I was a fool, I was too blind to see. I should have seen it coming. I should have seen it coming. Why was it that everybody else could see you were wrong for me? I should have seen it coming. I should have seen it coming. Why was it that everybody else could see you were wrong for me? I should have seen it coming. I wake up in a cold sweat now. Panic starting to set and losing all control. My world is spinning round and round, yeah. Trapped in my skin and I can't get out now. Being chased by the memory of her wanting me. Tonight she's laying with somebody else. I was a fool, I was too blind to see. I should have seen it coming. I should have seen it coming. Why was it that everybody else can see you were wrong for me? I should have seen it coming. I should have seen it coming. Why was it that everybody else can see you were wrong for me? You were wrong for me. You were wrong for me.
just giving in to the numbness. But I just sit and stare and cry. This can't happen to me. Never believed in the oneness. Now every sentence ends in why. And now she's really gone. The city lights are lonely. Indelible lines were drawn. Life will never be the same without her. I keep falling faster. I can't get past her. I keep falling faster. I can't believe she's gone. It's really cold tonight. I see my breath on the window. Give me a shot to numb the pain. How did this happen to me? Feel like I'm floating in limbo. Start spinning round and round again. I can't believe she's gone. The city lights are lonely. Indelible lines were drawn. Life will never be the same without her. I keep falling faster. I can't get past her. I keep falling faster. I can't believe she's gone. I can't believe she's gone. I can't believe she's gone. I can't believe she's gone.
She makes her eyelids glisten, 'cause she wants them all to turn around. She loves when people listen. And fighting for my destiny, they're gonna all remember me as legends. We will rise.
Welcome back to the summer split of Ultraliga, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first day and the last game of the first day, which is going to be devils.one versus LODIS. And this is a dark horse versus slightly brighter horse, but still we're not entirely sure what to think about devils.one either. You are muted, my friend.
Oh yeah, I clicked it by mistake. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that for now, devils.one should be this dark horse of the season. Like specifically looking at the definition of the dark horse, that a team that I mean, maybe even not looking at the definition, because if we look at the definition of dark horse, it's supposed to be the team that is weak and then becomes strong. But we are expecting them to be strong. We are expecting them to be top 4 material in the league, but they will have to prove it right now. They will have to prove to us that they are good enough to be able in this league.
And at the same time, we have a team that is completely new to the ear of somebody who has only been following Ultraliga Division 1 and doesn't know much about Ultraliga Division 2, Matty USA LODIS. 3 of the members of this team are rookies on the Division 1 scene. They haven't really played. This is their first Division 1 team. 2 of the other names are familiar to you and to us, of course, as well. K-Team and Demolis have already been playing in the Division 1. However, nobody else has been, and this, of course, also opens up a really big question to us about how they're going to perform in the Division 1 for the first time. We had already had the case, a similar case with the back to the game in the previous split, and look at where it got our boys in this split, starting it already really strong with a victory against Zero Tenacity in their very first game of the split.
I mean, it looks like it was worth it. It was definitely worth it. So I would say that just keep grinding for back to the game, but now keep grinding for the rest of the team, because like you said, we know these teams. And first, before I get into Matty Lodis, because obviously I'm gonna have a lot to say about this roster, maybe first I'm just gonna ask you quickly about your opinion on devils.one.
It is mixed right now. I'm not entirely sure what to think about them. It's again the case where we know the names, we're not really entirely sure how to put them all together. To me, I know that Krisha can deliver a lot, and Krisha wants to be the hyper carry of the team, and if given the resources to do so during the draft and in the early game, he can really deliver back to you. At the same time, there is Antonio, who did score a pentakill in the previous split of Ultraliga, so he is a really potent AD carry. Question is, where is the ceiling for this team and for individual players, because I am not entirely sure about that yet.
Yeah, I mean, we will see, but Matty Lodis will have a lot to prove, especially seeing as how they played in the second Ultraliga previously. Obviously, in the first Ultraliga, there are some differences. The first difference being Domoles on the mid lane and Inka in the coach with a completely different team around them, but a team built from the second Ultraliga players. Inka and Domoles are the duo that is always happening. Like, if you have Inka on the coach, there's a very high chance that you're gonna have Domoles in the mid lane. They are just inseparable in this case scenario. Xavi obviously being the support, the guy that honestly, from what I remember, he took a break from competitive, but now apparently he's coming back. Ketim, we can all remember from KNF days. He used to play in KNF.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's basically how it looked. Also, there was a AD carry in KNF. I completely forgot his name, but there was also an AD carry in KNF that used to play pro, but I believe now he is retired. I will try to Google him very fast. Maybe I will be able to find him, because I want to give a shout out to this guy, because he used to be very, very good. Miko, I remember Miko, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, he's not playing anymore. That's sad.
Yeah, well, the age of an esports player is a really short one, unfortunately, so we see names and people come and go, but we also see picks and bans come and go. devils.one are on the blue side. Oh my god, I will keep having to look at my notes to remember their names. I'm sorry. Matty USA LODIS are on the red side. They have banned out Talia, Lilia, and Tristana. I haven't taken Jean and Va into their roster, and devils.one have decided to ban out Maokai, Skana, and Korotkiy. They're going in with Caitlyn. They are hovering Nidalee right now for Krisha. I would love for it to happen. Funny enough, Nidalee has found her way back into the pro play, and not in the way of, I don't really like this pick, you know, it's really situational, to a pick that is really good, because with the updated runes in 14.10, she actually has an insanely fast jungle clear and can rotate towards the lanes really fast, and her damage in the early game is insane too, especially if she is paired up with something like Renekton on the top lane. This is looking really devils.one style.
Yeah, it is really devils.one style, but it's not a lot of Lodis style, so that's surprising to me, at least, because they would like to go for Nidal and Renekton for sure, because they always do this sort of combo. What is gonna happen here? Is it gonna be just Leona? I mean, Leona is open, yeah. I guess it's just gonna be Leona. Yeah, just 4 games into the day, and you already know the meta in the Ultraliga. Simple as that.
The solo girl is in meta. I couldn't be happier, honestly. But she's just a really good pairing with Jhin in general. Plus, she's going to be good with him into the range of Caitlyn, because she will be able to absorb some of it. But we will see what else is going to come our way. I love this Lux ban coming as the first one in the second rotation from Matty USA LODIS, because Lux Caitlyn would have actually been deadly for Jhin on the bot lane most likely. So let's see what else the teams are bringing towards us.
I mean, especially the first rotation is going to be very important for the team. This Caitlyn, I mean, how often do you see Caitlyn being played out? But I mean, it's good for devils.one, but it's also good for Lodis, because they will be able to ban out Lux and Morgana most likely. Lux is already banned out, and the Morgana would be the second ban. If it's Cassante, okay. So now it opens up the Morgana. The question is Dancer gonna play it? Because if I'm Dancer, I'm just like, yeah, if we want to actually dominate the lane, just Caitlyn Morgana straight up. I mean, you're playing against Leona. especially against Leona. Just Caitlyn Morgana, come on, just go for Morgana. I know it's not in the meta, but please just do it.
Honestly, Dancer, I feel like he's the player who could go for it. Dancer is the nut that I haven't been able to crack in the previous split, so maybe this split finally will give me an answer as to what type of player he is and what are his main strengths. But I sure hope that one of his main strengths is going to be going for unconventional picks. Speaking of those, this is Gleb for the side of Matty. Matty USA LODIS. I am sorry, I will be better with their name, but for now it's just somehow not really staying in my head. But they're going with the Gleb for the top lane. PMK, by the way, is very big Yone enjoyer on the top lane, has been hovering Yone for us already today, but decides to go for Gleb in the end. But I really love what is happening on the other side of the map. devils.one are going in with the Renata Caitlyn situation on the bot lane plus Hui on the mid lane. That is a lot of range. That is a lot of setup for the team fights.
Yeah, but what the last pick is gonna be? I mean, Jhin Yumi, we haven't seen that duo in a long while, and yeah, it won't happen because Leona is picked either way. I mean, Aurelion, why not? It looks fun, and it's gonna be Aurelion. It's gonna be super fun. So yeah, I feel like Lodis actually drafted very well for themselves. I'm not like, I hate to be the first one to say it, but I did it in the Back to the Game, and I'm gonna be the first one to say it here. I like Lodis draft way more than what the devils.one cooked here. I mean, I know what the win case scenario is for them, and I prefer Rebu to play Hui over Modlishka, who played it previously. But still, I feel like this Aurelion is gonna be super strong. It's gonna be hard to stop him, especially if he's able to scale into the late game.
I like that Lodi's draft is really well balanced because they have some things that they can do really well, and they're really versatile in terms of how they can approach the game. They have some early game, they have some late game with turbo scaling from ASOL, for example. They have pretty good team fight setup. The only thing they will need to be really careful about is their positioning. With no real hard engage on the side of devils.one, it's gonna be rather easy for them, or it should at least be rather easy for them, because Jhin needs to stay as far away from danger as possible. ASOL needs to be really careful about the timings, and the whole team needs to be playing around the timings for the ultimate for ASOL. But they have really good engage in the face of Gleb, Vi, and Leona, paired up with a really solid damage from the backlane. It looks like Lodis can be team fighting really well around the objectives, and I would love to see it happening for them. At the same time, for devils.one, it is a little bit more scattered in terms of what they can do and what they won't do in the game, because Nidalee always screams, I want to be the center of attention, I want to be the main star, play around me, but can they actually play around her? I think they can, but I'm not saying it's going to be easy.
I mean, it's not going to be easy, like you said, Soli, but we need to remember this sort of drafts that devils.one are having. We already saw it versus Zitan last season, I believe. He picked Nidalee, and then he went 3-0 in the first few minutes. Even Blurzor talked about it, that they gave her too many opportunities to play. And, well, it could happen here as well. We need to remember there is a possibility of that. It's risky. It could happen. And they need to make sure that it won't happen, because if it does, I mean, that could be a blunder really fast. So I think that the draft from devils.one is good if they are able to play around it, like, for example, Forsaken played around it, because they played they played early mid-game draft as well, and they played it really well with Kalista and so on. So if they do it here as well, I would absolutely be happy to see that, because it requires your team to play well. It requires your team to play around things that you are not used to play. So we will see.
The only issue for devils.one that I'm seeing right now is that everybody is so gold hungry. Everybody wants to be getting the resources into them. Nidalee, of course, because she is the main star and she really is reliant on how well the early game goes for her, how much gold she's able to accumulate in the early game. Caitlyn, we're pretty much the same. They want to rush through their items as quickly as possible, and they want to be the ones getting all the kills into their own pockets. So it's rather intriguing to me how exactly it's going to look like for devils.one, who they're going to prioritize, who they're going to be playing around. But I still, if there is one thing I want to expect from devils.one in this game, is that they need to play around their early game heavily this time. Because come on, with Nidalee, Hui, Caitlyn, Renekton, if you get into the late game zone, you're pretty much doomed with what the enemy team has in their pockets. But you have so much damage in the early, please use it.
Exactly, like you said, Solari. And, well, let's see what is going to happen right now, because I feel like we could be getting into this game any minute, and it could be super fun to see. Especially since it's the first game of the season. When it's the first game of the season, it's always like it's always yes, it's always a bit different, right? It's always a bit different because looking at the first game of the season, it's always like we look at it and we see what teams cooked up in the off season, and they are trying to slowly show their stats, their strats back, right? So that's what the most fun, in my opinion, at least.
Yes. To me, the previous game was so fun, especially the way it ended, that I don't know if anything can top it this time. But you know what? Everybody's full of surprises, and since we don't really know what exactly to expect from Matty USA LODIS, they're just one big surprise for us. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's see what this game is going to bring to us. Welcome to the Summoner's Rift, the last game of today, the last game of the first day of Summer Split of Ultraliga. It is still hot on the Summoner's Rift. It is still hot everywhere on the lanes, or at least that's what we expect from this game.
Exactly. And let's see what is gonna happen. It's been a while since we've seen Kled in the official game as well. We know that Polski Kos was the enjoyer of it, but yeah, this Kled could actually give them a lot. And with Vi engaging onto them, that could be super fun as well. This Caitlyn could be in for a lot of trouble, and we will see who is going to win. It's another Inca versus Vanguard moment, because obviously Vanguard being the one of the members of devils.one versus obviously Inca being the coach of LODIS. Who is going to win this time? Let's see it.
Ooh, that's some personal history here. I like it.
Oh, a lot of personal history.
I like it this way. It's always more fun this way. But let's focus on the game for now, because a lot of interesting things are promising to be happening around these parts of the Summoner's Rift, especially right here as we're looking on the bot lane. I have a lot to expect from Antonio and from Dancer as a duo, and just individually from each of them. Same goes for Lucius bot lane. Again, I personally just don't know these players, so I'm super excited to look into how they're going to be fighting in this game. Jhin and Leona in general are supposed to be a really strong duo, but on level 1, it's not exactly the duo that is going to win anything. That's why you can see them giving up pretty much all of the CS on this wave. They need to wait for the second one. They need to wait until it's going to crash into the turret, and then we're talking.
But we need to remember it's also a very simple duo. So Leona is able to use her E, Q, and Jhin can always follow it up with a W. So it's a very long CC duo that can give you a lot of advantage in this matter. And level 2 is going to be slowly building up for them as well. And they need this level 2 if there was any shenanigans coming from devils.one side. But they are not going to be. They're just going to crush the wave, level 2, straight up, trying to push as far as they can, trying to poke as much as they can. And they are doing exactly that. Krisha, in the meantime, fighting versus Ketim, and he is doing a good job of that. He could be actually looking for the solo kill. Ketim does have a flash, and he's going to be able to use it.
That's a good flash that pretty much saved Ketim's life right now. Krish is still kind of chasing, but he's more interested, of course, in the enemy's jungle right now. But yeah, it is hard when you meet Needly in the jungle, even if it's your own jungle. Same with the top in PMK! Huh?
Okay, that's big, but PMK was looking to get back on his scroll, and that would definitely save his life for the meantime. But look at Needly. Needly is close to the top lane. If she is able to time it out to perfection, that could be actually genius. And look at that. PMK thinks he's safe, but Krisha is not wasting any time right now. He's just straight up doing the camp. He can flash through a wall and go on him if Matix actually slices and dices and stuns him as well. So that could work out if he wants to do it. But they know where the ward is. Yeah, but they know where the ward is, so they want to play around this ward.
Yeah, so he hasn't been spotted yet, so now Kerim is going to go into Reaper most likely, but Needle is already around.
Yeah, Needle is there, so the reaction is possible if they need it. And Reaper right now slowly farming up, and Needle, right now she's coming. She does understand where the ward is, so she's just playing around it, just baiting PMK into feeling like he is safe. And well, he does think he is safe, but clearly he's not. It's gonna be the first blood towards devils.one, and that's really, really well played. First blood towards Krisha, and that's the most important one. They played it out to perfection.
Yes, when Renekton slices and then immediately dices, this is such a nice stun. And you could see Krisha waiting until it's going to hit on the PMK, because when the enemy is stunned, it is not really that hard to miss a spear. I have missed a couple of those this way. But if you're a proper player who has, proper hands, then it's not really that hard. And that's what Nidalee wants from her team. She wants to have this hard stun, hard control on her team to make sure that she can follow up on that with her spears. And 1-0-0 Nidalee in the very beginning of the game is already a really good start for devils.one, for Krisha personally, for Nidalee. So let's see if they can do anything about that later on, because the Drake is already up and running. For example, on the map, it is the Infernal Drake with some priors still available on the bot lane for devils.one. Maybe that's something they have their eyes on.
They could have the eyes on it, and apparently it should be quite easy for themselves. I mean, Krisha is already... Do you hear it?
Yes.
Yeah, I
thought it was Nidalee, but it's your cat, right?
Yeah, it's my cat. I mean, he's always like, yeah, he's just panicking,
Yes.
and he's like, please give me food, and I'm like, I just gave you one, and he's like, I want more.
Not enough.
Yeah, give me more.
I thought the cat was just rooting for Nidalee, the cat feelings and everything. But yeah, food is more realistic when we're talking about cats.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, so the Drake is in the hands of devils.one. They still have the prior on the bot lane. They will keep having it, because for Lusa, it is a pretty much all-in engage as the only possibility to change the state of the things on the bot lane. And it's pretty hard, considering there is constantly the difference between the AD carries, the difference in level, the difference in the CS. And devils.one capitalized on it rather nicely, because look at Krisha. He's on the top part of the map right now, has the prior coming in from Madix, from Renekton, so he can take the grubs rather safely.
Yeah, they definitely can. That's definitely a possibility. But now, let's see what is going to be happening with devils.one in the next few minutes. They do have the advantage. But are they going to be able to convert it into something bigger?
Good
into
question.
something greater, yeah.
Because they need to do it, right? With Nidalee, you don't really just give her one kill and you chill until it's late game. No, especially if you're playing against ASOL, you need to feed this Nidalee up to make sure she's a menace to everybody when she comes out of the jungle, when there are any fights around objectives whatsoever, forcing Lusa to pretty much give up the objectives to them. That's what I want to see from devils.one.
Yeah, and we will see if devils.one will be able to play around the Drakes. We saw this strat from them a lot of times already in this season. In the previous season, and we will see if they will be able to play the same way. Rebu, after one season abroad, after one split abroad, coming back into Poland and looking for the redemption arc. And who knows? Maybe it is gonna be the redemption arc.
Quite possibly, but we'll need to wait for a little while longer and see how it's going to look like, because look at PMK, look at Cat Team. There is some disturbance on the bot lane.
And yes, they do engage on Antonio and Dancer, but it looks like they go all in on Dancer, but it's a little bit too far. I think they overextended. Oh, they definitely did. You are very dead. And that's not how it was supposed to work.
Xavi has to cover for PMK, because otherwise this spear could have just taken away half of what is left of the HP of poor Graf Cladula, and Nidalee still on the hand. But yes, it is not what Lusa expected to have as the outcome of this engage. They rotated 2 additional people to the bot lane, and they decided to overextend so massively right under the enemy's turret. This was honestly just a very dire idea, and it did not work out, giving another prior for devils.one, especially for the bot lane this time. This is really beneficial for Caitlyn, because Caitlyn wants to leave the lane having some kills in her pockets, and the kill has pretty much been delivered to her.
Oh, it definitely... I mean, this Caitlyn was not even in danger. Look at that, she still does have her flash up. It's absolutely insane when you think about it, and the fact that she is in the spot that she still does have her flash up, that means she can always fight in the bot lane. She doesn't need to be afraid of anything, and the difference in the top lane is absolutely massive. 82 CS to 49, Jesus Christ.
I know, right? It is insane. If you look at it there, it is like that pretty much everywhere across the map. The difference in CS is massive, and devils.one, partially because of that, are sitting on a very nice gold lead as well. Around 3k, it's less than 3k, but I'm not gonna do the math for you, okay? However, what I'm gonna tell you in terms of the numbers is that there is a Drake coming up in a little bit more than a minute from now, but Krisha is on the top lane. He's hunting, the kitty cat is hunting.
Yeah, it is, but she's hungry for some food.
Yeah.
Maybe she'll be able. Yeah, maybe she'll be able to find the spear. Come on! Oh, it was able to hit, and Matix is there as well. It's a 2v2, but it's a 2v2 that devils.one are just dominating in. So, yeah, definitely comfortable for them to take this fight. This Matix is almost on 100 CS. Even in this 3v2, I feel like they could try to outplay it. Honestly, I completely feel this way because they are just so strong as a duo.
But a better idea for Krisha right now would be not to risk it too much, but to recall and to go towards, for example, the Drake. Take the Drake with a Prio that is all the time available to the bot lane. Rotate Reba from the mid lane because he has pushed in massively. If you want, if you need him, go take the Drake and then immediately go take the grabs. With 6 grabs and 2 Drakes, you're pretty much set for good. Yo, 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 Dancer!
Yeah, Dancer, that's not the way you want to play it, buddy. The heal will save him for a little bit, but the question is there anything else he's gonna be able to do? He's playing it smartly, trying to use Krisha as shield, and he's doing it quite nicely, but he will fall in the last shot. Krisha looking for the spear, but he's not gonna be able to find it.
No, Dancer! That's not how it was supposed to go! The idea was to go for the Drake, for the grubs, and just dominate the game, but now it's making things a little bit more complicated, because look at the both side of the map, look at the minimap around the Drake, look at Lusa, they are taking the Drake into their own hands this time.
Oh yes, absolutely, and Krisha right now, I mean, he is gonna be looking for the steal. They want to play for this Drake, they definitely do, and it was on 9 health! But it was just not meant to be, but devils.one will go for it even more. Now Cat team is in trouble, and it should be Nidalee kill. It won't be. It will be Caitlyn's, but that's still okay. Krisha going forward. Krisha looking for the steal, but he won't be able to find anything else. They lost the Drake, but they gained some power.
They gained another kill. They gained more control over Lodis jungle and over them as a team in general. So it's pretty well, I would say. It's just 1 Drake. It's sad that they cannot really stack the Drakes quickly enough because we're talking about the Ocean Soul, a really nice one, but it's still not too bad. PMK, though, is not really having it on the top lane, is he?
I mean, 40 CS, disadvantage in this case scenario. To be fair, Renekton, I mean, he's gonna be getting stronger, 2 items, 3 items, but since the 3 items, he's not getting any stronger. Like 3 items is his power spike. Basically, it's his most strong point because he can go Black Cleaver into GA into anything he wants, basically. The replay of what happened, and Dancer caught off guard. He used his heal really late, which helped him to get some health. Plus, Krisha was there, but I believe if Krisha tanked another shot, there was a possibility of surviving that.
Yeah. Krisha wouldn't go too low, even though it was the 4th shot from June. Still, it wouldn't have been too bad, I believe, especially since the 1st shot from June did miss Krisha, so he should have had enough health. But didn't really happen. Dancer did die, but then devils.one found their footing back into the game, giving away the Drake, but taking the kill, taking the Prio back into their hands, and apparently also taking the Void grabs right now while we're looking at the replay, because I'm seeing 6 grabs on the side of devils.one, and the happy Matix Krisha duo just recalling and going back to the top part of the map. Things are looking good for them. Next objective should be the Herald that is spawning in less than a minute.
And well. 3,000 gold advantage for devils.one in just 13 minutes. Lich Bane already completed for Krisha, plus the Dark Seal on 2 stacks. It's very good for them. And let's see how will they do. You know, it's the debut of on the season, right? When you play your first game, it's always an additional stress because you want to show up best you can. So I do get that they are stressed, but we will see if they will be able to overcome it and show something else.
I hope so. For both of the teams, honestly, I hope to see more from them. But from devils.one, I'm rather happy, I would say, with what I'm seeing. Antonio is in the good spot. Krisha pretty much the same. Rebu is sitting on the Black Fire Torch as the first completed item also. Doing pretty good for a mid lane way. Lodis, I want to see more. But maybe, because nothing is lost, yes, it's still this 3+ gold difference between the teams. Maybe in the late game, if we get to it, we're going to see a completely different scenario because there is still ASOL. And if their Molus can give us a good ASOL play, then maybe we're going to see the first victory for the debutants. Huh?
And let's
How did
see
it
what
hit?
is gonna happen, because, well, the ultimate from Aurelion is gonna do work, but look at that. Even though there is a lot of damage coming in from Hui, it's not enough. Dancer! Ooh la la, that was close one, but Cat Team is out of position. A lot of damage coming in his way. If Matix was able to use a stun, but he was not able to do it.
I kind of hope we could see the replay because I was sure that the E from Leona missed, but maybe I blinked or something. It's almost as the Nautilus with the weird hitboxes, you know, but even weirder this time. But here we see a little Kled being unstoppable because he is running away on the little skull towards the top lane. The Herald is still standing there. The top lane druids are still standing. Looks like it could be the high time for the junglers to start looking at this top part of the map. But right now, remember, the 6 void grabs, this turret on the mid lane is going down extremely fast, opening up the possibilities to go easier for the upcoming objectives.
Well, they are playing it really, really interesting because,
Yeah.
like, they are slowly building up their advantage across the map. It's not an insane snowballing way, but it is getting bigger and bigger. And the Drakes also, thank you. And the Drakes also go their way. So look at that. It's already like 4k advantage. Now they will be able to get the tower down because it will fall. The Dancer is covering Antonio. So yeah, very good job done by them.
And it's giving the additional prio for Devil Spawn around the Dragon Pit. So right now in 14 seconds the Drake is going to spawn. I would want to see Devil Spawn go for it and start stacking the Drakes finally, because the stacking has been interrupted. So now I want to see it actually happening for them. Krisha is already here. Nice recalls have happened for Devil Spawn with Antonio and Dancer going back. And finally the IE is completed for Antonio. So that is a pretty big item for him.
Item. That's what you said. Just
Yes.
item.
I was fishing for some other word, I think, but it's just item. It's
Yeah. Just a simple item. That's it. I mean, we don't need to
it's not a simple item. It's the reworked IE, okay? It deals a tons of damage. It's good. I don't know. I can sing praises to this item day and night, honestly. I've seen people who are unhappy about the rework, quote-unquote, of the IE, but I like it.
And what do you think currently about new items? Which one is your favorite? Maybe not of the new items, but overall items that we have in game right now. Which one is your favorite?
Ooh, it's hard to say. Oh, wait, you gotta pick it up. Thank you very much, Antonio. I quite like, to start from the different side, actually, I quite like the fact that Stormbrazer has been removed. I feel like this item was taking up a niche that was not supposed to be there in the first place in this game. Speaking of things that are not supposed to be there, hello? Krisha?
Well, Krisha and his stacks. And now it's only Krisha. No stacks for him.
Ooh.
Unlucky. Still advantage for devils.one, but that's a nice find for them. And we talked about it, Solari. We said it. We said, okay, maybe we'll talk about it in a second, because now that's a lot of damage from Ribu. Is there a possibility of a solo kill? There is! Oh, if it only hit.
Oh,
that
so
was
close.
Oh, Ribu. Oh, Ribu. Poor Ribu. You need to flash, my friend, but flash is not gonna save your life. Zonya is not gonna save your life. You are... yeah, you're dead.
Yeah. Oh, that is so unfortunate. This is putting both teams at 3-3 city. Oh, sorry, at 3-3 situation. Maybe a little bit more to anybody, because Majutek is still fishing. But Demolis, look at Demolis. This Aesel has no mana, no way of fighting. Needs to go for a recall and then decide what to do next. devils.one finally giving away another kill to Luce. Finally, they're able to do something with it on the map, because if BMK gets this turret on the top, like, it doesn't because Krish is around, but this would have been so lovely because they have the objective bounties and they need this money. Oh no.
Well, Krisha doesn't need this stuff happening. PMK is going all in for that. They are losing. They are looking, not losing. I mean, Krisha is losing this fight, definitely. PMK solo killing Krisha. And that's the way to start off your day. Oh
yes, baby! With the Revenant Hydra already in the pockets, it's enough healing for him, that's enough unnecessary damage for him. And the fact that Skarl was able to come to help her Gruff Cladilla on time definitely helped out BMK, and Krisha was not happy about it. The turret somehow miraculously is still standing, but what is this life if not misery when you have so much HP, says the turret. And said Krisha, after he had so much CC being thrown his way, even flashed away. But what is a flash against the enemies who are hungry for some more kills?
I mean, they lost a lot on Krisha. They definitely lost a lot on him. But overall it was worth it, and especially this fight. Look at that rely for Domoles is enough to just go for the fight. And here, Krisha, I mean, yeah, you can try to go for it. You do have Electrocute, but you don't win in this fight, not at all. And you just gave away your Zonias, basically. And not only you, but Hui did the same. So you're gonna be very, very weak right now. But Krisha doesn't care. He just goes for the fight, and he could pay the price. Ketim does a lot of damage, but he will be able to run away from it. They are looking for the item. Oh my god, Krisha just fall to his death. This Nidalee is not going to be doing a lot. The beginning of the game was absolutely crucial for him. It was looking absolutely great, but now it's looking bad.
Yeah, 1-3-2 Nidalee. It's not the Nidalee that devils.one want to see anymore. This is the danger of Nidalee, right? It is. I love Nidalee more in this split compared to the previous one, but the danger is still the same. If you don't accelerate her in the early game, she becomes rather a liability, not an asset to you anymore. And finally now, this is an opening for Lusa. They're gonna go and remove this turret from the top lane. They're going to open up the map for themselves a little bit compared to the tempo the devils.one had in the beginning of the game. Now at 20th minute, this is a completely different story. Lodis are finally finding their footing in the game, and they're going to be getting stronger and stronger from this point on, because you can already see here they are throwing in some really solid damage. And look at the positioning. Demolis is really far away, and same goes for Jin. Zella also knows where exactly he needs to be, and he needs to be as far away from everybody as possible so that nobody can get to them and punish them for dealing the damage.
Absolutely, and right now we can see 2k advantage for Matix and Co. And I'm speaking of Matix, not without a reason. He is on our screens. He is the force of devils.one. And if they want to win, they are gonna need him to step up, to do some work. And can my cat please just shut up for a minute? Jesus Christ.
No.
Meow, meow. Jesus Christ.
That's
it's
what
like
Krisha needs to be doing in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Krisha probably is doing that, but not in real life, just in TeamSpeak.
Oh. I'm not happy I asked.
Anyway. Yeah, I guess just asking for kills, you know, just give him some kills. He's hungry. He's not getting them.
And I don't think he's getting any of them anywhere soon. He's still sitting on an item and a half. Needs to get to the second one, but it's not really going to fix things quickly enough, because if you look at the other side of the map, the Mollis is getting to the third item, and it's going to be also another Blackfire Torch in this game, judging by the component. And Blackfire Torch on the scaling champion is going to be absolutely deadly for devils.one. They cannot afford to go into the late game, because late game is not going to give them anything whatsoever. It's going to be fully in the hands of Lodis. They need to win somewhere very soon, otherwise it's game over.
I mean, let's see what is gonna happen. Ketim so far a little bit out of position. Ketim is just dead. That was straight up. Matix tanked the last tower shot, and now Matix is looking for the fight himself. He's looking for Xavi, and it looks like he's gonna be able to find him. That's a double kill. And we said that Krisha needs some kills. He just got 2 of them and 4 stacks in the end, so that's definitely a win for devils.one. But we need to remember, the Moles is still alive. Xeller is still alive. If they want to interrupt this Nash, it's time.
It's time, but can they do anything about it? There is no upgraded ultimate. There is no any ultimate, to be fair, on Demolis. No flash. They cannot do anything. They have to give this Baron away to devils.one. And apparently Krisha did meow well enough and loud enough in the TeamSpeak, because the kills have been granted to the kitty cat in the jungle. And it's looking rather good again for devils.one. 5-5, 3 dragons and a Nash on their hands. This is starting to look like a beginning of something beautiful for them if they can manage to keep up the tempo. The beginning of this fight, though, did look a little bit risky to me, but Dancer yet again, it looks like he was getting caught, but a good ultimate from that Renata actually helped things get accelerated so damn much. devils.one were able to go further. They were not afraid to push it even further into Lodis territory, and they were rewarded really well for it.
And well, we see it right now. It's not looking good for Lodis. I mean, they were coming back into this game. This Aurelion is super strong, but they need more than Aurelion. They need 2 things. First of all, the third item for himself. If he gets towards the third item, then yeah, then we can say that it's definitely a point for them to fight. And the second of all, the most important one, I would say, they need the better ultimate on himself, the extended ultimate, just the better version of it to be able to do something. Is it available now? I don't see it, because unfortunately he's just coming back to base, but probably the stacks are somewhere around that. to be able to do it. He's tipping behind them. Oh my, that's gonna be
He doesn't have
an instantly fight, and he doesn't have it, but he does have a kill. That's the most important one. Hui is dead, and let's see what is happening. I mean, nothing else apparently.
I was hoping for something else, maybe, but no, nobody's really keen on continuing any further. There is a very nice push still happening from the side of devils.one towards the base of Lodis, and it's not like Lodis can really deep push it too well, because remember about those 6 void carbs in the very beginning? It's like, you know, there is this saying in classic literature that if there is a gun on the stage in the beginning of a play, it must shoot by the end of the play. It's a must. So it's the same with the void grabs. If there are 6 void grabs, or 5 or 6 taken in the early game, they must pay off in the late game. Sometimes they don't, and that is a very sad game then for the team that had taken those set void grabs. But in this game, it is working out very nicely for devils.one because they're cutting really fast through the turrets.
I mean, that's looking very grim right now for Lodis in this specific game. But, well, there's still a possibility for them. They do have 3 items on the Moles. They still have Kled, who is really strong. They still have Jin, who is 2-0 and 3. He just doesn't have the impact. They just need a little bit more luck. Like I said, the ultimate for the Moles will be crucial. And apart from that, they just need, I would say, like few minutes. Just get to the 30 minutes mark, and then it could look completely different.
PMK is pushing, he's split pushing quite nicely. He's doing what Korotkiy was doing in the previous game, or at least he's trying to do the very same thing, just being on the side lanes constantly and being in a menace there and making sure that the tempo of the game is still going in the direction of his team. So we can only thank him for that. If we are Lodis fans right now, that's what we should be doing, but we also should be looking at the Dragon Pit 1 minute before the Ocean Drake is spawning a potential soul for devils.one. That is going to be quite game-changing for them, because the additional healing, the additional survivability for the team fights, it's going to be insane. Croatia's heals are going to be even better, even juicier than before, if it ever happens. Because look at Demolis. This ultimate icon and this icon right next to his health bar means that it's really risky for devils.one to take a team fight right now.
But they kind of need to. Like, if they want to take the Drake now, the Soul, they are gonna need to fight right now. And I think they can try to play around it, but this ultimate, like you said, is gonna make a massive work for Lodis in this specific fight. Because I still feel like, even though they are behind 4K, this ultimate could change the game. But the question is, how are they gonna use it?
Good question. It needs to be used in the right place in the right time. And speaking of the right place, Demolis is looking for a flank maneuver. He might be getting spotted on this ward in the tribush. Yeah, it looks like it's the case. Already losing some HP, losing the position advantage, of course, as well. But devils.one are in the pit. For Lodis, the position is much worse right now. They want to push towards the enemy's base. They give up the soul. They don't want to fight for it anymore. They want to open the base turret.
They definitely do, but... Well, if Demolis is caught off guard, or he wasn't, but still, they were able to take the tier 2. But
yeah,
if you ask me which is better, getting a tier 2 on the mid lane or getting a soul, I would say getting a soul.
Because getting a soul is setting devils.one in an advantage. For Lodis, getting the turret on the mid lane is just answering to what devils.one have already done to them some time ago. For devils.one, getting a soul is something new, something that is adding to that power right now. And yeah, I have to agree with you. It is much better than taking down those 2 turrets. But at least it's some additional gold influx for Lodis, something they desperately needed. Maybe it's going to help them right now, because look at the time is yet again 45 seconds and the Baron is going to spawn on the map. devils.one is slowly going to be rotating there, except for Matic. Matic has a TP, so he has all the right to stay on the bot lane and farm up a little bit more.
And it's still a 3.5k deficit. But we need to remember, the scaling, I would say, is in the favor of the red team in this specific scenario.
Yes.
Especially if they are able to get into the later stages of the game, especially if they catch Krisha off guard, but it didn't happen here. So this 3.5k, one team fight, and it's all very, very different.
The difference is too little to really look at it and be like, yes, one team is winning, one team is losing. No, everything can change just like that. And it can change. because the Baron is up, but the Molus hasn't used the ultimate in the previous fight. They decided not to use it there. They pushed in the turrets, and now they are around the pit. No vision available for them in the pit itself, just a little bit around it, which is going to be cleared out right now by devils.one very preemptively and very timely. Let's see what's going to be the next step for both teams, because both of them are looking at this Baron like it's a next snack.
I mean, they should. It could be a win-con for both of the teams. The ultimate from Caitlyn just to do a little bit of a poke. It's a smart strategy, especially when there's a situation where the cooldown on Caitlyn is very low. It's already 1/4 of the time, and now the control of the river is on devils.one, but it's not a control. They are looking for the fight. They are looking for something for themselves.
Lodis wanted to push in, they wanted to bait devils.one to leave the position, and they're pushing with a wave, but devils.one disrupted them. They removed the wave, they killed the wave quickly enough, so Lodis have nothing to do now. Look at them, they're scattered around the mid lane, where devils.one are quickly rotating towards the Baron. Zero vision is available for Lodis in the pit or around it. They're going in blindly.
Oh, they are going in blindly, and Krisha right now doing the Nash, and it looks like the engage is happening right here, right now, and look at that, the ultimate is huge, it's working in favor of Lodis. They are going in for the win, they are looking for the win, and it looks like their composition is very well online. That's exactly what they've been waiting for, that's exactly what they want to have. Matty LODIS, Matty USA LODIS. I mean, they are doing what they wanted to do for the first 30 minutes, but they weren't able to do it. They just needed to scale up, and well, now devils.one are going for the Nash off cooldown, but they will bait the TP, but that's about it. It's a TP for a TP, but the TP from Matix on the wrong side of Summoner's Rift. We need to remember it's a 4v5. Who is going to win this fight? It looks like gonna be devils.one, at least getting the first kill, going for PMK as well, but look at that, a lot of damage from the Moles all the time happening. devils.one are playing with fire a little bit.
Yes, and the Baron is really not helping anybody because he's dealing a lot of damage and he's being reset right now. PMK is going in!
Oh, he is going in 1v3 and not able to do anything else. The ultimate from Dancer will also miss, so right now the redemption could go in, could be a factor in devils.one winning this fight, and it looks like it will be the factor on them, for example, at least taking the health back, but it's still 2 minutes unless they are able to take Cellar. The first death will happen. Matix make sure of that, and now they go for Cat Team. They are trying to find him, but they won't be able to do it.
But it's okay. They just shoo him away. They're clearing out the wave on the mid lane right now. We need to do something about the bot lane very soon because it's still getting pushed into their direction. But the Baron is still standing. Chris is full health. Thank you, Soul. Thank you, healing on Nearly. Can't they do anything about it? It's way too risky. Kerim is still alive. They're doing it though. Matix and Krisha, the insane duo with Dancer helping them out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there's no vision. There is no vision. They can try to go for it. They can try to go for it. Absolutely.
Are they quick enough?
I think they are. Revo is here, so they should be. They should be quick enough to be able to do it. We will see if they do have it, but overall, the Baron is theirs, the lead is theirs, and maybe right now something else will be theirs if it's gonna be the W finally that they've been waiting for so long.
Before that, in less than a minute, the Elder is going to spawn. If we don't see a big fight or a big push coming in from devils.one side, quite likely this is going to be the next objective they'll have their eyes set on. For sure, for Lodis, this is the objective they must take right now because it's going to be their ticket way back into the game. Otherwise, it's really hard. With a Baron on everybody on the side of devils.one, the push on their side is going to be insane because you could already see the wave clear on their side is pretty good. It's not the best, but it's pretty good.
Yeah, it definitely is pretty good, and I feel like it's just looking very good for them to keep the wave in the place where they want to be. But look at the Moles. The Moles is playing a smart game. The Moles is like, you know what? I can just try to clear the wave. I'm so strong. But yeah, the poke is huge on him. But that doesn't allow devils.one to go further. That doesn't devils.one to use the Nash. They took the Nash, but Elder is gonna be the real price here.
Lodis had such a good position at the river just a little bit earlier when devils.one chose to go and push into the enemy's base, but now they're not there anymore. Wait, they are rotating back to the mid lane. They think that Lodis are not gonna take the Elder. I don't understand. Lodis are there at the Elder and they have the vision.
Yeah, they are gambling a little bit. They are gambling that
Uh-huh.
they don't take the Elder, but it could be a good gamble overall because it looks like it's checked out. It's checked out, but the engage is coming in! And the ultimate as well. Xavi should be the first one to fall, but the Zonia is there, the redemption is there, but Antonio is almost falling. Look at that Gleb, he's doing the damage! But he's not gonna be able to survive that as well. Top laner is dead, the TPs are available. But only for the Moles. Only for the Moles. He's gonna need one soon if it continues to look like that. If they take the Elder, it should be the end of the game. With the Elder, with the Nash. I don't see them losing this game. I don't see how.
They shouldn't be losing this game. Lodis are not punishing them for their mistakes or for any decisions they're making on the map whatsoever. This whole movement around the Elder Drake beat was a really weird one, but you're right, in the end it did work out for devils.one. It's good for them that they were still in the advantage. It's good for them that Antonio is sitting on so many items, 4 items currently, that Majutek is strong enough and tanky enough, that Krisha deals still a ton of damage. Things just clicked for devils.one, and that was good for them. It could have looked much worse, but now, yes, with 2 buffs and a soul on their hands, who is going to stop them? Not Lodis for sure, because, ooh, look at that. That is one of their front lane getting just one ultimate from Caitlyn. Caitlyn is going to get her ultimate back, but this health is not going to come back that quickly.
Absolutely not. And devils.one, they need to win this game with this Elder. If they don't, I think they're going to lose. They need to close this game out with this Elder.
Yes. And they
let's
needed
see
it
if
now.
they're- Yeah, and the ultimate from Domoles is there, and it's also the better one. So I feel like in this certain situation, maybe there is the opportunity to try to do something. 2 inhibitors should be a minimum for devils.one. Void grabs are paying off that they took at the beginning. 2 inhibitors are available for themselves. They can just wait right now and go for the end. They still have half of the time on the Elder. The poke is huge. Oh my goodness, the Moles is half of health. He needs to heal up. They are slowly going for the end. Cat team is basically dead, but still alive, still doing the work. Antonio could have guard. Antonio, you cannot fall, because if you fall, that could be a huge blunder, but Antonio will do the work. The ultimate was absolutely crucial. Xelar had to cancel his ultimate, and that means a double kill. Cat team cannot go for the fight. Domoles cannot do the damage, and that means, even though it was tough, even though it didn't look
Antonio?
good, it looks like Lodis are doing the work, but it's just not gonna be enough. devils.one with the Elder are gonna finish it up for the first win of this season.
It always looked close in the very last fight, but you gotta remember that the Elder Drake buff was there for devils.one, and it helped them so much with the executes against the enemies. And yes, devils.one, we had questions. Ladies, we had questions as well. Right now, I think some of them could have been answered, but let's not get too excited and too over our heads, because it's just the first game of the split. A really nice one. Not as explosive as a previous one, but definitely still a very explosive one. I liked it quite a lot, and I think that devils.one showed us a pretty good game. Not the cleanest one. They were making some mistakes, and I think were they playing against a more experienced team than Lodis, they could have been punished for those decisions really heavily. But they were not. And in the end, yeah, it is their first W in this season, and we can only hope that we're going to see more from them.
I think we will. I think we definitely
Yeah.
will, and it was exciting to see them in such a form. But we will see what the season holds for them. We will see what the season holds from them, because for now, yeah, it did look definitely good. But if not for the Elder, that could have been a very different game.
And it did look very risky around the Elder, this whole movement from both of the teams. I wasn't really sure what to expect from them, but, well, the sad thing is that for Lodis, the scaling never really paid off for them. By the time there were so many items on Demolis, yes, he was dealing a lot of damage. Jin and Asol were doing a lot on those team fights. But apart from that, yes, PMK was trying to do something as well. But all of what they were trying to do was not really enough. And it feels like the positioning sometimes was weird from them. Like individual positioning, again, from the main carries from Lodis was really on point for the majority of the times. It's just the whole positioning of the team. When you have somebody engaging, you need somebody else to follow up with the damage. And very often I did miss it from Lodis.
I mean, absolutely. And I feel like looking at how they played, looking at how Lodis played, there is definitely a promise in this team, but they need something else. They need to talk things through. They need to take notes from what happened. And honestly, overall, I will always say that there is a promise in this team, but They just need to play it smart. They just need to know how they want to play around certain points of the map, and they definitely didn't know here.
What we know, though, is that we have an interview ready for us with the assistant coach of the team. I will have to ask you to pronounce your nickname for us, please, before we go with anything else.
Yeah, it's Szupilti, but
Szupilti.
everybody called me Janusz because it's like my second nickname. But Szupilti or Janusz, both are fine.
Szupilti or Janusz. I promise to try to remember it, but I don't promise that I actually will because I have a problem with names. But either way, thank you very much for the introduction, and even a bigger thank you and congratulations with the first victory of your team in this split. Can you tell me, please, just going into the beginning of the season, is this already something you're happy with or not really?
Obviously, this game, as you saw, was very shaky. The draft, our draft was very good. Like we were kind of lacking of the front line, but still the overall the performance was good. We didn't lose our lead, but as I said, in general, that was pretty shaky game. We are not very happy with this performance, but as Lodis is kind of unpredictable team right now, like with this Gleb on the top lane with like very long range engage. They shown us that they can be like very surprising team. They can like gain some wins. So at the end of the day, we're happy that we gained that victory, and we don't have to face them again. We're gonna like wait for the second round to face them again. So at least victory is a victory. We have still a lot of things to do, a lot of scrims to play, but overall, I'm glad that we win.
And how does it feel to give a W to Vanguard in his rivalry versus Inca another time? Because it feels like, I mean, he must be very happy with another win.
Yeah, we didn't talk about that, but obviously we are all very happy. So also winning against Inca, I was watching, I was even casting Lodis games in the second Ultraliga, so I know what Inca is capable of. We were preparing for Aurelion picks or even like Gwen picks on the mid lane. So yeah, Inca is a great coach. I very like Inca, so it's like even better to win against him.
Now, I have a question about the state of the team, about the players personally. How do you feel they are prepared and ready mentally and game-wise going into this summer split of Ultraliga?
Mentally, we are in the great spot. Vanguard is like helping us very, very a lot because he's our mental coach. So players are hungry. They want to win. They want to practice. So we are like mentally in a great spot. And we didn't play a lot of scrims because of some cancels, health issues. But going through the split, I think we're gonna be stronger and stronger because I can see the motivation. I also can feel that a lot of depends on the coaching staff. So I feel we are like very prepared, especially mentally. So I hope we're gonna get better and better, and we can. Playoffs obviously are the must-have for our roster, and we even aim to maybe go to ML Masters. Who knows?
I mean, there's definitely a chance for that. I wish you nothing but the best, and thank you for this interview. And obviously, like we always have a tradition to shout out anyone you want, even in your native language. So feel free.
Obviously, shout out to my team, shout out to Matix. Finally, we are back together in one team because I was coaching him 2 years ago and he was already very, very good. Shout out to every supporter of devils.one team. Shout out to Antonella, who's helping me also mentally. And I think that's it. Thank you for having me. And shout out to you.
Thank you very much. But before we can let you go, I have one more question. I'm sorry, it's a very quick one. But
No problem.
does Krisha ever meow when he plays Needly?
No, but
that's good.
Maybe not on official game. I need to watch the replay of the game, voice comms, and I can tell you on the next interview. I can come back and tell you if he actually meows or not.
Okay, so next time you win, you come to the interview, you tell us. Okay, we have a deal.
Yeah, it can be tomorrow.
Good. Well, I'll be waiting for you then tomorrow. Thank you very much for the promise and for the interview. And good luck in your tomorrow game and all the upcoming games.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
So that pretty much sums up the day today. We have the blue side supremacy, as it quite often happens in the very beginning of the new splits. We have some expected outcomes, some less expected. But Kasper, I gotta ask you, what was your favorite game of the day?
I would say it has to be game number 3. It has to
Yeah.
be game number 3 because it just feels like looking at game number 3, it was just everything you can hope for, possibly anything you can hope for. The changes, the plot twists, I love it, absolutely love it.
Yes, exactly. I love that we had the base race in the very first day of Ultraliga. I don't even know what to expect from the rest of the split. We already had so much juice on the very first day of today. But speaking of having more juice, Zero's production, do we have the schedule ready for today or tomorrow? For tomorrow. Yes, that's very good. Let's see what is lying ahead of us. Ubit and Anonymo are going to open today tomorrow, going against Creature Craft. That is going to be Matty USA LODIS going versus Back to the Game. Ooh, I'll be looking forward to this one. Then devils.one versus Iron Wolves, and Zero Tenacity against Forsaken to wrap it all up.
I mean, Forsaken, with the gameplay that they gave yesterday, honestly, it could be 2-0 to a week for Zero Tenacity. I don't believe I'm saying that, but it might as well be. It might as well be.
Quite possibly. And then, as it was in the previous split, we're going to have to start asking questions. And not just about Zero Tenacity. Don't think that I'm biased against or towards anybody. Just about everybody. Because we entered the split with questions and we expect to have them answered. But in fact, we only get even more questions as the games progress. But today was an amazing day. Tomorrow promises to be an even better day than today. And thank you very much for being with us in the opening day of this summer split of Ultraliga. My name is Solari. I was joined here today by Kasper, and we also have been joined by Majutek today on the pre-show. Kasper, any closing notes to just wrap up this day?
I'm just glad we did this first day. It was absolutely the best first day that I remember in the recent history of Ultraliga. So I'm very happy with that. And what I hope tomorrow is gonna be better. I hope tomorrow is gonna only get better, and we will see.
We will see, exactly, and we will see you with us tomorrow, same place, same time. Don't go anywhere, or rather, you know what, go somewhere. Go have a good rest, because tomorrow it's going to be even more good games at Ultraliga. Thank you very much for being with us today, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos? Yo de aquí. Ah, mira. Del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Same. I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia i V6.